would if it's out, I guess. I get why she's topical. You don't topical. My first season live. I usually do a lot of race stuff. Oh hell yeah! And what's the best race to put down? Right now the Mexicans are early on. Ah, it didn't seem like you were in a race. And talent of Fred. Amount of a lot of them. Counted a lot. There's this, we were here. Yeah, we were paying attention. Heard it. Opened up with the word "mind team" and Hans came out to it. Meaning this is Hans and this is Hans. Hans. That was a strong indication coming out. Yeah. Breadcrumbs back to being. Yeah. Frankly, I'm shocked. Yeah, you're right. I feel like the audience is sort of like, see what you got. Yes. And then they were like, got it. Now that we know what you know. You're always, I'll say this though, and I've seen a lot of Asian comedy. I love Asian comedy. I'm telling you that. You're always a delight. Come out with a pep in your step, okay? For that ruin. And I know that your fame and popularity has created a culture of cows that are pretty experience. Can you share with the audience, my new friends here, what's a recent experience actually that material down the line for you on stage? I took my girlfriend to Las Vegas. Out of get better. Get started up the film. I'm sorry. Um, what kind of set your go-to? Okay. Uh, I've been focusing a lot on ass. I've been touching butt a lot. Yep. Little. That's what it's. A man wearing a hat? Don't make me laugh, Sam. Follow. There it is. Another new minute. Let me remind everybody that Hans is 100 minutes. Yes, gross. 100 minutes. Not easy to do. And we're about to 50 minutes from your opponent, Hans. We're going to bring Hans out. The audience will decide for Hans. It's going to be right today. Challenge is the time. She has done a good job. Very interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, makes a 1 minute challenge tonight. Elbow, everybody. A minute from Elbow. every time I smell the stinky, I'd have like four bugs.
I love it.
There we
Jimmy,
go.
Thank you for having me.
Excellent work. Very funny.
This is so great. Thank you for having me. I've been doing good. It's been a while since I've been on. I
love it. I don't even have to post. Go ahead.
oh no, I'm just
Yeah, what's your weakness? Very good. Have you considered your ring?
yes. I had bigger, but I didn't want to go.
You should have gone straight to hubcap.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's weird.
People love this.
Okay.
Tony Hinchcliffe, everybody. That was very fucking funny. You're not laughing. That joke should be received. That's a black man joke. Very funny. Yeah, there's Redmond. Look too big with a whistle. Okay. Oh, and John Stamos on the electric guitar. No, I don't think so.
That's actually the sound of a green whistle.
Oh, yeah, right.
Oh yeah, I like to treat my race the same way I get out of quicksand. Lay there and don't struggle.
Oh shit, too soon. How often are you combating quicksand?
Not often.
Funny, Sam. Yeah, is quicksand still even a thing? And I know it sounds like a Seinfeld bit, but is it?
It's not.
What's the deal with it's not that fast. It takes a long time. You're drowning for hours. And it's I'll tell you about make me laugh. Here you go. That was real.
On General Ruff's last week, I said that he was talent. I didn't have a show at the party. He approached because I want my so they
Fucking
fast for it.
go.
How do you heard that? Or is
Okay, my own better than Uncle Laser, so I feel like
Yeah.
you did that.
oh
Time please ask to touch you.
You know, I've been on a bunch by myself.
okay, Keisha, we got a minute out, and now let's bring him back. Here's on Scam, everybody. It's the moment that we've been waiting for. 5-0 against Challengers. Okay, got it, ladies and gentlemen. How many of you have changed to Albo? How many times have you been on the show? 3 times total. That's the third minute on. How many of you have changed Albo winning? Oh. Years on the show, hundreds of minutes. How many of you have entertaining throughout? Does better. Everybody, let's see. Yeah. They're only.
I want the most efficient way possible. Fairly beat her. Oh, fuck.
Yoga with that cow versus chicken. Held that and dude. You're right. And okay.
Earlier,
Yeah.
I thought it was part of the open space show. I thought that was that kind of But I think the overwhelming rate crowd helped you. Right? Oh, that's pretty incredible.
Did you have everything on her?
Just parking lot. Okay, oh, hey. One, five, maybe.
With his eyes back closed, he's not doing so. There you go. There you go.
I don't think everything.
This is your first name out of the bucket. So real. The meat and potatoes starts now. A lot of these people are fucked up. They're gonna help you get really good people from bucket.
I think we've got a real opportunity tonight, Tony, to help get better and I'm fired up. Hey,
Your first bucket full of the night. Thanks for second interrupt for Brian Green. Oh wait, I'm for this. Brian.
Not everybody everything, okay? I got a best friend. I read him. I love him to death. I treat him like a little. When I get drunk, I get to the death too. You know what I'm saying? And me and Tyree, I like that. That's my brother. I think about the like a little. That's my. But one day he calls us on like, hey, I think I will see you. I get my check next week. And you for a night. Like, you know what? It's your Friday. Got no legs. Let's do it. I saw everything was all shit. Quadriplegic, strip club. The place was crawling crazy. That bitch was like, cats. Said that'd be $30. I said the hustle is paying that damn. Okay. At least gave me half off or something crazy. Now my nigga, I don't think I was like, Sam.
And now Brian just started.
Thank God, because if you
Didn't know him, that would have been weird as fuck. Like, you're funny as great job. Great work, Brian. What a bomb. Put it right there.
It hurt the end of it.
God, I'm always lookout.
Yeah.
There I am. Cookouts looking out for the,
You know what I'm saying? You gotta check a box, bro.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Golly, what an exciting night.
doing it party,
You bad.
You know. Make sure it is. They are. They're rather tricky folk. No, but no, it's like family. I didn't know you were in town, dummy.
Yeah.
Hell,
I'm sorry.
what the heck?
I didn't know you were in, bro.
Did. Watch these guys jumping back and forth.
Yeah. This is amazing. You guys both live in Colorado? Or Colorado, I guess. Yeah. Love it. How long have you been doing sports? Really? I'm a friend of definitely.
Competition. Better black people.
I mean, Tyreek Black.
Yeah. He's trouble. He's kind of shaped like a turtle.
Yeah.
There's way too in the water. It's a great thing to have some collegiate currency. It's like a comedy sketch. You know, it's hilarious little motorized device. So it is funny. It is funny. There's a
My sister gets off right.
very. I know that one. That's the dog wearing sunglasses. Now, what? Where are you from?
I'm really gassy, South Carolina.
Hell yeah. Oh, you're claiming South Carolina when you're from Colorado Springs?
I live in Colorado.
Thank you for calling me that. Black guy it's always very acceptable. I'm always like, it's always got good energy. Act out for fun. Turn sideways. Yeah.
What I look
Looks like my really good leg.
I love Brian's college. How do you make a living, Brian?
Yeah, tell him the truth. Really kind of transit.
I'm a contractor renewal specialist for a software company.
Oh, wow. Okay. You really do. You really do.
Work from home as a contract renewal specialist.
Like you're better.
Come on, man. Let's
No,
get
no.
me software
No,
renewal.
no. Right. Let me ask you. Dream always come out of the game vibe like I'm excited. I can do whatever I want. Universe fucking. But
True.
you strangled the beast. What was your original kid dream, Brian?
I want to be a rapper.
Hey, whoa.
Have you ever rapped? Not a good one?
Yeah, come on.
Come on, white. Where you at? Come on, white people. Back now. That's all I know. So just be on what? Yeah. High school number one.
Got really no time for schemes or no dancing. Running man.
Cool. So you like bad baby.
Running a Tyree. Running man. He could have done the running man. We'll be right back. I told him to get about Hello Fresh and all.
Brian,
I'm here. We're doing Cap City.
Let's go. David hilarious. Great.
here with a brand new handcrafted by Bones by Killer. Texas leather choke book. Amazing. And you're leaving with a gel blaster. Hard, nothing. Blaster on the board. An amazing appearance. God damn. Pull another name out of the bucket. Here we go. Fucking do. The noise for your next for Shadow, everybody.
What's up, everybody? A little bit about me. I've been happy married for 6 months. Hey, in total, it's been a long fucking year. You know, right? Stuff a lot of animals, though. We have 5 dogs, and a couple of those kids running around. But this other dog she adopted, I think it's racist. She's racist with barking, growling, me. But he's out smoking weed together. When people ask me, what's the hardest thing about being married so long? I'll tell them, saving money. Saving money is going to be the hardest thing. Because when you go out to dinner, people want special. People out there are special. Just buy drinks, appetizers, desserts. I'm not going to buy for more for lunch, right? Dating apps, $30 for dinner, like sold with separated. But as soon as you get married, actually massive stuff. I'm trying to spend $100 a month separated. I'm trying to spend 30 so I can put that cash down and see yes. Alright, I'm Shadow. That's my time.
Alright, Shadow.
Fucking man, immediately connected.
Shadow, whatever.
I don't think so. Sorry, buddy.
No, there's plenty of room for you. The crew?
Got a car? Drive me crazy.
Well, I have a car.
I think we have a couple of things.
The one.
Well, yeah. Call Adam Ray to buy you a car. What a fucking piece of shit.
Shadow. That's the first time.
Oh, wow. That's a round of applause. You gotta stay patient. That's what I always say. Stay patient, stay the course, right? Look like you chain of.
It is true. You look like the lead singer of Creed. And God.
Yeah. Can you take me? Oh.
You know who else has his arms wide open? Creed. Alright. That's the only entity. You remember talking about
You know, we got it. We got it.
Shadow? How long have you been doing?
So,
Here we go.
I'm going to open this for the first time on Joe Cody. I did do 3 weeks in a row. It's a fucking hard doing down there. Hustling. Catch me. Stand up comedy. Right? Oh. Yeah, was that any panic attacks? Try not to reference that spot in some fashion. That daughter, Tony, and she was like, I want that it'd be appropriate at get something 19. Who was that? That's one I like going to. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I heard her thinking about it. Yeah, sometimes I don't know. This guy did not buy like this. Oh, that's a blood mushroom. I do like that. What do you do for work? Implant stars.
How old are your kids?
Everything's gonna be a whole
23 and 21.
23 and
Oh, you're a dad?
they joke about what are they called again?
Oh, that's right. You forgot the name after 20 years of memory? None of this happens.
Do they still live with them?
Yeah, I think I feel 100% correct.
Wow. Friends of the family.
All right.
You wore the for this college? They actually classes.
How to not answer your phone call?
Baby mama.
24 years now.
24 years. How do you keep things in the bedroom? That's unacceptable, right? 4 years.
One day goes, hey, set up a relationship. You'll get a lot more girls, a lot more guys. And so far, I've met girls, but there's a lot of guys. See, now that's. I've been doing that was right here a little bit too.
Well, you should have done that time because I saw the comments. But it's funny. Let me just tell you, real, and you break things down. That's when we start to figure out who you are and why you are.
No, that's what I'm saying.
That's Dr. Phil.
Word, but that was usage. Now, you want to ask you, I was trying to get but you got let's address that first. Why can't you? Maybe that's the problem. Did you things your way? The lot's coming your way. Inside, just comedic. You strike me as a guy who, when a guy walks in, he's like, I'm gonna butt plug your wife. You go, please don't, and he does it anyway in front of you. We'll be right back. But I do want to. But no, I was. It was your buddy. You got real. More. That I've got very invested. So I want you to do it on that fast.
What's your wife's Instagram handle?
Yeah, I know it's coming.
So this Thursday.
Okay. Shadow. Did this go how you 3 times?
Actually, yeah, it's about what I've been.
Okay. But for those, there's a lot of people sign up. There's a lot of people sign up. You experience, I'd imagine. That means you're here, so you're signing up back at Vulcan as well.
Right. Yeah, I started on the Vulcan first.
Yeah, we don't. I'm not asking about that. So, like, how did this feel? What's not expected?
Well, tonight I'll play.
Sorry, I don't want to do that either. Okay, Shadow, here's a little joke. There you go. There you go. Shadow, there you go. Shadow, there you go. We're having fun here. Ladies, you guys having a good time?
Yeah.
This is a very, very exciting moment. I'm going to bring up Joe. He has been on the road with me, absolutely killing. The boy is absolutely incredible. He's recognized everywhere. He's a star. On the show only a few months. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you another brand new minute from the Rothschild.
Fucking shadow white. Fucking. Fucking. Yeah, you are. When I was up, I never feel like they call out brother the old part of bad. I never got that far from it is physical. I never understood that. Who not here are not only models in the world right now. It's just talking crazy. You know what I'm saying? Now, when I was in those cameras, like most people by the baseball, they want to show you something. Well, you have a pass, right? fucking right? Tampa, yeah, man. Yeah, gimmick. That out. Yeah, they're hey, Doc. All right. Oh shit. I'll be honest, that's the only reason I came to the show tonight. That's a analyze those. Oh, gotta bless you. Now is your now purpose behind each of the collectible? Oh, well, I like somebody. Oh, yeah. I'll put that inside the chat later. Gotta ask. Oh, but I gave me this one. I said, a white my deep players go gave me this. Really like this one. So that's like a good look. I'm gonna put that one in my back. And oh, yeah. And then you left the okay. I'm on purpose. Left the bullet in his well, right back. I feel like yeah, it's okay. Everybody's good. Yeah, different thing. Okay. Holy fucking shit. Yeah. What's that again? Rub it together. Yes. It's like a dildo for Brad Williams. Okay, that's funny. Brad is a great comic. Go see him on.
Well, yeah, so it's all happening. Firing the bullet.
Right? Imagine if Dick was this big. I've seen Rock, but in the audience, and she took it really upset about it. That was really like the top. Oh, yeah.
I went outside and I found that bitch. Yeah. I was gonna say, no, this place is filled with full recognition cameras that there's no way anybody's getting out of here.
I got my rock.
I bet you did. And then she had to give you another one after she sucked your dick.
Now, another question: is there a location you go to find rock, or is it kind of is it rocks are everywhere, right? Or do you have is there like a more conducive?
Not just like regular street rocks.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Because they've been through some, right?
Yeah, they've been through.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They've
Yeah.
been through life.
Yeah. They all have things that we're trying to overcome.
Yeah, talk
Or,
to him, Dr.
well,
Phil.
let me fucking finish, damn it, I will. All right, yeah, all right. Love you, dog. Now, I will say this, though. Rocks, you're carrying around a little symbol of yourself, okay? I'm being fucking serious. Stop laughing. No, but you get what I'm trying to say. I think that there's a deeper meaning behind you collecting these things, you know? Yep. Have you ever seen a rock though and been like, fuck, you deserve to stay in this puddle? Yeah. Yeah. What was her name? Keisha? Yeah. Sounds about right. You're getting, I don't know how you do it, Cam, but you're getting here. I saw it, I think the last time was like a month and a half ago. I watched it. Oh, you did? Oh, when I watch the show on YouTube, I feel like I'm here. Oh, yeah, 100%. So you gotta watch the show on YouTube. It's a fucking delight. And it's, yeah. I mean, when Hans came walked off stage, when I really get invested. But no, but for real, yeah, I don't know, you're grinding. Yeah, you got to, you have to, right? Sam, what's that thing you always say about grinding? Also,
Get the border out, get the pestle out, put your hopes in there, get down. Next thing you know, you got a reality. Hey, look, I want to say some good shit. I got some.
thank you.
But I got it on audio book.
That's step towards literacy. Yeah.
Wait, look, I think that might be saying, because I don't know if you've ever been up here. Sam talked to Dr. Very difficult to maintain any sense of reality. This is all going on, right? Yes, I was just lately in the last 4 minutes. But still, again, I think I mentioned how much fun it is to on the road, because what it reminds you of how special things are. Sometimes you have so much fun, you forget how exciting it is to start out. The thing that's this week, I took them to. We did a massive theater in Columbus, Ohio, and we went to the best house in before, and amazed how great the service was. Motherfuckers don't even. We weren't even out of Coca-Cola. There was another one. All these things throughout the meal.
They were fast. Fuck.
They were.
Hey, Cam,
They
how
were.
fast were they?
Not as fast as him.
Oh, fast as you.
Right.
I'm trying to help you get merch off it. It's the live. Right? That was yeah, I'm gonna be this bonus. All right. My direction. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I forgot you're 15. I should have. Yeah, you're so young. I'll help you out. Miley Cyrus, and that's so rich. Yeah.
That's still a variable.
Yeah, that was. Yeah.
So anyway, we're having this dinner. The waiter takes salads away, and there's a pile of black pepper and white sauce. And this waiter grabs the crummer out of his pocket, and it's gone. What did you
Yeah, to tell it what. I ain't never seen no shit like that before, dog.
I almost choked Cruz to death. The way he said it in the teleportation device was. The black thing was there, and then it was gone.
I thought he was the one. I was gonna fight his ass. I'm ready to beat that nigga ass. One of my goddamn best friends. He's not.
Hang on.
He's not. Yeah.
Hostess in my car, the best house, they brought it out, gave it to Kim.
Yeah, that's what I left it, but I like this moment right there. Oh, I mean, that's great beginning to rap song. I left it in Columbus, locked it up. DJ hit me.
Yo, here we go. Doctor Bill.
Feel it. It took out of my head. I did the again. I left it in Columbus, but I like it in the moment. Maybe take a picture and check your fucking boner. Do you have time or do you have a rhyme? Fuck Chad's wife, fuck her ride. Oh my, put your hands in there, wave them like you don't care. Cam Patterson is here to stay. He's rocks, he's fuck bitches. Out of that border, be right back. We'll be right back. Oh, but he also
The future has arrived. If you saw it here again, there he is. Everybody, make some fucking noise. My God. So, Dr. Phil and I are gonna get fucking crashed.
yeah, I don't have to be in Phoenix until Thursday. Yeah, Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. I don't know, man.
Oh God, I am having too much fun. I am unbelievable. Sometimes I get to be the fan and the host. It's ridiculous. I pulled a name out of the bucket as an eye circled next to it. Means that the person is inside of this room. It's an audience member that has the courage to sign up. They almost always tend to be more interesting than the nervous people that are funneled together. Something special about to happen here. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Tony Robbins, everybody. Here we go. We can get eyes on right here. And it's going to be that. Let's make some noise for Dr. Bill.
lives. Can I skip ahead to Asians or have, is there such thing? Because I've been told, like, yes, that's the thing, but I thought what I heard my favorite or when I heard my black friends blood and okay. I'm not really sure. We were talking because I've heard before. I kind of get it. There's like carried in plastic room while you're sleeping, like not straight, right? Oh, I mean left. That's where I from where it was. But when you wake up with a fish under your pillow, you're either retarded or you're
Gotcha. Humor.
I thought about hold on. I love all y'all. We're together.
I love that. Yeah. You're gonna get the bullet, are you? Oh shit! It's hard to get it out of those.
So I did. I brought him a rocket. Black lion. Has it has this email. Yeah, and
Right? It's not a flip rock.
I know I thought it did uncommon object before, but whatever.
Yes. Do me a favor. Here. That.
Right? $10. That's what kind
Wow. That's great. It is incredible. Well, oh, it's really incredible. So let's talk about it. How long have you been in a comedy? Wow, there it is. Bug. How long have you been preparing for this?
I saw Adam Vine. That was the first thing
When
I
is
ever
that
wanted to do
about?
this. It was years ago at like Dallas. Uh, Dallas.
So you saw, you could tell me that you saw Adam, the guest tonight, you saw Adam Ray open for Adam Devine.
Yeah,
And when you saw Adam Ray, holy shit, this is what I wanted to.
yeah. No, yes, because later I was like, he probably makes up these jokes like every night he goes out, right? But no, he like that and it's not as random as you think.
Adam
And I was
Ray's
like, oh, well, I to try.
Like it, real natural. We all know what he's doing. It was funny at first. You fucking mouth, alright? But I don't care. No, you're right. You're right. Now let me ask you this. So you saw him and you go, it looked easy.
Well, I just know. No, so you were, I hope you, I don't know. But
Yes.
he was the opener,
But
and
yeah,
Adam Devine, so everyone knew from Workaholics. Adam Ray. And I knew that Adam Ray had a skit that he did about going to
I love it. It's
for
so much.
he was trying to apply for like American Idol, and he sang on the full. But then Adam Devine said how he applied for Perfect Show, and I was like, brains broke the joke for that guy. And I realized that not always that Adam Devine, that Adam open just good for
Wow.
And yeah, that's
You heard
the
that, Adam
moment.
Devine? You ain't shit. The finishing that you're winning. I love all the fuck, motherfucker.
So it's not.
No, I didn't know what you know, but yeah, thought the back for a first appearance, but truly, is any first time we do anything, and you can all feel me, come in half glass full, but ready to climb the mountain without a backpack. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
your backpack, you might be combustibles, but I just want to tell you, baby edible, here, you're finished. Joe, say this, a lot of people sometimes get an opportunity to hit the kill some stage and they screw up. Big Buck came in ready to fucking squirt everywhere. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, by that, it's real fast. Little, it's always a then I was over there. I was figured out. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, well, we're in this black
Got a backpack dinner truck. Let's talk about it, Tony. You're from East Texas. I like race. I like how you said. I like how you could have just said your Black Lives still matter as much or whatever. That would have been great. But instead, I'm from East Texas, not game. Here you are. You're in the mix right now. What do you do for work? Okay. And where in East Texas do you live? Corpus Christi?
No. Well, I don't know. No, I live in Tyler, Texas.
What's the population of Tyler, Texas?
Oh, like 100.
Is that where Friday Night Lights took place?
White House is Tyler. I got that. We made that.
Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can tell by the silence
That's
nobody
the
gave
only
a fuck.
thing.
Yeah.
I thought people everywhere were really into him. I'm so sorry.
Right. Yeah.
Tony, what's your love life like?
Push him to shit.
What did you say?
No, what's your love life like?
Right.
Like on dating apps? What do you do?
No. Nothing. I guess honestly, care about it more than. And it's something I know. I'm sorry.
So like the last time you were, all those fucking crude women out there rooting for you.
I know a guy who'd love to hate fuck you. Yeah. But he's wearing a Mickey Mouse t-shirt and a rim shot. Yeah. Second one, actually.
I love
Well,
it.
how about this? You look for the guy and quick follow up. What do you not look for in a professional class partner? What?
Good. Go ahead.
Professional husband? Yeah.
Tony, what kind of guy are you? Right near the tip of that mic. Yeah, like that.
Yeah, I don't know right now. Nice. More money than. That's about it.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
All right. Hey, Dave, you're
So
up.
so much more excited. We only wait Tyler. So coming here is like, no, I want. You know what I mean? It's a guy. Maybe like hook up with him, and my grandma wouldn't find out, and I could like slip in. You know, like I think there's like.
Wow. Very funny.
There's more opportunity here. No, this is where I'm going to be diverse. Like this is. I know this is very white room, but like this is very for me. You know.
Yeah.
This is exciting.
How old are you? Tony, how old are you?
30.
32.
Yeah.
Here you are. And this is something you wanted to do for years. Huh?
Yeah. No, I didn't talk about it much. I met Steve Byrne once and told him. And
Hey, stop name dropping.
I just try to be as much as possible. So
Oh,
that's
yeah.
probably how I told him this is like one of the differences. I do it every day. You know? Now I guess that.
I thought of your life was her. Well, your name is Tony Robinson.
Yeah, I know. And
Well, a good friend of mine is Tony Robinson, and I don't want to misquote him, but once when I first got this pertains to what you're experiencing, can you give me a little spotlight on house music?
Yeah, give him a little something.
Perfect. There it is. Raven, hang with soft sequence if you don't mind. Okay, I'm not trying to fuck Tony. I'm just wanted some piano background. There we go. The piano. Just the piano. Go. Look, Tony Robbins, my good friend. I don't mean to name drop Steve Burns, but Tony once told me that life is it's like a big it's like a big it's like a big you want to make it sometimes you want to make it but you don't want to leave it dry. It gives you an opportunity to value that campaign pocket full of bullets and rocks. But I think Tony, what you're you know, I just think that with every step you take, every breath you take, and again, this goes back to Tony Robbins, who I think children, and with a lack of pen, but a game plan. And I think Tony, you've got a long way to go. I think with the help of a positive attitude, we'll be right back. Wow.
Tony Robbins, not only was fun, you have an unbelievable knack for this thing, a real true stage presence. Congratulations, big joke book, cell blaster, great fun. Perhaps our next comedian, Brenda Sparks, everybody. Brenda, everybody. Make some noise for Brenda, everybody. One Amber is pretty good. Right. What waffle crawl out of? Holy shit. I don't even know where the fuck to begin with this thing. Unless you're a professional wrestler. How are you?
By the way, the only person in order to go, my bad. I like this point. But you it looks like you're fucking grown up here. Look, we've all been there. God, you get nervous, we nerds. Who are we to judge? Yeah, no, you're right. If we're judging others, we're judging ourselves. Yeah. He burns at that. Yeah. Fucking Texas. I do want to ask you here, up your chest. Did you feel like you have to do? No. What did you do in hindsight going back? Yeah. Well, confidence, with timing and preparation. Love you. Yeah. By yourself. I do think, but I do think that.
that comes tonight.
I don't know.
How often do you say it when you're not in front of a sold out
I
crowd?
really don't say that often.
That's not true.
My phone. Baltimore, my Baltimore came.
What?
My Baltimore came out.
Baltimore was going for crab cake.
Fair. You're right. Sorry, guys.
But
I really apologize.
you gotta fuck up to fuck in. I don't know.
You're right. You're right.
You're right. You gotta learn from your mistakes. Yeah.
And do a question for that. Black guys, fuck you. You're allowed to say that word.
30 seconds.
Okay, there you go. So how do you I don't like all of
I did. Call him.
anything other than
No. I'll put it on the list.
Say this, and I'll let it go. Please, she's taking it. Understandability. Gotta acknowledge that. Sorry.
Thank you.
Your jokes might have been fucking atrocious.
Yes.
But you're at least you're not getting offensive. Nobody's throwing it your way, you know, which is well deserved.
Oh, this is scary girl.
Yeah, but you're taking it. You're going, yeah, that's good. Yeah, but now why? Do drugs?
I used to.
How many drugs? What drugs did you?
I did.
can I take some guesses?
Hey,
Tony.
Ray, can I say me real quick?
So I'm thinking we started with a little, maybe a touch of Adderall as a kid, a little bit of Ritalin, right? And then as you got older, you tried cocaine for the first time. And, am I right so far?
Not the Adderall, but the cocaine, yes.
Ritalin? Nothing.
Nothing.
Started with cocaine.
I started with drugs. Weed, alcohol, heroin.
You started it all the way in.
I went in, bro.
So you started with cocaine, and then you went to crack.
No, never done crack.
No?
No.
Straight to crystal meth after cocaine. There it is.
Well, there it is. 2 years.
2 years.
There it is.
Absolutely.
2 years of Christmas.
I was 101 pounds. Everything like fast food when I was on that meth, bro.
Wow. Plus, what are some of the things you would do if you were on crystal meth?
I would clean the house.
Wow.
I would play some.
Seems like that's the first time you used drugs.
You're not wrong. You're right. And I would also random slot game for 12 hours. Yeah.
What is all that shit? Right?
Like your brain now.
That we might want to know, and that you might want to know about yourself.
Oh, that's a question.
Fucking answer.
I've been there.
Sorry.
Down. Sometimes I want to spend money in that. So,
You have to be like,
I like getting fucked in the ass.
there we go. And this is why you ask the hard-hitting question. Now, what?
I mean, I used to do like a band, but I don't got one. I got a friend.
You got a friend? What does that mean?
I got a dipto. I need to go.
Bob? After Bob's Burgers or what?
One second.
Hey, Bob Barker.
Huh?
What the fuck you thinking?
Come here for a good anal Plinko joke. Always been all
One in the ship, two in the hoedown. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Stupid. That's right now. How many abortions have you had? I have this question down. Only one. Not just today. Okay.
In like one. It's been a year now. So one.
There you go. Oh my god. I don't know. about that last sound. Imagine a abortion. I think we got it.
Oh, there's a
Me, I'm that was
I told you about the impression.
like getting fucked in the ass. Anything crazy ever happened? Getting fucked in the ass? Ever have any accidents or anything like that?
My bad. Warning. Let me know.
Warn you what?
He puts it in a roll.
Oh,
In my vagina. And then he comes out and it puts it in a roll. And
you
he's
have
like,
to be very sick, though.
I gotta be ready for it.
Red man, come on, get out of here.
And
On a show, get it out of here.
Wait. Red Man, are you telling us that your email alert is a sound effect? Wait, Red Man, I'm gonna do you. Play that sound again. Red Man.
Okay.
Oh, I just got a text from Mom. Get the fuck out of here with this bullshit. Okay, Captain Computers over here. Wait, so the station's for the blood from the pussy, right? That's the third time I've asked that today. But what do you now? If we were to poll the audience, I think they would say it's the face. Vagina, yeah. We always go vagina over butt, right? Yeah. Why do you think we started fucking the butt, Tony?
Well, I actually.
You know,
I actually wrote the book on.
I love questions.
Like,
I asked, how old are you again? 32 in December. Wow. Wow, calm down.
in the old.
wait.
30.
Okay. Learned so much. But I mean, I did 30. Might have interview sports that ratio here. We're at 11 minutes
that.
on 30 comedy, but your interview is so intriguing. Before we let you, we found crystal meth.
Yeah.
So much.
Yeah.
Before you go, what's one more thing about your entire life that you think we would be surprised by? You seem like maybe you are truly.
I'm a female butcher.
Oh yeah.
You're the only female butcher
At HEB.
at HEB. What age are you the female butcher at?
Like line.
What?
Line.
Oh shit. James Atkins realizing that now you know what the meat tastes like shit. Wow. Only female butcher.
Yes.
Absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
What's your living? What type of
Barely.
I mean,
Are you a sleeping bag or a water bag? Yeah. I think it's beanbag chair. Beanbag chair. Don't knock the beanbag chair. Never get both of them.
Papa John.
What's that?
Papa John.
Papa Zone?
Yeah. Papa John.
Papa John's? Yeah, you must love them.
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
The N-word thing. Yeah. Wait, now let me ask you this before we let you go. What, and be honest with me. And we all
Already talked about my past place.
I appreciate you being so open and honest.
Okay.
But we do.
You'll get over it. You'll move on.
What do you love about what brings you to come to the stage and go, I want to talk about this? Because it's tough to be open, but it's tough to be hard.
You don't want to be honest?
Yeah. That's what I just said, yeah.
He's stupid.
Really think about it. Look N-word and think about it.
It's Tony. It's Tony.
It's Tony.
Tony.
Hear that? Yeah, it's Tony. I said, what makes
Live twice. And you my mouth.
sorry, that's spoken. Tony, poker in the butt.
There you go. Here's a little for you. There she goes. One more time for Brendan Sparks, everybody. And we're up here tonight. Hell yeah. There you go. Okay.
Wow.
We have a golden stick winner. Our newest golden stick winner is the force of nature. I'm very excited. It's the third time ever on the show. Your guys, the first time, Dr. Phil and Sam Talent, your first time seeing the newest golden stick down for a little bit. He's got to get back to Brussels in a couple weeks. Rick Diaz.
What are you laughing? I'm having hurts my soul. I recently started seeing someone, but she hasn't. Every time I hear a child cry, I run a split. Learned that from my father. I met this girl and she was mind, and I changed her mind. I never take it unless I see a really nice one. Oh yeah, Dr. Phil. Called a suicide hotline, and a very nice guy called Mark picked up the phone, and he was really listening. Felt so listening. First time in my life, and I had a conversation. I had to present myself. Nothing.
Diaz. On brand. Thing. Word. Character. That is the. That is.
Very funny. Very funny. What sort of a condition do you have? So I asked him if this I'm not a I was like, but very funny. What did he say after that? No, he says I'm not even impressed. Very confused. But I you have things to compare? No, I have phone. It's yours.
Oh. Honor, I don't know if I brought Rick on this show because he knocked me down with the paper. Rick, you're incredible. Been here for a couple weeks. Your third time on the show. Your third Monday in Austin, Texas. Blown away by your perseverance. We're here. You said you were here for a month. That you can come every Monday this month. That you're here. How has Austin, Texas been treating you? I like Austin for a lot.
That was incredible. It was really recognized. Very hard work. The long
Farthest guy. The bucket.
no. I want to record and then try to make it surprise. Very sweet. I mean, she didn't ask me. Walk her to the car. Yeah. You still on the her. Pretty much. Yeah.
You chased her to her car. And her to her car. How nice of you.
I have long walk. Yeah.
Myers walking. Stay right with the person. Prince away.
I kind of would. like Dracula. I was
Born in Spain, Russell.
Russell when I was many.
Have you ever drank blood of an innocent human?
Yeah, and have you been in a fight ever? A fight ever? Kids, why? One of them. What'd you do? I wasn't drunk, but I kept my.
I was walking in the car.
I kind of hopped the guy that I was in high school. Ridiculous. Yeah. If I ever fight someone, I'm fight for a while. Yeah, and this is what I love. You got nothing to lose, everything to gain. You know, you can gain a couple people while we're at it. But also, I think that your figure gives you the hunger, pun intended, because you're just a winner more effort than anybody that other side. And I think that Russell, what the rest of the country, Austin in particular, has got some. Just like my oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Pretty different, but
But my dreams are here every week. And I would think math. So, fuck parents. That sounds like some nerd shit. Like, 10, like Dungeons and Dragons. It's pretty impression gun. Thank you. What is it for real? Like a board game where you build a house. There's that's wood, brick, uh, heat, heat place. I agree. But do one of these. Yeah, I like it. You're open up. I love it.
amazing. Well, Rick, tons for a challenge. This, I have no idea if you're interested in thing, but I mean, you're a golden ticket winner. You have a spot on the show no matter what. It's
You're,
longer you can known for it. More Mondays up here.
my bad.
So this is an interesting storyline to follow because technically that's really what you want. Technically means that if as a upset next week for a fast without him being announced going to, then that would mean that you on that last Monday this year if you have a technically be regular on the phone. Yeah.
I feel like I makes sense to me. Yeah. I go back.
Oh shit.
Bonds has advantage to be out of the house. You must be a nice change of pace from fucking earlier. Diabetic Queen, by the way, great name for a band.
That is great showing, another great minute, another great interview. Golden and not even exciting news. Unaware happening. It is another inside house. One of you out of the box. The name of this person is not everybody. That boy. Here we go. The debut of Jet Donovan.
I lost it. Alright, so, usually, became a dog person. Because I, alright, so, got this Dr. Phil. I just became a dog person. Just because I was, dog sitting for one of my friends. He's out of town for like about a week and a half. He had, he's got one of these, it's a must. Yeah, he got it. He got back, he was upset with me. We'll be right back. No, he was upset. He was upset with me because you're,
Oh my god. Wow. That's everybody. And I'm going to say right now, everybody, say that is the most disappointing Jet in 9/11 history. Am I correct? Trying to melting owner. What are you? Right. Right. Like Brendan Fraser.
Yeah, this might be the worst bomb on 9/11 for sure.
There you go.
Sorry. Sorry.
Horrible. I made that joke twice. Yeah. But I did it much before there were no bombs. But I bet you. I don't like that. I like that. Tragic. Horrible in every single way. I bet you. I bet you have nothing for an interview.
Were you in the video game? Were you in the video game Faithfully? I was. Right.
Nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, Jet Common, everybody. There he goes.
Oh, yes?
There he is. No, no, the bad time is retort.
Were you supposed to us? Were you too fast?
No, he has no
We've all been. I once drove to 7-Eleven, forgot I drove and walked home. I'm freaked out. I was like, stole my store. You oh
my god.
that joke. Chris, you're killing it.
Wow, oh my god.
big feet, you know?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is that time. We've come to the end of the episode, and what an episode it is.
Fucking fun with this tonight.
Let me find, Adam Ray, soon. Sam Spelling, the ladies of the most big Sam Spelling, for an Adam Ray. Yeah, yeah. White memory of Jet away right now. As I bring up the man who holds the record for most appearances of all time on this show, the most interviews in the history of the show, of a gorilla, State Red Team, William. 9/11 update, it still happens. For the past month, I've discovered that Barack Obama is bisexual, and the Russian opposition leader may still be alive. And I only got one question. You mean to tell me Captain E's and Long John Silver's still ain't settled yet? This Rod Duncan's face off! Who you with? I'm like 504, you heard me? I saw a headline earlier today that said earthquake rocks Morocco back to the Stone Age, and we couldn't help but wonder, so the earthquake caused no damage in Morocco? Stone Age! Why does Donald Trump even want to run for president again? He's already seen more than most of the people in this room. That would be like if Michael Jordan started playing basketball at the height of his career and joined a minor league baseball team. 9/11 update, they just found a missing plane? Okay. All right, William Montgomery, everybody. Great. Sing that song. No, it's a group. Super group that was in the No Limit Soldiers in the early 2000s. I know all about this because I listened to them a lot. I found it unbelievable that you are doing a new reference 23 years after the song was a hit. Only a hit specifically people very listening community, but here you are, Austin, Texas, 96% of the audience dropping a brand new movie, and they're going along with it. They don't know what it means to represent. But who is all absolutely. Then quick doing sound effects from the William part for some reason. Because he can be easier than he are. Running turn of events. Up in the world, it can't get any easier.
Don't interrupt William unless you well to be, baby.
Yeah, don't you get me pissed off.
Oh, by the way, you think Horton heard of Hootie Hoo?
Yes, yeah.
Trying to make small talk.
So, William, how did you find who from True? Spell are you, by the way?
Yeah,
That don't. Thank you. Yes.
I've been in a really big whirlwind rap sort of era in my life recently. Ever since I found out that the little dog that I got in fact no longer sex.
a Rottweiler. I had sort of joked. I joked around Tony that she was a Rottweiler, just obviously. When we got the DNA results back, we got a 23andMe on her, and 100% a Rottweiler had been living pretty much in mine on the streets. Yeah, circa early 2000s. How I fucking left. I bought a joke about having a couple in my car. I literally have two in the West in my car right now. Wow. Very, very. I try to stay. I fucked it up when I was in West, or I would. But I think there's something about, I've got grandma's cookies in my car. So, Point William, But why do you need a gun? I have people, I literally, when I talk about being early 2000s, Orleans rap here, literally was living that life about, outside of Kansas. It's kind of, there are people after me right now, so that's why I was hoping right to fuck up. Before I kind of laid this out on y'all, yeah. Oh, that was a funny one. What was that? What was that? That was a really funny one. I was hoping we were going to do something. That was fire alarm for one, yeah. It's alarm. Sci-fi. That's a sci-fi alarm. Yeah, I never heard of it. No, you're wrong. Always the right time. Well, a moment of silence. Moment of silence. But there's quietly called 9/11, 9/11 Memorial, yeah, anything like that. They had a alarm in hours that day. A lot of people would have died. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Tell that tale. Tell that tale. Tell that tale. This wasn't mine. Tell the people, I've done nothing wrong. You did nothing wrong. You're just gullible. Yeah. And you're, dirty laundry. I actually know the story. I know what you're talking about. It's that. Yeah. It's kind of crazy. It's actually hilarious. It's I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. But I don't know what happened. In a world where a podcast advertiser can't touch it. Wait, drum the lowdown? Yeah, please. Tony. The lowdown. I'm not. Okay, so William has a podcast. He focuses that on the campus, but he also has a podcast. People on it, they're all talking to each other at the same time. It doesn't have that many. It should be mostly ends with starving, but he has the in get over. So clutters it up with people. Anyway, membership is low. That his ads that he's supposed to do the actual low. Yeah, not only am I not owed anybody, I owe the person $35. Fucking. I was literally heard the podcast from the opposite of Rogan. I owe somebody $35. I owe somebody money. Okay, here this is Dr. Phil. You know, where one man had a podcast. The William Montgomery show. The enthusiasm was low, but the were lower. I owe. They owed a fuck ton of cash. $3,500. 3,500 to be exact. Hello Fresh had the gun in their car.
HelloFresh corporate office says he's the only man in Texas not realizing his potential, with the people on his podcast willingly holding him back.
I mean, I can explain that one.
We're figured out in the movie. One man, one summer, one beer.
$3,500 later.
He had to do anything for cash and was willing to do whatever it takes.
Just keep this out of your purse.
His the most grocery stores for but he needed to report it quickly.
I've got like 5 kids right now.
He's got 5.
It's really hard to raise 5 little boys like $3,500 from your.
Every day he woke up looking at Peter saying,
Hemorrhoid ever going to get out from
already real on his goal.
hemorrhoid 5.
He knew this was a song of change. Everything had to turn in favor. William one who left. He's the feature film. Patterson.
Ryan Red who does it is out in the.
With a long story of no ending. This poem is selected years only. The most wow.
You know what? Let's do something. Like, and you see right there, right here. I'm sorry. You guys want to do one more special thing to end the night? Play this guy who I want to announce. Ladies and gentlemen, closing the night, doing a minute of stand-up comedy for the first time on 20. New stand-up comedy. Old legend of the game. Make some noise for the one and the only Dr. Phil, everybody. Here he is.
Thanks so much for more time for the guilty man. Fucking Austin, Texas. Right now. Okay. Real. I wrote a couple things down. Bear with me. If you play that fucking cat, in a fucking Super Bowl. All right. Let's see. Hans is actually a nickname short for your fucking Hans face. All right. Something there. Hans is an AA.
Hope you're doing well.
Watching his hair with syrup. This is my impression of Ray Romano. Finding out that the Peloton he ordered has been a backlog for arriving time for his Peloton party. Here we go. All right. One more time for the big red machine, podium on go.
The drawing from Ryan J. Belt is in, and it's unbelievable. Here comes the drawing from Chris Rogers. Speed in his frame. Something I never laughed in the history of this show. 10 years in 3 months. Completely out. Two of my favorites in the history of the show. How about for Adam Ray and Sam? Thanks, everybody. Maybe that was the funniest episode in the show's history. Love you guys. Thank you so much. Hey, everybody. Tony in Austin. Saturday, 30th p.m. Just went on sale, and you have to trust me. Tickets are going lightning fast. Absolutely unbelievable. It will be the first podcast hosted ever in an arena. It's 3 times as big as the ACL live anniversary. We've become an arena, so check it out. It's gonna be crazy. A lot of surprises, a lot of fun, unbelievable guests. It's a big production. This is our version of WrestleMania. Go to Ticketmaster.com. On back-to-back nights, 30th, 31st, HTC Live. Hey, y'all, Kill merch is on fire. New hats, merch, the Rowdy Rock Piper homage t-shirt, the old NWO t-shirt, all the free stock, all of it flying off the shelves. Hey, killmerch.com. little bit more. Loads your partner for more than juice, increase volume and orgasm loads and impress your partner. Ultra load contains premium ingredients. Premium, a purified version that has been clinically proven to increase testosterone levels. Red.
It has black maca, increase bigger load, free U.S. shipping, 100 days money back guarantee.
That's right. Below big time. Go for it. Choose Ultra Load. Go to ultraload.com and you can save 25% with the discount code 25. That's ultraload.com for 25% off. Code Tony25. Hey y'all, Buzz Naturals is a tribute to former Navy Glenn Bub 40, a national hero who laid down his life saving Americans in Benghazi. Glenn was a friend to hundreds of people from all walks of life. Bums, outdoor enthusiasts, skills, fitness fanatics, and everyone in between. Everyone knows about Bub, and Bub's Naturals it's truly an unbelievable product. They have college guys that are the planet better than all the other guys. First serving, there's 20 grams of protein, 7 essential amino acids, 1 muscle free, 100% SF certified Whole 30 approved single source quality every time. It's a great amino acid profile and collagen holds us all together. Speaking of blue, here's my friend Red Band.
Oh, yes. My new favorite function. Perfect. And happy. It comes version, creamer, and powder. Creamer is friendly. Power gut health. Bubs is the only world that is Whole 30 approved. Great ratio.
Shout about it. U.S. Organic Fair Trade, the first ever copy Whole 30 approved. Old apple top, small lot roasted, guaranteed fresh, amazing roast. Go to their website, naturals.com. Use the promo code 20% off. Naturals.com. Use code for 20% off. Get collagen in your life. Coffee, good creamers. So you anyway, might as well improve your life and contribute to great former Navy and of Dory. Naturals.com. Use code 20% off. Well, it's great movies. Some of the best ones aren't available for streaming Express and Express and lets us change our online location and trick streamers to show aren't available here in the U.S. Want to watch stream? Open up ExpressVPN on your TV, switch your location to Canada, and you'll be streaming the Wes Craven Classic in no time. They have over 100 different countries to choose from. Find all your favorite movies from all your favorite services all across the world with ExpressVPN. I love using it. It's easy. Red Band talked all about it. He out of the two of us. More Red Band.
I was just in Vegas, in the airport, Wi-Fi, and honestly, I put ExpressVPN on, and it works on my laptop, on my tablet, and more. You can protect yourself on every device. Virus app, click one button, started. Your money.
That's right. Your money's worth it. 3 months of ExpressVPN for free when you go to expressvpn.com/KillTony. That's expressvpn.com/KillTony. expressvpn.com/guilty. Hey everybody, what if I were to tell you that there's something that can make your whole hiring process faster and easier? It's ZipRecruiter, and right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/guilty. Let ZipRecruiter do the work for you. ZipRecruiter sends over 100 job sites to reach more of the right people. Right, man?
Instead of picking through a stack of resumes on your desk, ZipRecruiter's powerful technology scans thousands of resumes for you to find the perfect match for your job.
And Red Band, that's your comedy club. You did a lot of hiring there. We talked about the best young interns. Remember, through ZipRecruiter, hiring heroes. ZipRecruiter, your job. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get it within the first week yourself. This is try ZipRecruiter before you submit. ZipRecruiter.com. That's ZipRecruiter.com/LLPOY. Hardest hire. Y'all barely find Instagram guys. Listen, America's #1 ready prepared great work. 9, eat well, stay on track for healthy lifestyle.
I love it. I love it. Fresh or frozen. Spend the time meals at cranberry apples on top. Buy all the bulk for crazy. Round out supply with over 40 fat on. I love their. I also have breakfast like better egg and
Only rounded out your meal. Factor.com/zero. So you buy zero to get 50% off. That's zero at factor.com/zero to get 50% off. Everybody, everything is stressful. You can ruin all the fun. Insanity with easy for all the sports, comedy, everything. On last price, stop start getting it for all the fun all the time. Works a lot of fun stuff happening in Austin all the time. Man,
oh, wait. My girl, she's a brother. Got our on game.
you go to the Frost Bank for that, huh?
Sure is. Time guarantee. So you're always the best price. For less time, ready? 10% print. Talk about how.
Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account. $50 off your first purchase. Terms apply. And create an account and redeem only $50. Download Game Time today. Oh, last minute tickets. Oh, price guarantee. Hey y'all, I have to tell you about the super blend I'm loving. Chava, it's hands down the best time to feed my body and graves. The Chava is all-in-one super blend made up of superfoods, greens, protein, antioxidants, adaptogens, probiotics. In other words, your body feel best. And I know something this became possible, but a perfect Chava really thousands of five green and comes in 5 I'll tell you right now, vanilla and the coconut acai are my favorite, but it also comes with chocolate, chai, and matcha. Red Band?
Like to drink it as part of their breakfast or lunch, and others love it as a packed snack or after a workout. Perfect for this because it has 25 grams of plant protein per serving. Personally, I like to drink. I thought just lay around on the couch. It feels great. I don't like eating. It's great to just have a nice, real quick, delicious, and gives me all the protein and nutrients I need.
Got it. Java is covering our list enough. The crazy life, am I right? Late nights on the go. Always in a constant for that crazy spark. Doesn't partner in punchline perfecting crime. The best piece ever struggled to find a between sets ever wished you had a personal sweet bar in your backpack. Well, blend best. However, this is actually our brilliant good friends for y'all killing. Ready for him? Yeah. Wow. This company. Tell them about it. Man, I protein pack shake Gora. That's right on the spot. It's compact, powerful, portable enough wherever you're. Whether you're on the road pulling an all-nighter or that reset, here to your fun mode. No doubt about it. Elevate your comic. Blend of time. Come on over to Blend. Nice. Percentage. This is, of course, no different. Our favorite game of all time. First ever roast royal co-stars of former hit show Roast Battle. Employees for getting into my neighbors. Human beings. Now we're about back-to-back arenas at the end of the year. When you guys started seeing Tony and Ron,
There was, yeah. I did my first set ever on Kill Tony.
there you go. 10 years and months. Our neighbor actually, we've been friends 8.5 together. No money, no car.
This is just his goal.
So their time is up and you hear the sound of it. That means they have to wrap it up then or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. That cuts them off. And then I start an interview process and they talk to us by a panel. You guys ready to start tonight's show? Well, I gotta tell you, of these shows somehow has become one of my favorite storylines. The great, powerful Hans and one of the great regulars of the show, selling out weekends all over the road, but it's not easy to write a new minute every week. And what we've learned is that if he is being challenged for his entire career on the line, or his regular here on the show, he does much better than he does with not being challenged. Last week he got challenged and he dominated another comedian, doing a much better 60 seconds. So we say a regular that he has no challenge. Because he's not quite always strong when he's challenged. So if he doesn't do great tonight, he's going to get challenged next. Make sense? Ladies and gentlemen, you guys ready to start tonight's show? 60 seconds uninterrupted. Gets the first to the
Thank you. Recently in Nashville, and I went to a museum and I learned that in Nashville they used to have this thing called the Negro Building. But I think it's horrible. Nowadays we just call it a basketball court. I don't understand these people that are like, don't get a tattoo, or when you're older, it's gonna look ugly. Who are these people like, man, I might not have had any fun when I was a kid, but at least I have this pristine 70-year-old body. I've never heard anyone be like, man, I would totally fuck your grandma, but her tattoos are gross. I have been buying a lot of things through Instagram ads. I bought that purple stuff that's supposed to make yellow teeth whiter. Yeah, I've been using it on my skin.
We have created an unstoppable monster.
Thank you, Tony.
From beginning to end, the please laugh, you put all the tension in the room and let it rip right from the beginning, and then a very funny close, everything in the middle. The Negro building.
Yeah, it's a true thing. It's history, Jamar.
I love it. Why would you have to call out Shamar like that? He was just relaxing, chilling. He put himself on the show. Negro 3 times. The Negro comes out.
His hair was flat with that now.
You all wasted. I was waiting for the words, so you did that sound like you were here to avenge your brother's death.
I was waiting for Thank you, Jamar. I love you, bro.
Han. Bring it. Yes. Like the son?
No.
Good father. Well, take small angle. Like,
My father's
did it. You talk to your parents about your. Can you on the weekend every road every weekend doing fucking sold out shows? Incredible.
Yeah, he's proud of me. I don't know. I haven't really talked to him. I would love to talk to him more. Like, great guy.
You talk the walk. W-A.
Get lost.
Talk to Tom.
No, I don't talk to anybody really.
Got my text.
My mom I text with, but my sisters, they don't. I don't think they like my comedy. They think I'm racist.
Really?
Yeah.
Waste.
Are they like very progressive?
Yeah, they're fucking gay. One of them is probably gay. Did a little show, and Cam was supposed to be there, but he had to cancel on me.
I fucking
I think that's when I came up with that joke about that building. I jealous of Cam. Cam. Whoa.
our neighbors.
I like how you're speaking in big glasses.
Really cool to watch on the. I've seen from the beginning. Honestly, it's really bad before. Honestly, you watch it like watching Hacky Can. And now you're like joking on. Out here, he's bringing MSG to MSG. I'm sitting with
There you go.
Thank
acknowledge that 25 seconds ago. You just that brewing on for a while. That's made funny when you. Thanks a lot, Mr. Look.
All that. Nothing.
The mic like that. Yes. But we have pieces.
Right now.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Jamar. Can you just do this?
Mic drop. Drop.
I would guys all black people right now. Dear black people, I'm sorry that I said Little Mermaid was a shitty movie. You get challenged for your spot. For your little spot. Is that?
Alright. Well, we beat the details of everything on. Obviously, we'll go unchallenged next week. Congratulations on.
Thank you, Tony.
This whole putting pressure thing is really in your game a lot. You do. I think it makes life a little bit more stressful, but it's not easy. And you're a shining star, Hans, ladies.
Hey guys.
Ready to go. That we pre-picked. To go. There's their next one. Actually, no, that's an insider. Okay, so Liz, nice. But first, our first pick poll is mutiny. Let's see what happens here. They that sometimes maybe they've been on once, twice, or whatever before, but it's usually we're gonna meet them all together. 60 seconds uninterrupted, and then an interview going to Ben Williams. Everybody, here we go. Ben.
Look at me. I am the captain now. I was told I look like my empowered that Rob Captain Phillips. I'll take it. You know what I'm saying? It's better than what I've seen on the internet yesterday. You know, someone said I look like Chris Crack Rocks. It was my mom. Don't worry, she blocked all social media. Yeah. But my mom was actually an entertainer. You know, she was a magician. She made my dad disappear. I know I look like I got a drug addiction, but this is just starvation. You know, I want my body for drugs. I might drug out for people call marinara. Yo, life is slow, man. All right. Y'all been here, man. I got one. Yeah, Ben Williams. I think I got one more. I get relationships, bro. So nowadays, money for everything. You know, you can't even die. You know.
Alright, there you go. That was Ben, you were on last week.
Yeah, I was on like 2 shows.
Like if Jamar was born.
I support black people. Shit, you want a car. Nothing negative to say about you. Except for your fingernails look real dirty. You look like you
I think the Irish.
You look like the guy from Black Panther now.
Yeah.
I can tell you live Texas to this house.
Not the fun. Love it.
Like that Mexican found the other day.
Oh, my God, the red man roast.
Hey, Uncle Ben, do you have right?
Okay, where are you from?
Yeah.
Okay, Galvin. Put a body in, thinking that it was towards the ocean.
Yeah, this is the body.
We're not far off. Where are your parents from, Ben?
I'm right from Dallas.
Oh, where are their parents from? Okay, you're good. What do you do first, Ben? I love that when you're laughing, you look like you're crying. It is incredible. Crypt keeper. Crypt keeper, that's a podcast. Oh no. Our laugh. The crypt. The crypt. Crypt. Not crypt. Anybody that they're not even knowing what the thing is.
Like I said, last time I'm a comic.
What? Okay.
Been fun my goals. But nah, I've really been fun.
Hey, come on, finish.
Mom did it. Okay. Yeah. Doing work hard.
Honey.
And believe it or not, I work with a dude. Sell art on the side of the street. So I just been selling art with him.
The bar, the art on the side of the street.
Side of the street, yeah. Like, I'm gonna make $1,000 off of that. Yeah. Put that by that, yeah.
Are ramping up to give away a picture of himself.
Here you go, man. This is for all black people. Very successful, man. You're gonna be very successful, man.
Wow.
Goddamn right, man.
Wow.
Don't see me outside selling for $50, but you got $50.
You don't see my guy. He looked like when he put on lotion to make a booster.
Makes a booster. Ben, what's your living situation?
My
By
biggest,
yourself?
oh no, I'm not by myself. Got people that
Love it. Who are these people?
oh, shout out to Celia. I'm familiar with her episode. Shout out to Celia. My boy Caleb.
Okay.
Yeah. He's saying
For fun. You're not doing stand up.
oh, like I say, I do music. I enjoy going out and going out bar the screen and going like
Where are you from?
I'm on the free side.
Fucking floaty.
yeah. You know, I was actually a lifeguard and swim.
congratulations. And I was Bart, you got a gel blaster last time you were on?
Yes, I did.
What'd you do with the gel blaster?
I have it.
You still have it? You haven't sold it?
No.
Wants a meal, dog.
For sure.
I love your style, Ben. Whoa, look at that.
Bitch, give me my sandwich. Oh, man. Go eat that.
Ben, congratulations. Good minute. Thank you so much. There you go. Ben Williams, everybody. Well, when I pulled this next thing up, it's right in my tracks. It is guilty famous. Not only Lady Raff watched young lady grow over the years here in Austin. She's an employee of the mothership now, and she's opening for me in one of her hometowns, Philly, PA, in 2 weeks. We know her. This is a brand new minute from Mothership Royalty. This is Flash. Here she is. Talking to my homegirl earlier, talking about girly things, and she referred to her vagina as a flower, which is kind of weird, right? Because I guess I don't know about you guys, but I've never seen a flower get beat the fuck up like that. You know what I'm saying? I would never call my a flower that would not work for me. I would maybe call my shit a fly trap. Because when dudes and they start, you know what I'm saying, lady? Fuck, I'm not afraid to talk about it. Actually, I was having sex the other day with dudes, and not to brag, but he broke my bed. Okay, you guys over here figured out I had a pretty shitty bed. What's exciting is 2 weeks later, this dude bought me a new bed. I know. I was like, okay, we fuck on the stove? We fuck on my better be nice, Tim. Whatever you're writing down, it better be a compliment about how skinny I am these days.
I would say you look like you put guys' legs over their head.
That was nice. Thank you. And honest. That is amazing. So you broke the bed. Yeah. What happened when he got on it? Curse you, Curse you! Now they know I'm plus size, you dick! We love Liz Platt. She has been a true local legend for years. I mean, a part of the real crop of fucking little monsters here in Austin. Austin Mothership, lots of spots here. Club, which has a lot of spots to get out and a lot of people getting work, getting better. So that's amazing. One of the things that I was really doing for to get a job here, and you did. You're thriving. Yes, I mean, thank you. Yeah, I feel like I'm thriving. This is the best month of my life. Yeah. What's going on? I went to the Drake concert earlier this month. It was lit as hell. I was wearing I was with a group of friends. We were wearing matching Nike Techs and Air Force Ones. Drake looked directly in my eyes and sang to me, I'm still trying to figure out if I'm pregnant or not. Oh my goodness. Pray for me. Pray that it's yes. I my thing. Oh, shut up. No, we're friends. We drink together at the bar at the end of the
I mean, she's been around rappers, not the music.
These guys are right here. My damn. Very protective of the sandwich. Something to keep an eye on throughout the episode.
Jamar appreciates my shape.
That's it, right.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, baby. Hey,
I knew I could count on that.
Flat, man. You look like a gynecologist with a dildo. Like that.
Mine is also anyway,
Yeah, because this pussy be mad. What?
Oh yeah.
You know what? You know what?
Turn it into a compliment.
You know what? I'm with it. Let's go.
I know that far.
Because you fat and white.
Huh? All we've established about me so far is that I'm fat and I'm white.
And you're hilarious.
Let's try their own like method again. I don't get that reference. He sounds to me. I like that.
Black guy that you broke the
No, actually, it's non-existent right now. It's just a non-existent love life. In fact, I didn't want to break it to you earlier, but I never broke the bed with a guy. It never happened. I thought it'd be a funny joke. I lied to you all, and you believed it. Now look at you. Looking to break a bed with me, yours truly. I'm gonna go home and unscrew some of my screws in the bed to make it real.
Things getting screwed in that bed.
I just said that. It's funny because he made it funnier.
Well, you said the thing. I applied it.
Totally.
Yeah.
Look, it crushed. They love you.
At least,
I think you're on
we'll
the
have a good frame.
Oh.
It's me. I'm a woman saying it to her.
You're talking shit about my body because I have a belly button. I have a bug bite on my belly.
Aw.
Hey, let me see. Take it off. Let me see.
Take the bug.
Oh shit. Whoa.
Can you only zoom in?
I've never seen a band-aid on bug bite before. This should be interesting. Whoa. That is
Madness. I'm a dollar for you.
My band.
That was so beautiful.
doing the show 10 years. Liz, so much fun. You are an absolute force. To think of how this, like, you taking over during this interview, to see your confidence and the difference. Only 2 years from moving down from Dallas, a place where, kind of had its own thing, took a chance, gambled on yourself, you gambled on Austin, you're like two totally different people. You're the rock star that we always saw. How did that even
Hell yeah. Thank you so
believe
much.
me when I tell you this right here. Liz had everybody. There you go. Across unbelievable employees here, this that great acting brought over from the Comedy Store, picking the finest talent in the city to work here, to work around their elders, learn things as they go, to pick up on the good habits, things to do, what not to do. And another one of the employees here at the mothership just spent another weekend doing Theaters with Me on the road. The man is a force of nature. He's probably the most famous regular on the show somehow in only a mere fucking 3 months. A freak, ladies and gentlemen, this is surely the future. You know who it is. The one and only Cam Patterson. Hey, y'all, yeah. Fuck Target, nigga. They fired me because I was stealing shit. Was I stealing shit? Of course. The reason they fired me was like urban for the cash register. What the that even mean? They like you can't be telling white people have a good day, my nigga, when they check out. I had no idea that was the problem. I love my cars all nigga, dog. You know that? I tell my nigga in the cowboy hat. Serious question? Serious question. Me and you, special serious question. If you want to stay nigga right now, for the next 15 seconds, and you got to man, man, come on, man. I'm scared to ask this thing. I was terrified, dog. Yeah, I see that shit. I waited for this shit my whole. Oh, oh my god. I love it. What an unbelievable minute. Absolutely is. Boy, won it again. Coming off a strong, fun fucking weekend on the road. I mean, this guy is killing theaters, making the adjustments, in this weird art form, a small room and even a big that's so different and he's fast. Very changing your timing. Always done good, but you make adjustments stronger, fucking crazy. Thank you. It's been cool as fuck, like, you know what I'm saying, running through that shit like that. Yeah. It is tough. Tough weekend to travel this fucking weekend. Almost every airport did. Cam and I slept like that. That's some project, baby. Our flight got delayed for 4 hours. It was. And we woke up and we had Yoni and Christy with the blankets on us. Airport. Yeah, we got a good family. But they get paid the big bucks for it. Gang shit, man. Gang violence. That. Hell yeah. It was perhaps I woke up like fucking hands laying there all tucked in this blanket with a half a smile on his face, felt like this is the least amount of gang violence I've ever seen. Whatever this is, this adorable sleeping kid is the gang. Like, I was sure about that. Shut that thing. I was so happy. Nigga, this shit is beautiful, nigga. My life is different now. From drive-bys to sleep in. Oh, they can talk to us. I bought me a belt. You feel me? Yep. Yeah. But I don't wear pants, so I put it on right here. You know what I'm saying? Hell yeah. I'm a idiot. And I'm irresponsible with money. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem. Like my belt. Yeah. It's around your neck. You didn't like that. I don't know what to do with it. No preparation. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah. Whoa. Hands about yours, boy, they could have built. And you with that. After one of my favorite comics, I have nothing negative to say about it. We got there. I think you're fucking brilliant. I got one question. Did you kill King Von? Man, King was fucking brilliant. Absolutely. What else is going on, Cam? Anything else? That show we did in Indianapolis, dude had stopped me. But hey, my girlfriend took a great dick. And I thought they were like a joke. That's you know what I'm saying? And then she's like, no, I took a dick. comment, it said black power here. Here, I'm going to go through the whole process there. What happened?
Don't it?
Oh shit.
And the teeth, nigga. Why did you the best? Y'all get
Wow. Young person living his best life, out there thriving, low job.
good to have in the green room.
It was like the green room. Yeah. Good. We had
This chance of my life. We watched the game, the Colorado game.
Holy shit, that was.
Yeah, shout out Colorado. I didn't get it.
The Denver. Sorry.
Tricky part of the squad. Nick for camp. We can go up here, make some noise here next to me, and then better. Everybody. Here he is. Make some noise for DJ.
So, I lived in the woods recently, and I get asked, did it change your opinion on anything? I go, yeah, it did. I now think Chris Benoit was a hero. For those of you not in on the joke, not that bad. Benoit family. You know, funny thing about that, I was reading the Bible recently. In the Bible, it says that women were so beautiful that the angels fell down to heaven to bed them. Did you guys know this? Yeah, I noticed after reading the chapter several times that it mentioned it's not there. So, that was. I'm so sorry about that, guys. Chris Benoit is not a hero. I think women are perfect. I just actually decided that right now. That'd be a thing. Wow.
Crispin, what the thing was gonna happen there?
That was scary.
Yeah, I was like, what Gordon Hill movie?
I was adorable. Are you dressing your first grade right now? What's happening?
Yeah, that's how it feels. I'm definitely nervous like it's my second day of second grade.
Wow. Look at you. Have you been on the show before?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. How did the first go?
It went good, but I don't think you end up liking me. I was drunk for my interview.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did we talk about? Shit.
Yeah, I did. You asked me what I did, and I told you I was a neurosurgeon. Did not find that.
Because you're not a neuro.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. And
why would you say that if you weren't a neurosurgeon?
I was making bad that day, clearly.
Okay. What do you do for work?
So I manage accounts online. I run a small business online. I was working at a hotel at the time, but I no longer do that. I make enough income managing accounts. So, yeah, that's what I do. I do that in comedy.
All right. How long you been doing comedy?
About
Jokes are really good. You just haven't done them?
yeah.
How many of you want to hear a and we're gonna let you a little bit because Chris Paul, a little bit of an old reference, kind of in baseball, pro wrestling reference. That's right. Probably about 12 years ago or something. So let's reload 2 years game. Okay, your best quick little joke here. Here we go. Bonus round for DK. Drunk the first time he was on the show, and now we're about to find out.
young, immature man, anybody could fuck up your reality just by telling you something was gay. Doing something harmless, like, I don't know, coloring, pretty gay. But someone like your older cousin or your older friend would come around and they just look down and they go, gay, and you go, okay, well, I guess Spider-Man doesn't need all his colors anymore. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Here's in the game. Jamar, you got a real theme.
Made of
Backing the color in the book jokes.
I am.
And in your African American correspondent on the reporting like
This tonight was a social studies. Thanks, Mark.
back here.
He looks like the weekend if it was a Monday.
You are kind of a nerdy black. Plus, how you ended up.
It's the glasses.
Were you your parents are still together?
No.
When did they separate?
So, you guys might have already guessed, but my dad left.
There you go.
My mother was on drugs.
Hey, I feel you, player.
Me too.
So, I guess you're fucking psychic.
Yeah, totally. Like, let me guess. You don't your father?
Oh, I actually do.
Not an actual psychic. What is he?
Running from right now.
Running for parole. For some reason, I thought he was going to say running for Congress or something. Running for governor. No, running from.
Well, luckily you didn't say this on a huge podcast.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know where he is.
Yo, for all the niggas that are watching this show, man, I got nothing to do with none of this. Man, I just shut up, and this is what happened. I love you.
Also running.
He looks like he works HR for the blood.
Someone just put a beer bottle over their head. Unbelievable. Doesn't get any better than this. They lost.
He looked like somebody wore his skins and gave it back to him dirty.
You're the only one on the panel that could have made that joke.
That's why I said it.
I love it. Incredible. So you can make all your money from home on a laptop. What do you do for fun when you're not doing stand-up comedy? What else? What's more about you?
Or a lot of trading and
What cars?
like supplies.
Yeah. How many cars?
Everybody knows what I'm doing, so I want to.
Okay. All right. Show us how you dance at the club, Steve.
That's not club music, though.
All right, here's a little club music. That's the band. There it is.
You give me two-step music on a two-step.
Okay, what kind of music? What? Do you have any two-step music?
Here, give me something that gets dirty.
Dirty.
Yeah, they get something that gets dirty too.
All right. Fun.
white dances.
Can you do a white dance? Hit that again.
Yeah.
One more time. Okay, let's get into dance. Alright. You guys dance? I hate these guys. Not drunk.
It's been a good time though, Tony. I appreciate that.
Congrats. Were you in a little joke book last time, or I gave you nothing?
A little joke with last
Okay,
time.
well there you go. Write something in it.
Alright.
There he goes, ladies and gentlemen. Feedback.
Yeah, I was having a
The bucket is real. Anything can happen in this show. Sometimes the bucket gives us people twice that have zero jokes. And sometimes the bucket gives us greatness. Your next comedian is the most recent golden ticket winner in the show's history. Fresh off of winning it 3 weeks ago, in a spot every week. I must warn you, he's a special, special creature. The guy is like if I had no confidence. It's almost like he doesn't be here at all. He has a very defined, self-deprecating style. Makes the voice from I Love Him. It's another new minute by the great Rick. Everybody.
Alright. Okay. I've been trying to get rid of my toxic masculinity. I really miss COVID. I miss COVID. During COVID, people were staying 6 feet away from me. Before, I would have hurt my if I tried. I tried. Yeah. I don't. Does anybody here have a sexual bucket list? I can help. I don't have a sexual bucket list. I have a sexual bucket. And it's full of tears from skin. Thank you very much. Itself and Rick.
Wow. Another amazing minute, Rick. A very defined style. Again, calling out on Tim. I love want to do this job. You literally are a ticket winner. You can be on the show anytime you want, but yes, right?
I don't even live here.
He doesn't live here. He literally wants to take on Tim's job from
That's what foreigners do. They take Americans' job.
a hawk there. The hawk.
Taking his job.
Oh, okay, America. Okay, thank you very much.
Build that wall.
So Rick, how's Ken Kong? What do you think about this guy?
I feel like he's on a calculator. I feel like you're I feel like
Put up 5 at the end.
I feel like your dick smells like a book.
My dick smells like a magazine. I'm really happy to see that I said that the other night. Yeah, it was okay.
They want to be here.
Rick and shots of throne over here. The
Spanish balls are huge.
they are, right?
You look like you take sex with a woman.
But they like it.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Rick has a whole major. Do you have any art of
Oh, hey, I mean, he's love for you. I won't say it. Nigga, you look like when Mr. Burns came out the woods and became an alien.
living on an
Really sorry I had to come on all of those chains. One. I'm afraid of you, but not because you're black. Because I'm afraid that my shoes might get stuck on all that Velcro. Man, why are you wearing woody for clothes from pants? I can fit in them.
greatest criminal and public defender I've ever in my entire life.
So are you still trying to protect him?
Oh my god. Oh my.
My over there. Right. From really.
I don't care about the regular spot. He dies, he dies.
You literally are in the United States of America next.
Yes, sir.
And you have one more Monday left in town.
One more Monday to take a man's job.
What any sense though? You won't be.
Okay.
Has a job working with you.
That's what I said when he came out here. I was like, thank you.
That's say later tonight.
Call 911.
Listen, Hansky is selling out theaters all over the country. I did an open mic at a pizzeria. I feel like, fuck it. That's why I'm doing it. I don't give a shit what it takes me. But I'll see what happens when it happens.
But Hans Kim was doing open mic in Korea's just
Yeah.
2 years ago.
Yeah, me too. 2 years ago, I was doing open mics into an empty crowd in a club in Bangkok.
Very specific.
So what do you want? If you became a regular, go back.
You're not fucking buy me.
What? You want me to fly you every week to Austin?
I'll fly myself if you can't afford it.
What are you?
I'm gonna fuck them.
Free health care after you're done with them. Yeah,
And the unemployment benefits.
Rick, seriously, explain to us what the battle plan is. If you beat Hans Kim for regular shit.
If Hansky beats me because he brings you A shit and he gets together and beats me, see what happens. If I beat him, I give him an honest rematch at New Year's Eve.
Oh my god. Listen to that. I fucking love this idea. Now there's a little storyline, there's a little punch to it. You know, he had a great set tonight, but absolutely Hans, sorry, bro. Next week, your final week against for the regular ship. Versus Hans to start next week's show. The regular. Big battle, New Year's Eve.
Yes, sir.
Over 8,000 people at the
Boy,
HG
he can come and space and he loses his golden ticket.
Wow. Wow, red down. Look at that. One out of 300. So, you're a real fan of the show, but that idea is your golden ticket up on the line. Remind you, if you lose, go on every show telling you that you won. But if you win, then you got again. On New Year's Eve, you're the new regular, and he's gone. So you become a new regular. This gives you a chance to go back to Brussels, put a ribbon on things, and building anticipation off the band, and here we go. Shut up, you idiot. Shut up, you fucking church.
If I lose, it's okay. I got the golden ticket. Nobody can take that away from me. If I lose it, I don't give a shit. But I want a chance to recapture that golden ticket that you received.
Okay. I get it. I love it. Sounds like two great fucking showdowns. Next week, great songs come to start the show.
If you fail golden ticket on New Year's Eve, you're allowed to be on Kill Tony.
No, you're right. There you go. Right there. There he is. Set into a fucking flop.
This is like the part in UFC.
It is. It is. It's the UFC, the SAT. Ready, Rick? You got it? Next week, minute versus minute.
I mean, Hans Kim had 5 punchlines tonight. My last joke tonight had 5 punchlines.
Wow. Look at that.
I don't give a fuck. I came here having nothing.
Where's Han? Han's up there?
I came here having nothing. If I leave with nothing, I'm good with that.
Where's Han? We got eyes on Han? I want to see this face off. I'm going for you.
Yeah, that's okay.
Go back there. Can we get this? Go on this way in. Give me the skill. Get on step. By the way, it's 70.7 degrees Fahrenheit in the room. If anybody's wondering, 49% humidity.
I stay up
Where we? Oh, shit. There you go. Breathe. Oh. Everybody. That's a goddamn testosterone over there. Oh, guys, fucking all entertainment aside, Hans absolutely hates the fact that I challenge him on his regular shift. It bothers him tremendously, but after we up the pressure, how diamonds are created, you know, you have this big row dropping more
for no reason.
There's nothing funnier if you than a mad skip. You're on an actor. This is
How would you like it if someone came to your job and was like, hey, I can do better at your job. I challenge you. A guy that I invited into my home, he played Catan with me and my girlfriend. I did a podcast with him, and these are what Europeans are like. Don't turn it. You're an American. It's fine.
love the nerd off you guys are having. It is incredible. I ain't looking into my house to play. Use my retainer when you get to sleep tonight. I get my 20% off lunch crafters on. I gotta borrow my calculator. You need to do that. Haters.
is really gonna drag on.
Hey, that is true. I hope Rick Diaz wins because he's less wasted.
Oh shit! When you come to a fork in the road, Tim, what do you think about this challenge? I don't know if you caught it, but here's what's on the line: Rick Diaz versus you next week. Basically, whoever wins, nothing happens. But it's going to be arena. New Year's Eve arena. Either you win and you take Rick's golden ticket from him. Technically, this is like in pro wrestling when someone has both the heavyweight championship and basically the intercontinental championship at the exact same time. You have a golden ticket, which would mean nothing to you other than the fact that you took it from some European that thought he could take your job. Let me remind you, you are voted on this show, and every single time, including what's low all-time in challenges. Why is it added? Why is it added? Explain to me why. I love that you two hate each other. How long have you been doing it? Oh my god. Hans, how long have you been doing it? And, oh shit. Look, some of you might not be able to see it. You need to know Hans a little bit better like I do. But that is his furious face. I mean, right now, like, you can go right back and watch say anything at all. It's weird because he's kind of most people if they're smiling a little bit, you're like, oh, that person's alright. Smiles a little right before he's about to. Hey. Wait, that Rick? Red band, look at the glass. Put the mic down. Put the mic down. Focus on the sound. Skins. You have a chance to take Rick's golden ticket from him. Why don't we just skip next week and announce it for New Year's Eve? And we'll take care of it. How about that? Does that sound good? Yes. Okay. Wow, Hans is extra excited about this. New Year's Eve. Golden ticket versus Rick. Whatsoever. We have an actual scale. 177.6 pounds. Here we go. Rick Diaz is gonna stand on the scale. This is incredible. It's not picking up anything. 146.4 away and for no reason. New Year's Eve. Rick versus Holy Ticket for basically citizenship. Tony giving immigrants of all different shapes and sizes a chance at making it big in show business. Tightening the mic stand. There you go. Everybody. New Year's Eve. I had no idea. That could go either way. Thing is, we've seen last minutes from him, and with 4 years, he has a lot of minutes of good material up his sleeve. But Hans, really good at writing topical jokes and beloved by this crowd that literally watched him go from absolute broke to a success. Like the fans of Year deeply invested in Hans. Yes, and plus, he's an American and Rick is a filthy fucking hero, you know what I mean? So, me. I would give Hans, I would say Hans the minus 100 favorite there. Okay, your next comedian straight out of the bucket. Let's see what happens here. You guys having fun still? Alright. 6 uninterrupted going to Jordan J. Here we go. Jordan J. Jordan J.
down here, man. I'm biracial. My daddy black, mama white. Sometimes she was black and blue. I'm good though. I don't judge my parents because I'm figuring out I want kids. You know, it's not right now. Right now, they doing stuff I can't get behind. Like if I have a daughter, she gotta stay a girl. I'm not transphobic. Selfish. You know it costs $100,000 from female to male. Yeah, so if anybody in that house getting it's gonna be well, like my other new fans, I'm still walking around with the same old. I get they had a hand me down. Y'all great, that's my song.
One of my favorite things about the show when I remember you shows in Vulcan, right? And even maybe the place before that.
No, it was just Vulcan.
Vulcan. Anyway, that was the first time on the show.
Yeah, it's my second time here.
Right, second time on the show is right
Second
now.
time on the show, yes, sir.
And first time not go that well whatsoever.
No, it did. It went great.
It
Yeah, I got a big notebook. Yeah,
this is better.
this was great. This was even better.
You
I
said
think.
both was great. Which like what's the other one go better?
I say this. Yeah, cool. The mother shit. Yeah, yeah.
I was right with everything that I was saying.
It was the episode Hans Kim got his tattoo.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
You look like Chuck grew up in Compton.
Shout out to Tom. Look like Lana Rose vaccine.
Oh.
Keep going, keep going.
Oh shit. Oh my goodness.
You look like Carrot Top in blackface.
Keep going.
On the floor.
You look like Griffin if you drove a Kia.
Absolutely incredible. It's true. Yeah. Jordan, remind us, how long have you been doing comedy?
2.5 years now.
Where are you from?
Dallas.
And how long have you been here?
2 weeks.
Here 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, man.
Okay. So what's changed?
Did a lot, bro. Like the pussy out here crazy.
It really, really. The level of women in Austin is crazy. I kind of forgot about it until I've been not earlier. Don't make me. But no, it's crazy. City on Friday, Indianapolis on thousands of people at once, a time in a day, and then another next day. And then you come to the Austin, literally these airport, and you're like, oh, it's a whole different thing here. The hottest people in Kansas City and Indianapolis are Mont. Awesome. Yeah. And this got hard again. Gordon J, tell us about your love life. Are you closing thoughts tonight?
Yeah, man. I think I'm crazy though, lazy, man.
Yeah.
Like, I like fixing shit. You know, and but like I figured out like I take showers before sex and then put my underwear on anyways.
Hold on. Let's get this order of events correctly here. You know you're about to have sex with the girl. She's at your place.
Yeah.
You're like, I'm gonna jump in a shower by yourself or with her.
No, man. Solo gotta watch this.
You gotta watch your nuts good.
Yes.
Okay. And then you put underwear on.
Yeah. It's
Regardless of even though if you jump right into it, you go underwear back on.
Yeah. I'm taking them off.
I get that.
You know what I'm talking about?
if you shit for it, you have to take them off twice.
Yeah, it's the pull down. Like when your dick hard as fuck, and that elastic band run across that dick. Yeah.
This picture was
No.
got a fucking huge cock on there. It's out.
Did you on property?
Hey, she was. Oh, shit.
Not for you.
Oh my goodness. Incredible. Wow. And you're kind of like, what would you consider you? You're somehow, you're white mom, black dad, and you came out kind of red.
Yeah.
It's weird because if you move the words around, let's stick it with our here African American correspondent.
If you stick her around, there needs to be two DGI calls. Oh no. Going back to Tony. Call him albino. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Last one, I think,
You know, does the carpet match the drape?
yeah. No, it's weird because it's like one of the things, like you look on.
Right. Yeah. We have a chart of what your tube is. Turn your head sideways. We have a chart. This is how it starts. The seasons go on, it gets dark, and then red again, and then dark, and red again. January through February, and then March gets a little roll May, and then for some reason we go dark again.
Winter is where everything dies.
And July to October here, and then over Christmas, New Year's at the end there. Band's gonna have to go in and fix every time you drop that mic. Look at him. Oh shit. Yeah, that's what happens. That's a Red Band's version of the N-word. When he gets mad at a black person, he hits that sound effect. It's interesting, Jordan, because you are, we don't get that many in black shows. Up other licensing. Yeah, who are some of your
Hey. Oh. Come on, I think that's about it, man.
Steph Curry? Colin Kaepernick?
Apple Colin.
Two.
Yeah. So you get into some white people, though.
Yeah, he is. All right. Well, fun times, Jordan. You already have a big joke book. You have a shelf a lot. Business. You know, Jordan, I'd love to have you on the secret show.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
You're also going to be there with some news. More. All right. Pull another name out of the bucket. We having fun out there tonight? Like the mission is rolling, everything is operational. Have another hand for my amazing guest, our neighbor, Tim Munger. We're having fun here.
This is so much fun!
Make it for your next comedian. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Chad Dixon. Chad Dixon. Chad. On. Period. Make some noise for Chad, everybody. These people wait all night for this. Make some noise for Chad Dixon.
Oh, yeah. Back pictures. What a treat for you all. Oh, my gosh. My name is Chad. I actually come from a long line of shitty names. Yeah. My grandfather's name was Gaylord. My father's name was also Gaylord. It took a while to crack the code. I heard recently that dogs can smell lung cancer on your breast. I'd hate to see the prostate exam. So, my God, this is our German Shepherd Milo. He's gonna be smelling your asshole today. Boy, like, do you have all your money? What you? I'm just kidding. You got cancer. I hate this part, man. My girlfriend just broke up with me like 3 years ago. Thank you. That's been tough. She had the perfect body for pass blocking in the NFL. You know what I'm saying? Just calling them out. Okay. Chad Dixon, everybody. Hell yeah. Mike, that's gracious. Listen to this chat. How long have you been doing comedy? I've been in Austin for 2 years and before COVID. I don't know. Everyone has their starting date. They're like October 20th. I don't really know. A ballpark? So I'd say 3. 3 years. Okay. All of it here in Austin. 2 in Austin. Where'd you come from? Syracuse, New York. Whoa. Yeah. Upstate New York. This explains a lot about the black punchline in your material. Yeah, the whole process. That audience. Who's this comedian out of upstate New York? Rich James has been called on the field. Don Dean nominated Rich James. Funny comedian. What do you do for work? What exactly do you do for a living? Like an inspector. I do inspecting, actually. An 8th grade science teacher. Whoa!
Not with that mustache.
Yeah. Do they know you come from kind of that's what it means.
You look like you sniffed the seeds at Chucky.
Is that really what I look like? Do I look like I sniffed this? Yeah.
Not now.
That's fair. Yeah, you do have some pedophile energy. Do you like teach one of the, let me guess, you coach one of the girls' sports at the school that you teach science at, am I correct? I teach the girls. No, I don't. I do what I do after work. What? I do open mic comedy after work. I don't. No extracurricular activities for you? Zero. You're not zero. Anything? A lot of teachers, 8th grade science teachers, for example, they will be the softball coach, something like that. Yeah, we've got 2 sports teams, so I think they're pretty well covered. They've got like rifle, and they've got. You watch them with binoculars from out of your window. Okay. For fun, how old are you? How old do you think I am? 72. 38. 33, so I'm 38. That seems like a real guess. 33, whatever. I mean, an actual guess. But I wanted to right about this comedy show. 5 years, plus or minus. We teach about plus or minus 5 in science. So that's kind of a thing. Error.
So when she's like, I'm only 15, you're like,
Big profile crowd here. Big. People like he nerds candy on his asshole. Back his pipe. Dress up. I don't know what else to wear. Always dress like a guy that has years old about empty bar. I mean, kind of like I would go to that bar if it was the worst people. I would go to that bar. Okay. All right. No problem. No problems here. I don't know where we're.
you've seen the show, right?
What do you do for fun other than open mics, stand-up comedy, and teaching grade? It seems like you have like a
it's like roller skating, like you get totally good at roller skating,
I
skating
love roller
backwards
skating.
while like seamlessly turning and stuff. Like I have a feeling you're really good at.
I thought I'm good at everything to do. Maybe maybe okay, let's spell comedy, but
Okay, you're good at everything that you do. But what is it that you do?
all right. Well, I mean, I've been getting into swimming lately. I mean, is that
15-year-old.
Yeah, decided you are way a
Sorry.
I appreciate that. That
swimming. What kind of swimming are you doing?
we're going to Barton Springs. We're freestyling.
Whoa.
We're going for about
okay.
2 minutes hard and then about 8 minutes of
When you say
survival.
Hard because there was a 15-year-old there.
This is fun.
yeah,
No, it is.
this is your 15 minutes of fame.
Whoa! What do we got for that one? It's more like pedophile, am I right?
Wait to take the ball and run with it like they're just like 15-year-old.
Lead me to it. Lead me to it. No. We had a clean rack before this, so hey.
It is incredible. It's incredible. What kind of car do you drive?
2018 4Runner, and that was after I've had multiple vehicles stolen from Austin, give it up to Austin police, not finding those vehicles.
Vehicles were stolen. On one of your people.
Fuck yeah.
He did by Bobby Herman in AA.
Oh boy. One of the vehicles I care really about my
vehicle. You want to know?
first vehicle I ever bought, Wrangler.
Long Beach Wrangler.
Yeah. The only Wrangler.
Then a vehicle my girlfriend heard our Tacoma stolen, so big Toyota crowd. So I hit pretty hard here right now. I don't know what a Voyager is. I had a Hyundai Accent for a while. Whoa! I was like,
Do you know why everybody thinks you're a pedophile? If you had to guess, why would you guess that is the running?
did I tuck my shirt in? Did I untuck it?
Yeah. It's a 28-year-old. You count 14-year-olds as 28. Dixon. And girl. Take the money stuff. See if that. Had fun times. You're a pedophile. We love you. But the set was terrible, but I like the way that you handled the interview so much, Chad. Look over here. Look over here. I like the way you handled the interview so much. I'm going to give you a real Texas leather choke by the great I can tell I know something, and I see something there. And what is that?
A pedophile!
There you go. We're going to let me remind you, people that you do I think 45 was the whole thing. I think we yeah. There you go, everybody.
Getting around.
Yeah. We're like, there you go. There you go, everybody. Comedy, everybody. Alright, what are we doing? Starting late, right? Alright, we have another golden ticket winner. We're gonna fly through it real quick. This guy, famously from Houston, Texas to Austin, Texas, got a job working at a Bucky. A brand new minute from Enrique Patone, everybody. Here he is.
And I have a problem with the look man recently. I've been wearing boots and buying shit at the Tractor Supply. I even got a new haircut, man, and honestly, I just ended up looking like Kim Jong-un's disc, bro. Everybody just my girl is 6'1", half black, half white, right? I'm 5'7" with heels on. I swear to God, it feels like I'm visiting my bloodline up in this bitch, dude. My kids won't know the pain of being 5'7", man. But if their dicks get bigger than mine, they're gonna know the pain of not having a father. My girl took me to the black club for the first time, and it was black, man. Black dude approached me. He was like, "Hey, man, that's all you," and I was like, "That's all me." And he was like, "Man, can you handle all that?" And I couldn't. Before we started playing, I didn't know what to do behind her. I was raising my hands up in the air. Later, somebody told me I looked like the incredible two man at the club. Thank you.
Enrique Patone. It's a horrible energy. Self-deprecating. Unbelievable. You did it again. Kim Condon, what do you think about this boy?
Oh, you're fucking amazing. You look like Carlos Mencia.
Damn. Look, you look like your mom's only fan is Hurricane Maria.
Oh, shit.
Hell yeah.
Right.
That's like
Kim Condon, like it was water slide.
No, I like Rosie O'Donnell.
Dude.
You are adorable, Enrique. You are something else. How's life been going for you? Tell us about it.
Pretty good. So now I finally got health insurance. Look at it. They know what the fuck I'm talking about, man. It's a
What are you doing with your health insurance? Glad
I'm gonna get a physical.
physical? Shit. I got bad news for you. You're not gonna be. You're sitting right now. That is not good for a physical.
It's dog, Tony. Having that insurance card, it almost makes me feel like a citizen, man.
Motherfucking heartburn. I gotta call the fire department.
Fuck you, Jamal.
Fasting awareness skinny crazy.
That is a
You're
thing.
like the hot topic security guard, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, shit. A bite of your burger. A bite of your burger. Hell yeah. And
It's the only way I can kill him. Can't deal with Joe. His voice sounds like he's talking to a walkie-talkie real loud.
It looks like breathing makes him run out of breath.
Got some health, bro. About me a fucking Peloton after this.
I love it. Incredible. Type of exercise. What is the most?
You're watching it.
This is incredible. Wiping sweat from his face. He's not old enough to be this sweaty at all.
I feel like a Baptist preacher right now, bro.
Come on.
What I can do?
How old are you, Enrique?
Well, I just turned 27.
27 years old. And is, I mean, obviously, very high. There's a lot going on. 27, you're adorable, you're super likable, but you're in terrible shape. Literally, and what working out, like, what's the most really coming up these stairs? What is it?
It's partly that. So recently I rescued goats, trying to get out from the slaughterhouse. So
You rescued goats from the slaughterhouse?
goats from the slaughterhouse.
Okay.
He likes the tartar.
You wrestle goats at a
The slaughterhouse. I rescued they're beautiful goats. So I think that's the most thing I do. I just like scoop their shit up, tend to them, feed them.
Where do you keep these goats?
I have so me and my girl got a big ass property, right? So I was tired of doing yard work, Tony. I was. So I decided to get some fucking goats.
And the goats in the grass.
They do everything. See these fucking assholes now?
Yeah. Wow. Been called the N-word by a black guy and an asshole by a Mexican tonight. Welcome! You don't see that on Fort Worth.
So I picked up one of the goats, right? And before the guy said, man, I gotta let you know this goat for night. And he was like, do you want him? And I was like, yeah, man, I don't want to sound homophobic,
Yeah.
So I gotta shoot him at home.
Yeah. Incredible. What is it? What's it like? Balls, vagina, what's going on?
Oh no, I haven't molested it yet, bro. You want it up? Do it again.
Oh yeah. It's a fruit goat. Hell yeah. Not bad. Alright. Stupid. You do it. Damn. 3K. Wow. So how's work at Bucky's? Everybody knows you work at Bucky's. Sometimes you're the mascot.
Actually, not anymore. You're looking at the new cigarette manager at Bucky's, bug.
But you get pumped up.
That's all I took. Cigarettes. Representative from. Gets my blood pressure going.
Absolutely. Big box. I love it. And that's a big raise, right?
Oh yeah, it's a great.
Amazing.
And some health insurance.
Oh, that's how you got it. Becoming a manager
Coming
at
full
Bucky's.
circle, bro.
Incredible. Health insurance every day.
yeah.
Cash it. Yeah.
I even told him we could have the same primary care facility. No.
What?
I think he's dying right
You
now.
are sweating. I've never seen a wet front before, but not a slur if you make it up yourself.
Yeah.
I'm also with like mom.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
You look like you stutter like this. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Goddamn.
Goddamn, you got me again. You guys need to make it fun of me. What are you doing at the slaughterhouse? And I think it's a Waffle House. Alright.
He was like, that joke.
Get beat up by Rocky, nigga, when he was training for Cobra Kai.
Rocky Road, baby. Damn. Alright. Enrique, you're adorable. Love you. Golden ticket winner from Houston. Now lives in Austin. Enrique should come. Red Man wanted to end the show. I pulled one more name out of the bucket. Is that okay? Bucket pull up tonight. Here, 60 seconds uninterrupted. It looks like a name to me. Let's all meet him together. John Stork, everybody. John Stork. Oh, hell yeah. One more time for John Stork, everybody. Come on, your final bucket full of tonight. Tony. It's
Was the most promising child scholastically. I remember thinking there was a letter in the alphabet called Elemento.
They're over
of you who don't know, busker is a fancy word for street performer. And street performer is a fancy word for someone who never graduated from high school. I'm just playing. I never went to high school. I was homeschooled. Went to public school from kindergarten to 5th grade. Then my parents pulled me out because I was weird and didn't fit in. So homeschooling really helped with that. I wish my dad did school that.
Um, very. Go on. How long you been on?
About 2 years solidly now. Preparing to be a stay-at-home husband. Yes.
Stay-at-home husband. What type of street performing were you doing?
I did an act with acrobatics, fire, and handstand. Wow, that kind of jazz.
Sounds amazing. What did you have that? Were you making good money?
I was doing okay. I was full-time. If he came in, named Benjamin, tried to do a fire show, and lit himself on fire. And a tourist lady, too, his response was to push her into the ocean. Couldn't swim. Nobody died, but the city of US said no more fire.
Right. That sounds like an actual fire fest.
Hear that now.
What I'm forbidden with that. Light a lady on fire, throw her in the ocean, she can't swim.
Do you have a video of that?
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone captured it. If it was captured, I think it was confiscated for legal purposes.
Right.
Incredible lawsuit.
And after that, you in disguise started dressing up the Babadook. Okay. Stay-at-home husband. This is really something that's happening. Where'd you meet this little lady at? What kind of who hire does she do for a living?
She sells insurance, so very different from what I was doing, but she's on vacation in the US.
It was like, I want the Lucky Charms guy.
Like I've always wanted to fuck the mascot of your name.
You're like a magician. I only pull heroin out. Man, nigga, what you want? Nigga, I got everything. I got 6 miles of
Home husband. That's in Key West. You live still?
No, San Antonio, now that's where she was living, so that's where we moved.
That's
That is fuck.
not a ton of work there.
No, I was trying to bust on the Pearl and they kicked me out.
There was a guy earlier that tried to bust on a kid. You know what I mean? Bust him up. And this is the motherfucking house. A lot of funny commentary that you guys don't always hear. A lot of oh my god. Alright. So, John, work. Is there any chance you could do like a trick or something if you're such a bust? I mean,
Okay.
Elon Bust. Very awesome. Can we get some bust music? Is you guys have any good bust? Oh. Hey, oh, here we go. Oh shit. Hey, let's fucking bust, baby. Whoa. Shit. Wow. Very impressive. Our neighbors has turned it the Baba Dark. We're going to begin with our senior American correspondent. Waiting for the hat.
Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, what's going on? I'm from Costco for the morning. This nigga look like you ripped his jeans trying to look for a vein. Going back to kill Tony. Back to you, Tony.
We are back. you ever done any drugs?
Well,
Son, I like your style, and I like it a lot. We're going to put a ribbon on this episode. You're going to leave here with a blaster and a big notebook. Line up against some money. There you go. We got one out there leading with a jet blaster, some picks. I can things get fucking cooler and cooler every week. It's actually unbelievable. Handcrafted by Boneside. They're available at killmerch.com. Our unbelievably successful merch store. A lot of cool shit on it, including the currently sold out restocking Cam Patterson plain white tee that has a tiny red Kill Tony tag at the bottom left corner and comes with a free rock. All right. You guys ready to put a ribbon on this show or what? How many of you have been fans of the show for a long time? Ladies and gentlemen, I present the man with the record for the most time on the interview all time on this show. Only the Memphis Strength, the Vanilla Gorilla, the Sarsaparilla Gorilla in Manila, the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery, everybody. We have some very exciting news. I started a church. Good news, gay people are allowed. The bad news, they got it tied 25%. Isn't it weird how every time I Google search Ron Paul, a SWAT team Hawkeyes me and FedExes me to Guantanamo Bay? Three buddies went to check into a La Quinta Inn in Nashville this past week and ended up managing those for hours after they discovered no one was working there. I actually had a confession. I was actually selling Xanax bars out of room 217 and they all blacked out. I am not listening to that. It has come out that comedian Son Knopf has been lying about being the victim of racism for years to remain relevant. From a white girl dumping him in high school to people sending him anthrax. Now I'm starting to question whether he was actually raped by Russell Brand. Okay, that's my time. 1 minute. For the veterans. So, Civil War, William. Absolutely incredible. You did it again. What's the joke at the end? Making fun of Well, Jamar and I started stand-up on Nosh. Do you remember that?
yeah, he's full of it.
Barely a comedy club. It's really living room. Money.
Also, the rapist is on that couch, and that wouldn't be it.
Did?
Probably. Hassan Minaj.
I paid $5 to get raped on that couch.
Yeah, I was there. I watched. I just thought it was that actor. I remember Hassan Minaj.
What do you remember about it? So I'm curious.
No, real shit. Like, hey, he was a hard worker. He didn't pull up with new jokes every time and shit like that. That's all I fucking remember. But he was a hard worker, so I'm fucked up about shit on him.
Well, you're gonna have to deal with that, and the sad part is that we can clearly hear the. And I have to.
Something Red Band I know today is like for Christmas. It's National Cheeseburger Day.
Oh wow! Look at that! Unbelievable.
Eat it!
Wow, Red Band, you an inside reference. Shout out to Not a Date Burger, one of our local favorites here in Austin, Texas. I actually, even though the owner keeps inviting friends to visit work in LA, have to go to the place instead of bringing this drives me absolutely crazy. Does a shout out to Philip, everybody. He's here tonight. Yeah, the kind of power I think my friend feel awkward about shit that is me on the show. Yeah, card I use rarely, but very effective. Not a burgers. It's literally the best burger in the world. Has to be one Michelin stars. Some of the 8 Michelin stars in Austin. I think it would have been one here, but what I found out, they don't do that. It's only in New York and LA. Isn't that right, Philip? Oh, okay. More than those two, but not here. How about a hand for my friend Philip? Literally one of the best chefs on planet Earth. Scratch restaurant, the best in the world, and literally the best. The burgers are so good that I think they're fucking good, and I sleep after burgers. Literally, I can't work burgers.
Funny, I actually brought up Marty. I moved to I was doing open mics at Marty's, and I remember one night, eyes fucking pain, and I didn't put ice in, and I held my breath in that place for 2.5 fucking minutes. Yeah, that's just what I remember about Marty's. I held my breath 2.5 minutes.
I also remember you from the movie, scary movie, The Little Hands. The name was The Little Hands.
My little hand.
Anything you want to say to Jamar after what he just said to you, William?
Yeah, I have to hold my tongue right now. I mean, I have to.
No, man, because I got another lined up, so it may be a good response to yours.
Jamar,
roast god William Montgomery is opening up right now, and famous for his roast kills. Shit, there's the corpse of John Benny Ramsey taking a break right now.
Oh, fucker.
Better be nice.
Put a bra on, bitch! Holy shit, I saw your titty! Oh my god. Hey!
Bring it.
Your bitch in check! Dude, what the? You have to put a bra on, dude. What the fuck?
And you should really put one also. Incredible. What's going on this week? Tell us about your actual life.
Oh man, what? Why are you already fucking laughing, you fucking idiot? I haven't even said it.
You Mike Lee in the front row here.
Thank you.
William, what about you? What about your life? Acknowledge the random person in the front row when I ask about you.
Tony, I'm super excited about the end of the week. Finally going to water park here in Antonio. What is that place called? And Schlitterbahn. Finally going to Schlitterbahn.
But you're a kid, like the summer and bringing Comic Lord Red Band bringing out the
I have to go back to the dermatologist. I think I fucking cancer now, right by my nose. Why are you laughing, you fucking idiot? I'm not even kidding. So I hope I look really cool with this scar on my face. I'm about to have a scar with it. So I've been dealing with that, Tony. I'm trying to have fun. I'm trying to have a really good time at Schlitterbahn at the end of the week, but all I can think about is
I think you have comedy cancer.
Whoa!
Wait, that's a good
thing, right? Taking a shot at one of the most beloved characters in the history of the show. Incredible. The moment we've all been waiting for. William, eyeballing her, looking her up and down right now.
You got your blood.
Oh!
People, Tom. I think your hands are all over your skin, dude.
William Montgomery beard is red because he combed it with the comb he killed a prostitute with.
Okay. My guests are done for the night. Your job here is done.
I've been hearing, though, on the road with Tony, one of your shows, though. Like, he's killing it.
Yeah, he's the most authorized comedians in the world. We wouldn't have it any other way.
You look like it retired.
Oh my goodness. Oh, look at the wheels turning over here.
George Washington's toilet.
Oh my God! Right, William. Tell us a little bit more before we get out of here. Let's put a ribbon on this. Tell us something that you're passionate about this week.
Well, I did bring our sweet little dog here tonight. I've been really passionate about her. I've been getting on Reddit a bunch recently. I haven't been on the Kill Tony one in about 2 months because of all the fucking faggots on that. But other than that, I have been looking at a bunch of the Watchmen sides of Reddit. Man, I saw the worst one last night of pit bulls literally eating this man alive over in England somewhere, and you see all the other old people just kind of standing around trying to kick the dog, but this guy's getting eaten by a dog, and I'm really excited about my dog being here tonight.
Someone was eating it.
Yeah, I mean, the dog was eating a human.
Yeah, 2 bulls were eating the old British man.
Oh my goodness.
Watched it over and over for about 30 minutes, and then I couldn't go to sleep, and I've been having nightmares, and it's just been a really rough week, Tony. I apologize for not saying a lot.
Shamar, stop taking your dogs so what? Okie dokie.
Sorry.
So much fun. William, any last words? Anything you're passionate about, perhaps? Anything you want to yell about?
Yeah, I mean, I've been still listening to a bunch of Crew, the rap artists I've been listening to the past month a lot, so I just kind of want to end this with a hooty hoo! Hooty hoo! I have a sweet little song. It's been 4 months. It's been 4 months.
William, just
A sweet little song. Yes, I gotta start singing now. No, look at this. I got a sweet little dog. Yesterday, I got a sweet little dog. Yesterday,
William, everybody, did it again. Yes, versus Tom Smith Arena. We figured that out here tonight. Golden Ticket versus Rainbow Ship. One of them will not be able to be on the show every time after New Year's Eve 2024. The drawing for Brian J. Ebel is in an amazing painting of our neighbors and Kim Congdon. Those prints are available at RyanJebel.com. The local artist Chris Rothschild has been painting over there all night. Yeah. But one more time for my guests, people that I've been doing since they started. From our neighbors. Anything you guys want to throw for our
Watch Ron Lizzie Jr. on YouTube. That's a comedy special. This is 2 and 1 on Hulu, and I'll be at Snake Fest the 28th through the 1st.
Started on Tony was the first regular in the show's history. This girl was writing a new minute every week before anybody was watching for 10 years ago. Kim Congdon, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Check out my podcast, Snitch with Sarah Mindcheck, my solo podcast, The Kim Congdon Takeover, at KimCongdon.com for show dates. Thank you, guys.
One more time for the best jam band in the land, the Kill Tony Band, the great Michael Gonzalez on the drum, on the electric guitar, Steve, the keys, and the great Venus on the bass guitar. We did it again, another very, very fun episode.
From ATX.com, love you guys.
Yeah. Shell Blaster, Red Rose, Yellow Rose, All Law Firm, Connect Global Health, Austin Security Guard Service, Sam Smokehouse, Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, Live Opinions. Thank you guys so much. We love you guys. Good night, everybody. Thank you. Exclusive merch available on your way out if you want. Thank you all. Love you. Good night, everybody. Make some noise one more time for the mothership and yourself. Fuck out of here.
Nando Castillo, Raúl Vallejo,
Carlos Sosa.
Michael Gonzalez,
He's an Austin. The one and only on the bench. Reaction. You don't even smile. You got fucking 15 people going crazy. One time for our little opening, our little crowd warm up.
I know
What fucking Queensland for we? What do we do at Redford, Nashville for a while? Poland on the beautiful. We are here in the of America, ladies and gentlemen. What a time to be alive. Number one podcast in the world is here at Bridgestone Arena. Thank you so much for being here. We're going to have so much goddamn fun. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. Podcast sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, have better. Blue Chew, the original brand offering chewable tablets, better snacks. Starting now, offering a product so strong it'll knock your stop, your neighbors stop. You don't have to on it to make it. Blue Chew arrived and it combines ingredients of Viagra and Cialis in one chewable combo access. Guys, ready? It's your first free. Great sex. Clicks away. Sign up at bluechew.com. Consult with one of their local medical providers. Your feed your prescription aids. Life easier by getting harder and discover your options. We've got a special deal for our listeners. Very personal. $5 shipping. Visit bluechew.com. Important information. We thank Blue Chew. Who's ready to start tonight's show? Wow! We have two totally different shows gotta tell you, I don't think I could have possibly have built this fucking thing any better and any cooler. You are in for a treat. Ladies and gentlemen, your first guest who's going to be with us all night. One of the best, one of the best comedians in the world, a sniper. You know him, you love him. Make some fucking noise. Pretty powerful. Mark Norman. It's so perfect. It is. Might as well stay up. Because I'm warning you right fucking now. This room is about to explode. Today, bring you this first time guest in the history of the show. A man who I've wanted on this show since the very better. You, perhaps one of the funniest musicians of all time. Nashville. I put this to you. Flat. Nashville Zone. Get the Nashville. Are in the fucking house. Time is about to be had. Nashville, Tennessee, rock, or over 200 human beings lined up in the dance to be collected out of this bucket. They get 6 seconds on stage. Time is up and hear the sound of it. Then around the girls, they bring up Agree with Hollywood. Brutally interrupts them. I conduct an interview. Have some fun. Did the whole thing for fun. Anything can happen. Ready to start tonight's pitch. Have one of our golden ticket winners ready to get us started with a brand new minute. My great, perhaps greatest golden ticket winner in the history of the show. Ladies and gentlemen, on an absolute hot streak to get us started tonight. This is unstoppable force known as Martin. This is a very simple look.
Okay. Holy shit.
But look like actual broken back.
Right now, I'm wearing that $3 hat.
Oh yeah. Oh shit. The first been killed by Pittsburgh. Who better to be our first sister?
Voice story in the microphone.
Martin, you're enjoying Nashville?
I just got hit.
You got thrown right into the fort, huh?
With this. So, Devin, there. I'll tell you what, you where that right down the street here at Kid Rocks, I'll have wood for you. So you go in there, drinks, try and make you cry much.
There he goes. North Martin Phillips, everybody. Got him. Rock. When he crashed, well, no. Hello, everyone. Sometimes the roast that has the villain. He never. There are a negative article that like an X. That's very different. They specialize in focus really roast having more Google also look at air review put up a flame. Whether it's a or an embarrassing article, they'll help you bury then bury a heckler. That review right now. There's no expense for national that is indeed everybody. The real your first night. We're gonna be here dinner for the national history. So first night by the name Patrick Allen. Here we are. I don't know if you guys can tell,
but I am a man. Thought I was anybody. I am a man. When I get called a man, go to the drive-thru order. Can I get anything else for him? And it's like, no, no. Pick it up. I mean, you're a lady. Here yesterday, and yeah. I've had the best of my entire life. You guys ever tried bread? You ever toasted? Alright. That's it. Alright. Alright. Patrick Allen. Car. This is it. You're in it. Big house in the big Alex, your mom looks exactly like you? It does. It's kind of get us exactly. Or what do you eat to be shaped like that exactly? But very specific. You have the arms of a normal sized man, the head and neck of a normal sized guy. Even the like there's normal size, and then all of a sudden it gets crazy. Braggers? This is what happens when you like 100 pounds twice and then gain it back twice. A lot of national for losing and repeating. Hey, I guess that's all time. Incredible. Good. This. Let's start with gameplays. Mom's cooking. It wasn't explicit. It's when your parents always tell you to finish the plate, clean stuff. That don't do that. Right. You're not supposed to eat the plate, too. I know. True. You look like rock. Incredible. Red band and kind of here in Nashville. Eight. Wow. Like you haven't been like yes, love it. Guys together? Yeah. Over your house. Yeah. Love it. You got it. Get it. Right? How long have you been doing it for? Years. Big shit that. Wow. For fun. I think a lot of I produce trying to be red band, wow. Really, your standards very high. Amazing. Sometimes, Lord, do you have any skills or talents? I can whistle like a crane. Oh, let's hear that. Terrible. All right, fine. Get pulled out of the think bigger. How do you think
the director telling me that we have a replaying when people don't catch. There it is, right off and here it comes, the moment in an arena. Oh my God. Only that hard to prize pick. Your favorite player picks lineup. Rebound, or it's your pick of more or less shots today. Prize picks first promotions the big pay. Prize select player for up to more value for lineup. Run points for more than 35 points. Your friends in real this run or crew run or game on a red.
I love as much as basketball. Almost. This took on price picks collecting more than 28. More than rebound.
Ooh, how about Jokic for more than 25 points. Jalen Brown more than 4 assists. Turning your playoff odds. Starting. Blake Brown. Lineup. +1 on a high trip to how only have $10 for first $5 lineup. So $10 for first $5 line. Price. Run your game. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by. Look, you've heard us. We're the only flavor is citrus ice by a step ahead above the other pouches. Ingredients for a cleaner, more refined experience. They're making natural coconut fiber instead of wood pulp for a smoother, better experience. Won't hurt your gut. Pouches help you hit this 12, 6, 3 milligrams. Great, refreshing, old fruit, unflavored option. Always satisfied and coming to the 0 milligram option. Dial in perfect experience. You're trying to coach your products flavors. Right, man.
Tony, you're seriously the best. I love the cancer. For you, no litter and no bad.
Great. Like we right now, our list 35% off for darks or NYCouch.com/Tony. Don't wait. 35% off NYCouch. That's nickcouches.com/ our goal for adults and every quarter is a terabyte. Warning, product is addictive. Ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket full goes to the name of AJ Jackson. Straight back to the bucket. The other day, I started watching sports for a stop. I realized why that's so timely. Because women are whores and men are retarded, huh? Right. So, I'm a 90s baby. I'm a big fan of the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. I think the Power Rangers are badass. Right, how'd you get over it?
dude, the patient will get out on the desk and go like, "You ready? You're ready." Orange doctors go, "It's important, Bob. Don't hang yourself. Ah! David Blazer, blah, 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 blah. Go, go, kill somebody." We're going to stop it right there. Realize the Bible Belt. Sorry, bud. All right. I need a sure thing. What? Oh, this is the first time in the history. How long is comedy? Listen, little less now, 25, 3, Forrest Gump, and Forrest. That's called autism. Are you call yourself autistic, or are you really? I don't know if you can cross people until Tony. They're autistic. I'm more ADHD. Have a horny disorder. Every time I'm like, oh my god. I'm autistic. I'm look at my dog. Look at the Power Ranger. Been diagnosed by a doctor. Not a doctor. Right. Right. Ex-girlfriend. Not too many of those either, Johnny. You're off. Rangers first. No, I'm kind of unemployed. Okay? Save your booze. Save your booze. Really can't help you. Trying to listen. Like, that's wrong. Like, okay, I'm gonna see why I'm gonna get here. Really like hot. I don't like night for days. Well, listen. So for you to really smell like that. Listen, what's the dog? He's morning. Great. Definitely not. Forget it. You kind of now he's like wonder if he'll butter on me. I wonder if the dog catching for catching. If I hit the dog and I'm gonna go back. Ozzy, look, Ozzy, Ozzy, Marshall, Ozzy, Ozzy, over here. Like that. You have ever taken an airplane before? For an airplane. Terrified. Ozzy, he's just got a post with a camera. Trained dog I've ever seen in my entire life. Costa Rica, but are better trained. Like, hey, the bounty. All right, take it. Ready? Boom. Wow, you got it.
out. Don't get fucking pissed off after that. Okay, let's have a quick check real quick. Save the food for when they really deserve it. Granted, they deserve it. Picture it between front, cleanse the room, like stage princess. Are you guys ready for bucket pull number 3?
Yeah.
Okay, but don't do until the up. Deal. Some people doing these pretty crazy, but all right, here we go. If you do the sign, the rest of the world makes fun of your for being idiotic. You don't want that. So insider trading information. Okay, if you want, no matter how much. Ladies and gentlemen, your third bucket pull by the name in app. Bucket out of here. Don't fall through. Check twice. Grandpa, you can't trick me like that. Ryan, the right. First, love it. In the pocket, there were 3 cards tried to do during up at the top of it. You threw it, you punch lines, you killed it. Did it. Our first good bucket pull of the night, Ryan. Incredible. And 7 years. In years. Love it. Hey, buddy.
Until you're 17, 40.
I'm 30.
Oh,
Oh. What do you work, Ryan? I am restaurant for full time. Part time. Oh.
Huh?
Off the market. Everyone is focused. Ooh. What's that? I mean, I have in my on your
awareness.
also free. So I had a thought about it. We were born and raised in Montana. It's like pretty much. And for my girlfriend, not I do have a few great fun. I like to ride my dirt bike. But I think I'm most fun with the little couple nights. Hell yeah. Um, Fun fact, almost every bike, dirt bike, right before him. The board?
I know you.
Wow. Here?
I should have worked.
Well, I love to see how good you did here tonight in the arena. The flesh right here. There you go, my friend. Ryan Adams, your first player of the night. Other than Martin Phillips. Oh, but sponsored by Voodoo Ranger Movie Rippers. The best figure on the market got a whole lot better. Mini Rangers highly foresight or tropic foresight. And for a quick impactful hit, a 9.5% ABV, and are great for moderation, storage, portability. Red.
Tony, I'm Ranger Mini Rippers. You try them if you want your beers cold down blast. Plus, their mini size makes the perfect pocket beer. 8 out of 10 for me.
But right, Red. From here on out, full throttle because Rangers are the go-to bed to start your night with. Unportable, hell of a punch. There's nothing worse than drinking humongous beer and a loaf of bread. Plus, it's warm after a while, it's cold. Find them at a nearby or at Ranger.com. I for you, Ranger.com. This sponsored by Talkspace. Therapy costs of the Talkspace portable network. Did you know that most insured members have $0 copay?
Right. Right, Tony. Talkspace, virtual therapy provider, makes accessible. And I think Talkspace is providing us mental health care.
Sign up online and get paired with a licensed provider that's the right fit for your needs. Within 3 hours, you can also switch providers at no extra cost. Talkspace makes getting help convenient. Comfort and privacy of your own home. It is a listener of this podcast. $80 off your first month. Promo zero. A license purpose today. Go to Talkspace.com. Enter you're getting $80 off your first month. Your support for the show. Talkspace.com/promo 80. And now it's time for one of the regulars of the show. Your first regular of the night. Absolute once in a generation talent that we watch right perform in minute every single week. Nashville. I present the Nashville Arena debut of Matters.
There's a girlfriend, we was on FaceTime, and she was playing with herself, and I was beating my meat. And then she was like, a toy? And I was like, yeah, no problem, you can use it. And then she was out with 11-inch screen. And I was flabbergasted, really, dog. Understand something? I said, the toy now. Dirty hole. It's over in time. Dumbass bitch, that's crazy. Like, I don't listen. I don't for having like toys and play with pleasure herself, but it has the same size as my dick. Nope. And like, I've been to her house a few times. I've never seen a green dildo there, dog. Where's she been hiding this bitch from me? I want to go there for my dick. Like, that bitch, that's the, you know what? I use the toy and I just pull out a fat white quiet, bitch. It's summertime. Let me get my Wait. 5 mil, the last one drink. You drink it. You dirty bitch. But if you just you fucked up my other drink.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was.
No, it's water. That's water.
Oh.
Other
Water. You are Jamaican.
Give me another water.
That was you, nigga. What the fuck?
I'm sorry.
Oh, good.
I thought you were my slave.
Oh. What did I say? So it's for listen. Dude, look. Not with your head. And they're like, I gotta cut my shit on some good right now.
Every time I see it, it's like a box of Newport with a person.
broad tennis. What the hell are you about to do? There's no winning. You're about to the water. Yeah, that is incredible. You're a crazy. That's a you are like a real magician.
Magic nigga, man, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Magic.
I always thought you were more of a David Copper house.
Okay.
But I made that
It flew over their heads, but I got a little bit.
along the map, but it'll hit you on your drive back to Atlanta or whatever. It's most likely because the end word. Oh, forget. Anyway, this is incredible. Your mad jokes. Mark Norman, what do you think about this guy?
That was fun. You're a prop guy.
Yeah, I know that.
I love science and think they're good, but that was really something. Well done.
Amazing. Backstage,
Oh, my face was up there.
right? Knowledge your first sense in the great Camp Patterson?
So confused right now.
Oh, yeah.
Way of way of putting it.
Like Nashville.
I like Nashville. Right. I don't like all the Browner show. That's
The what?
oh yeah. Yeah, it's right in line. Yeah.
One of these title chores in third running by.
Yeah.
Feel very few first things.
Yeah, it's nice, but white is that's a big hater. Hell yeah. Oh. Oh my god.
On a son of a down parade. He's like big. Hell, who's got the front row?
Hell yeah. Fuck the but hell, they got so
Greasy. It was the wrong show to come 30 minutes.
this is that's great. It's good. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I love you, white bitch. Hell yeah.
Oh yeah. I put a wig on, bro. You know, made of what it's made of.
Hell yeah. Oh my god.
And it's amazing that we're able to use a punchline to go up to the front row. This guy's got these guys in between his legs every night. Oh yeah. Every night from Nashville to Rat. This
God bless you.
love it. You know what I'm gonna do? Here's a big joke book. That's for her. Well, it's over. Here's another. The cat. Did it again, you fucking stud. Makes the side. Found right here. Guys ready for another bucket pool? Here we go. We're having here in the 30 out. Right now. Make it spirit and buddy.
I can't believe I'm gonna say this to an arena, but it's my wife's time of the right now. Not her period. That's what I call it when she covers 100% of our bills. Pretty emasculating. I'm the one who can't fuck for a week. I thought moving in together would solve the problem, but our pay periods haven't synced yet. Mine's late. Are you kidding me? Shut the fuck up. She's 4 years younger than me, but okay, never mind.
Wow. Let's look at the science behind it. people wondering how comedy works pro. And for the perhaps, where are the bucket pools at? Where are the comedians at? Over there? Fuck yeah. Take note. Do not leave for laughter if there is no laughter. It's I pay the bills.
I'm no comedian.
Yeah. Yeah.
I go out. You're gonna get to know your crowd. Stuff the fuck.
No doubt. Did everything matter. Or in the eye of the my friend. Giving on stand up.
Under 2%.
Much like your last career done now. Work.
Not good. I'm an Uber delivery driver right now. 34.
Or for the
Like, money or
30 for delivery. What happened?
I was a fan. I did okay. I kind of started over and so I've started living cheapy again fairly recently. I was alright for a minute. Not professional.
What you were doing? What were you?
Drum.
What type of band were you in?
Mostly like rock.
Did not do it anymore?
Didn't like it. Always wanted to do comedy and started doing comedy.
Do you think you're better at or comedy?
Right now, yeah.
This thing we should have a fucking Mexican job. Look at this where if it so happens to be that a comedian knows how to play the drum, well, then they get a 20 to 30-second drum solo, compete with a house drummer. They go solo drum off, the crowd decides who they like more. If Chris wins, the rules are that he becomes the new drummer every week. The crowd hits the side. Michael says, let's see what's going first. Six. Chris. Doesn't get much more embarrassing than that unless you count this that he had earlier. All right. Got a replay of him losing his stick. Let's see that real quick, Anthony. Let's see it. Absolutely embarrassing. Everything's okay, and then and it hits him in the head. So we can notice that the first time. Let's see it again. It's unbelievable. I mean, even no look at that. All right, here's the defendant's throne. Undefeated.
Welcome, Audie. How are you? Hello. How was your day? Excellent. Good to hear. I'm almost through all these Kill Tonys, but it is a live one or their Nashville show. If you'd like to watch, do you want to play a game? You want to hear more about me? All right. Well, I've got my bots going. I saw your picture. I didn't see it recently, but I saw your picture with the spam in the background. That's amazing. Very serendipitous. I well, this is just really boring, but I whenever a website does anything different, it it normally doesn't bother people, but it bothers me because of my bots. And so Blue Sky has put up like a new, just an just like a pop up message that just tells people that they're going to be allowing authenticated accounts soon, and it gets in the way of my spamming. No big deal. I mean, it's like a couple extra buttons I have to hit click, but um, okay, there's that. So I recently found out how to. Well, I shouldn't say recently, but I know how to make these bots on mobile devices as well, at least Android devices. And I have been doing that and just getting more and more people to find out about what I do. And so let's see the last person to say something about me, how long ago it was, and what they said. We're going to take a look. All right. Oh, tight. Somebody just said something 10 minutes ago. Got off my ass and trying to find out what that Rabbi Rothschild spam bot plague on here is all, and it is literally the entire live stream. Just some fuck lounging around in his room with zero viewers for hours. Yeah, that's pretty much correct. That's right on the money. The next one was 38 minutes ago. Who the fuck is Rabbi Rothschild? The next person was 1 hour ago. They said Rabbi Rothschild. You mean Joe Biden? Another hour ago at Rabbi Rothschild guy. Could you not today? Oh, because I spam these people, and it's just annoying to them, but it gives me more influence. And eventually somebody's going to see what I do, and they're going to see all my different accounts, and they'll be like, what is going on with this? And you just become like, it's the mere exposure effect. You just become like, as I've had people call it, omnipresent. You're just always there. And I had somebody 2 hours ago. This Rabbi Rothschild bitch needs to go get a fucking hobby. I've blocked over a dozen of this cum stains accounts. I mean, these guys are just pretty intense. Um, so I love it because it's just more awareness about what I do. And like even this person got off my ass trying to find out what Rabbi Rothschild spam at plague on here is all about. So it's like, like if you spam somebody once, it's no big deal. They'll be like, whatever. They won't pay attention to it. If you do it twice, 3 times, 4 times, then they start paying attention to it. And, it's like an annoyance to them. And then they start checking out what you do. And I know. Have you ever seen my blog, Audie? Okay, it's super long. It's just one blog post that I made like 2 summers ago or something like that, last summer. Um, you don't have to look at it, but it's very, very long, and it is just information from ChatGPT about the future of society, like future. Yeah, no, that's okay. I'm not asking you to. I wrote some of it, and I certainly wrote the um, prompts. But yeah, no, I understand. I mean, I don't know that much about 100 types of computers that are faster than a quantum computer. Frankly, no human on Earth knows. So I need to use artificial intelligence to enhance some of my knowledge on these um, subjects. So anyway, no, I understand. I'm not. Go ahead.
Talk more about
I want to talk more about computers. Okay, like the future of computers.
and
Excellent. All right. Well, before we get to supercomputers, can I tell you the story of the computer and how it came to be? Yeah, because you should really understand the foundations. Now, I'm not an expert in this, though I do have certifications. I'm sure that there are like computer historians who could probably do a better job with the technicalities, but um, this was a subject that fascinated me about 5 years ago or so. I know how computers work and I've been using them, but I didn't really understand like when do we consider the first computer to be? What is it? Like I remember hearing about different iterations of computers that would take up rooms, and then before then, but it gets to textile. So there's an invention which you may have seen, known as a loom, LOOM. And what the loom was, if you don't know, is a machine that was made popular around the beginning of the 19th century, so the 1800s, where people would make, pardon me,
For making fabric.
yeah, for making fabric, exactly. And that's what's fascinating about it. That machine is the thing that gets us to the computers that we have today, and a lot of people don't know that. So essentially, that machine made um, creating fabric and creating clothing much easier. And as the Industrial Revolution continued into the 19th century, the type of technology that was used for making fabric was used in first, like making the census. I forget which census it is, but we're going to look at it right now. Um, First computer used census. So the idea was that we could use these types of machines that we're making for textiles. Eventually, we could use those for tabulating the census and tabulating like presidential elections. So the the used election was like the first major event that used what we would consider a computer was in oh no, it was in like it was there. Let me get the right one. 19th century. Okay, here it is. So it was in 1850. Albert Henderson patented an electrochemical vote recorder for legislative roll call votes. U.S. Patent 7521. The system allowed legislators to vote by holding down the A or nay telegraph key on their desk to remotely print their name in either the A or nay column piece of on a piece of damp blotter paper that served as the official record of the vote. However, the first practical use of an electronic voting machine came much later, in 1869, not much later, but that's 19 years. Thomas Edison refined the idea by adding electromechanical counters to count the votes. The first use of the paper ballot to conduct an election appears to have been in Rome in 139 BCE. And the first use of paper ballots in the United States was in 1629 to select a pastor for the Salem Church. In the 19th century, many early developers of voting machines continued to interpret laws requiring the elections be by ballot as the requirement that elections be carried out by the use of little balls. So many early voting machines operated by depositing small balls in the appropriate containers as each voter cast a vote. Okay, so we get like the introduction of the computer in like the mid 19th century. And then it really begins to start to take, well, you should also know that there were people who were known as Luddites, Ludite. And these people were very smart. I think they were very smart. And they saw what we're moving towards, this complete technological singularity, long ago. And they actually started destroying the loom. The fabric machine, they would destroy them because it was putting them out of business. And they said, look, it's eventually going to put everybody out of business. So don't go down this pathway. And this was a movement in the 19th century, particularly in England. So the Luddites were members of the 19th century movement of English textile workers who opposed the use of certain types of automated machinery due to concerns relating to worker pay and output quality. They often destroyed the machines in organized raids. Members of the group referred to themselves as, it may be Luddite, I always mispronounce it, Luddite, self-described followers of Ned Ludd, a legendary weaver whose name is still used as a pseudonym in threatening letters to mill owners and government officials. So, like, these textile people were like very early on seeing what could potentially happen with the use of machines and putting people out of business. All right, so then we have the founding of IBM, which was major. So it began as International Business Machines, but it's under the trademark IBM. And essentially, within their history, it originated with several technological innovations developed and commercialized in the 19th century. So there's a computing scale that was patented in 1885, an electronic tabulating machine in 1889, and a time clock for workers in 1889 as well. On June 16, 1911, their four Gut People's companies were amalgamated in New York State and formed a fifth company, Computing Tabulating Recording Company, based in Endicott, New York. The five companies had 1,300 employees in offices and plants in Endicott and Binghamton, New York, Dayton, Ohio, Detroit, Michigan, Washington, D.C., and Toronto, Canada. Collectively, the companies manufactured a wide array of machinery for sale and lease, ranging from commercial scales and industrial time recorders, meat and cheese slicers, to tabulators and punch cards. Thomas Watson Sr., so he's the big guy of IBM, fired from the National Cash Register Company by John Henry Patterson, called on Flint and in 1914 was offered a position at CTR. Watson joined CTR as a general manager and then 11 months later was made president when antitrust cases relating to his time at National Cash Register were resolved. Having learned Patterson's pioneering business practices, Watson proceeded to put the stamp of NCR onto CTR's company. He implemented sales conventions, generous sales incentives, a focus on customer service, an insistence on well-groomed, dark-suited salesmen, and had an evangelical fervor for instilling company pride and loyalty in every worker. His favorite slogan, "Think," became a mantra for each company's employees. During Watson's first 4 years, revenues reached $9 million, and the company had operations that expanded to Europe, South America, Asia, and Australia. Watson never liked the clumsy, hyphenated name Computing Tabulating Recording Company and chose to replace it with the more expansive title International Business Machines, which had previously been used as the name of CTR's Canadian division. The name was changed on February 14th, 1924. By 1933, most of the subsidiaries had been merged into one company, IBM. So IBM is really, it becomes the behemoth within the computer world. And we're getting to supercomputers, but it's important to know the background to see how we get there and to know the story. Okay, so computers really start to advance in and around after World War II. Um, there are different arguments as to why this occurred. If you want to know my opinion, I really think that it has to do with reverse engineered alien technology. Now, you're not going to read that on Wikipedia, but if you just look at the amount of advancement that we made, sure,
Like thing with summer nice.
sure,
Like I missed the last two. Wow.
absolutely, and it's a big few sentences. So, um, if you won't read this on Wikipedia, but what I really think occurred after World War II, particularly after Roswell, which occurred in July of 1947, was a lot of reverse engineered alien technology. The reason why I say that is because if you look at the advancement of computing, say from 1910 to 1920, 1920 to 1930, 1930 to 1940, we don't see major advancements. But from 1940 to 1950 and 1950 to 1960 and 1960 and 1970, we see huge advancements, much, much, much larger than would have been predicted. And it's not like I made up this theory. This is written about extensively. One of the people who writes about it is Colonel Philip Corso in his book The Day After Roswell. He was in charge of a program to reverse engineer alien technology. And this is how we get technology such as the computer transistor, how we got night vision, how we got different types of radar, different types of stealth technology, things like the laser. Like we didn't have the laser before then. All of this is alleged crashed UFO in a major city was where an air base was, Roswell, New Mexico. And there was a farmer, his name is Mac Brazel, called, he got his family together and they started looking at the debris. And the debris was really interesting. It was all metal. And they called the local sheriff. The local sheriff came out, and you couldn't bend some parts of the metal. Other parts you could bend, and it would bend right back. They couldn't melt it. They couldn't burn it. It was just unlike anything they'd ever seen. And also, allegedly, there were like three bodies that were there as well. Now, again, this isn't my story. This is a very published story. And it was so published that the Roswell newspaper published an article that said that crashed UFOs or crashed um, saucers were found in the field. Well, the sheriff called the United States government. The United States government sent out the newly um, created Air Force to take this material back to this Roswell Air Force Base. Now, this isn't the first time we've heard about aliens. In fact, if you've ever heard of the band the Foo Fighters, the name Foo Fighter is the name of how troops or American troops would refer to unidentified flying craft in the air that they didn't know if they were Japanese or German, and it turned out it was neither of them. And really, this story goes back as long as humans have existed. We see this, we see images of aliens on hieroglyphs. We see it on in Renaissance paintings. We see it in German wood cuttings from like the 16th century. There was an article about a crashed uh, UFO um, that hit a windmill and in Texas in the late 19th century, and they buried the bodies that had crashed with it. So this isn't the first time we've ever heard this, but this is the time where it's most publicized. And allegedly, much of this technology was given to these major companies like IBM, like Bell Laboratories, like General Electric. And what they would do is say to the engineers there that we found this from either the Germans or the Japanese or something, and we need you to reverse engineer it. And what that means is to basically take it and figure out how it works. And then what we're going to do is we're going to patent it as a company, and then we'll be able to make money off of it. So this was very common. And some of the items that were allegedly reverse engineered were things like night vision, were things like infrared technology, were things like um, Scotch Guard and Teflon and some stealth technology. Pardon me? I can't hear you. Say that again?
Um, like they're naming a list. I don't know.
Oh, you don't know what those are? Okay. So, do you know what night vision technology is? It's like that green um colored.
Yeah.
Okay, so you know what night vision technology is. Infrared technology is similar. It's okay, so you know that one. Scotch guard.
Yeah, what was that?
Okay, sure, great question. That's the stuff that's used on carpeting and fabrics and like furniture that doesn't allow water to permeate or stains to permeate. Definitely. So this was not something that had been invented before this. Uh, and then I said Teflon. So Teflon is that coating that is put on um, pots and pans. You know what, so that essentially it doesn't burn your. Well, what is the purpose of it? So that you have um, what would you call it? Non-stick functions of a pan. That wasn't invented before this happened. Other things, the big one is the computer transistor, the microchip. So basically, there's this huge move towards making things smaller, and the microchip becomes one of these. The transistor becomes one of them. So previously, and if you really want to know my thoughts, as honestly as I can be, if we did not have the reverse engineering um of this type of technology that gave us all these electronics, we would be living currently in a world of like steampunk. Do you know what steampunk is?
Yeah.
Okay, so I really think that basically you wouldn't have electricity. A lot of things would be like mechanical and based on antiquated technology. But because we had this reverse engineering of alien technology, we were able to take major leaps forward, and in particular in computing. Now, that isn't my own. That isn't just my theory. That is probably the majority of people within the ufology world who know anything about ufology. That's very consistent with that story. But that's not what you're going to read about in the history of the international business machines, IBM. Now, a few other things happened, very very important. They happened right around that 1947 date. So, if you know, World War II was from 1940 to 1945. 1945, we have the founding of the United Nations in San Francisco, but it really takes place or begins to, in a major way, we have it developed around 1947, 1948. We have the founding of the CIA, which happens at this time. We have the founding of Israel, which happens May 14th, 1948. We have the founding of the NSA that happens at the beginning of the 1950s. All of these um, major world events occur, and many of them may have been connected to this event. Now, um, getting back to the computers, that's just so you recognize that there may be some other influence on computing that we didn't necessarily do alone as humans, but nevertheless, then you have something, the development of computing into the 1950s. So that's where you have Bell Laboratories and IBM and General Electric and these major corporations who are starting to create large computers for different reasons, usually having to do with the Cold War, a lot of times having to do with um, the um, espionage. And if you know about the first computers, they were very, very large. They were giant. They were the size of entire rooms, sometimes buildings, just for one computer. And they really had absolutely no computing power in comparison to today. So you may have something like a computer that takes up an entire room. Let me just look at the actual computing power. First computers that took up an entire room, how much processing power do they have? Um, so so it's just like absolutely nothing, like 500 flops. That's floating point operations per second. And like today, we're at 1,000 trillion flops per second. It's just advanced incredibly quickly. Um, the first one was the ENIAC, built in the 1940s, and it was capable of about 500 flops. It was a massive machine weighing 30 tons and occupying a 1,500 square foot room. ENIAC used the common octal based radio tubes of the day, and its design included 1,800 vacuum tubes and 1,500 relays. So that's another thing. We were using tubes back then and weren't using the microchip. That would only come about later. So then we get, so in terms of like speed, like well, depending on your device, but just like your phone has like maybe 8 gigabytes of RAM. So a gigabyte is 1,000 megabytes, and a megabyte is 1,000 kilobytes, and a kilobyte is 1,000 bytes. So it's like millions of bytes, basically. And back then, these things were running at like 10 bytes, 20 bytes, not even a kilobyte yet. That wouldn't come about until like the 70s. So then we have the space program. And without going down that rabbit hole, because I can talk about it at length, I really have the things that I feel I am, and I don't feel I'm an expert on anything, but I know the Apollo missions better than just about anyone you will meet. And just to give you an idea, the Apollo program, I looked this up not too long ago with a friend who was asking me questions about it. The Apollo program in its entirety had less than 1 kilobyte of memory for its entirety. It was like barely anything, which makes us wonder why were they allegedly successful on that, and were they successful on it, or was that a hoax? And we can go down that road another day. But basically, to give you an idea of how quickly we've advanced with technology. Okay, very well. It's a joke that if you don't look into it, then you'll never know. But if you look into it, it's an absolute. Um, and so basically, just from in terms of computing, all of what you're seeing in those Apollo films and such, I mean, a lot of it is just slowed down footage. But all of the computing power that we had is less than 1/20th of a video that we have today. So essentially, like a video is like, let's just say like a 1 megabyte video. Um, just that's like a GIF. That's like a small little thing. All of the computing power that we had during the Apollo program was was like 1/20th of that, 1/20th of a second. It's just absolutely nothing. But nevertheless, we then start moving into the 1970s and the personal computer. And so we have Microsoft, which was founded actually in Albuquerque, New Mexico, by Bill Gates and Paul Allen. They basically stole a an idea from another company that would create what was known as MS DOS. Um, but it, um, but essentially they stole this technology, and they were trying to recruit people in Albuquerque, New Mexico, to work for them, but nobody wanted to go to Albuquerque, so they relocated to Washington, Seattle, and they start Microsoft. A little later, we have Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak, who began Apple Computer. This is really, there are other computer companies that are around, but these are the big two, as you know, that really are still around today. And the story of Apple Computer is lengthy, but essentially you have Steve Wozniak, who's the brains behind it, and the engineer behind it, and Steve Jobs, who was the marketer, and he was like the salesperson. And um, basically, due to some legalities, um, especially around that time, a company wasn't always allowed to have the hardware and the software. They could create the hardware, but they weren't allowed to create software for it, or vice versa. So you would have software companies that would emerge, and then you would have hardware companies. Um, but into the 1980s, we get the personal computer with the Apple One and the Apple II, and basically the ability to start home computing. Then we get into um, the early 1990s. That's, you're probably more familiar with this. But actually, before then, we have the internet that starts. It was originally like a naval. Uh, it was started by the United States Navy to be able to communicate from different buildings quickly, and then from there, it made its way into um, into the into academia, specifically at Stanford, some other places as well, but Stanford Research Institute (SRI) became a big place for that. And then we get into um, the bringing of the internet into the home. Additionally, we have MS-DOS, which really revolutionizes um, the ability of a common person to be able to use a computer. And I mean, I was born in 1985, so I remember a time when there weren't any computers. No one had a computer. There was no internet. And so I'm almost like a historian in that I remember these days, and then eventually what it was like when the computer came about, and you would hear about, somebody's parents used one at work or saw one at work, and then eventually their parents might have brought one home, or your parents might have brought one home, and then eventually, like, it wasn't necessarily connected to the internet back then. It would just be an offline system. Now, of course, these systems are being used for other things too, nuclear weapons and different defense purposes. I mean, you don't have time to go into all of that, or that's just it really want to move towards the supercomputers. Okay, so then a lot of this is going to be what you know already. You have the founding of the internet that begins arguably like the first email is sent, I believe, in like uh, 1991. I think is when they say, but some people may say that there were messages sent in 1988. But around that time, you start to have the internet being used as a communications portal. The internet did not really make it into the mainstream, though, until Windows 95 came out. When Windows 95 came out, it was like a revolution. There was Windows 3.1 before then, but it wasn't used as much in people's homes. And I can remember when Windows 95 came out, it was revolutionary. And the reason why was like I don't know, an 8-year old, because it really didn't come out in '95. It came out in like '94, and I was born at the end of '85. So I was maybe 8 or 9. I remember being able to use this, and I didn't. It wasn't um, like Microsoft DOS, that MS DOS, that was essentially you had to type into things. It had a mouse. I remember hearing about a mouse, that we were getting a mouse, and I didn't. I thought it was like a pet that we were getting, but not understanding that no, a mouse was not a pet. It was something connected to the computer. And I'll never forget, like, the while we had we had a computer. It was not connected to the internet for a couple of years because my parents were hesitant. They didn't know. They didn't want. They didn't want me perhaps exposed to all of the things that happen on the internet, and they didn't know either how to use it, and it was an extra cost and some other things. Um, but I do remember being connected, or being able to install games, and more than games, the encyclopedia. And I remember seeing my first video on the computer. I'll never forget what it was. I don't know if it was the absolute first one, but I remember it was Apollo 11, allegedly. And I remember just watching it over and over and over again. It was just like a short clip, but it was part of this, what was then called, I believe, Broiler Encyclopedia. And then there would be other encyclopedias that would come out, and Carta was one, and some others. Okay, so then, within all of this, we have telecommunications that, and we'll get into this why this is all important. But on the flip side of this, which um, hadn't yet merged.
Wait,
Go ahead.
I just paused
Sure.
my brain.
Absolutely. So throughout all of this, we also have, like, running parallel, though sometimes interchanging, is telecommunications. People don't know. I think this is so funny that the first phone call, well, Graham Bell invented the telephone. But there's an argument that there's a man, an inventor, Marconi, who helped to invent radio. May have done this first. And the thing is, Alexander Graham Bell beat him to the patent office. And that's why he gets credited with that. And if you don't know, AT&T was Alexander Graham Bell's company. And General Electric was Thomas Edison's company. So, like, all of these companies that are still around today are connected to their original founders in different ways. The first telephone call was between Alexander Graham Bell and his assistant, and the first word uttered was ahoy. The first words were like ahoy hoy. What were the first words uttered in the first telephone call of Alexander Graham Bell? And the reason why is this is how you would, um, oh, pardon me, I made a mistake. They were, Mr. Watson, come here, I want to see you. And then his assistant came in. Um, but um, the way that Alexander Graham Bell would answer the phone was different than the way that we do. What was the way that Alexander Graham Bell answered a phone? It was like ahoy hoy, not hello. Yes, ahoy hoy. Alexander Graham Bell preferred to answer the phone with ahoy or ahoy hoy rather than hello. He suggested using ahoy as a suitable greeting for telephone calls, inspired by its use as a nautical greeting. Despite Bell's performance or preference, Thomas Edison advocated for hello as he believed it was easily heard and distinguished from other words. Eventually, hello became the standard greeting as telephone exchanges were set up across the United States. But I find this fascinating that, like, when they first started using this technology, they didn't know what to say, and they had to come up with a nomenclature. So, um, all right. So then we get into um, telecommunications moving in a parallel but sometimes connected way with computing. The reason this is going to become merged within your lifetime, as you know, and then we start moving in the 1990s. We have Windows 95, Windows 98, Windows 2000, Windows Vista, Windows ME, Windows Vista, Windows 7, Windows 8, Windows 10, and now we're at Windows 11. So those are all iterations of basically, frankly, the same type of computer system that Windows 95 was. They have this, aside from Windows 8, they all have the start button. They all have the clock in the corner. They all basically run the same way. They're just one's fast. They're just faster iterations of each of them, but they haven't changed that much. All right. Then we have the. I mean, there were different arguable smartphones. What happened? The big phone that changed things, which I'm sure you probably remember. Do you remember the Motorola Razr?
Yeah.
Excellent. So that was kind of when phones started to become um, sexy and well, weren't just being used um, for practical uses. Um, I should say before then we had the BlackBerry, which was really big, and the Palm Pilot, which was really big. Um, but basically, computing got smaller and smaller. And then, of course, we have the thing that, well, even before then we get the iPod. But the thing that changed everything was the iPhone, when it really is the dawn of what a smartphone is. And that occurred in 2007 with the launch of iPhone. And then from there, we moved towards all the different iterations that were on iPhone 16 or whatever now. Okay, and like all of that. But the reason why I want to have all that background is because we're going to get into Neuralink. So then we have in 2024 or 2023 maybe. Let me see. The man's name is Nolan Aspro. Um, he was the first person to have Neuralink installed successfully, and uh, yeah, it was 2024. So, um, so what is that? That's a brain implant, and that's kind of the next movement. So we went from like computers that took up entire rooms. Well, first we went from the loom to computers that took up entire rooms to the personal computer that you could have at home to the smartphone that you could have in your pocket, and then we moved into computers that are going inside of you. And so the man's name's Nolan Aspro, if you know who I'm talking about. If you don't, that's fine. He's a quadriplegic man. He was the first successful Neuralink implant. And if you know Neuralink's story, Elon Musk acquired it. Most of the companies that Elon Musk says he started, he didn't really start. There were other people, and he just has enough money, and he's able to buy these. Neuralink was one of them. And what he ended up doing was um, developing using monkeys. Well, I think specifically primates, um, or generally primates, but specifically monkeys, and putting implants in them. Now um, there was a lot of contention on this program because some of these monkeys were in pain, and but they will be seen in, perhaps as having made major sacrifices for the good of humanity. So we have Nolan Aspro. This man was a quadriplegic. That means he can't use his arms and legs. The way that he um, became a quadriplegic is he used to be able to walk and run and move his arms and stuff, and he went and he was just in like a pond, and he dove in, and landed incorrectly on his neck, and it snapped his brainstem or his spinal cord, and it left him unable to use his arms and legs. So he wasn't living a very, what he felt, and he admits, was a very fulfilling life. And when they were looking for test cases for Neuralink, he volunteered, and they they went to his house and they made sure that he was a good candidate for this. And he's basically in a mechanized chair or a motorized chair, and he was then chosen, and the surgery was done to make him the first Neuralink implant. Now, what does that mean? Well, it means that he can basically use an implant within his brain wirelessly without using his hands or his legs, and he can move a cursor on a computer just using his brain. And he can do some other things too. He can play video games, and he can. It's not just he can play video games. He can play video games better than anyone on Earth. As he has said, he basically has an auto aimer within his brain, within his mind. And so, if you know what an auto aimer is, it's basically a computer system that allows someone to always shoot in the right direction in shooter games, first person shooter games, or other types of games. And so, we have this case now. They have Neuralink has done uh, in, in, implants on other people too. The second one,
Figured out, like,
that's okay.
makes sense. Like, when you think about, like, or just, fuck, like, robots in general, like, you know how it, like, it's, well, the
I am, and you used a very important word, cybernetics, and that's what this is. A lot of times people don't know what that means. When people ask me what does cybernetics mean, without going to the dictionary and giving them a dictionary definition, I just say that it is the merging of biology and technology, and that's really what it is. We've had cybernetic technology around longer than just Neuralink. There are arguments to be made that pacemakers are cybernetic technology. In fact, if you know who former Vice President of the United States Dick Cheney is, he has made it known that he wants to be known as the first cyborg because he's had so many different pacemakers put in to keep him alive. And um, there's an argument to be made that anyone with a pacemaker is could make an you could make an argument that that's a person who's a cyborg of some degree. But we have Nolan Aspro. He's the first person to have Neuralink. And then there have been other people. I don't know all of their names. Nolan is the big one in my mind because I've seen multiple interviews of him, and he was the first. All right. So what that is essentially what's called a BCI, a brain-computer interface. And as we move into the 21st century, those will become more common. First, in people who need them, like quadriplegics and people with perhaps mental issues, and then eventually it's going to become perhaps something that's put into infants, newborns, um, and there's there are all kinds of morality discussions about that, which we don't have to go into. But as we're moving, we have advancements in technology. Now, there's something called Moore's Law, which you should know. And the idea of Moore's Law, it's a formula that basically says that the number of transistors in an integrated circuit doubles about every 2 years. Moore's law is an observation and projection of a historical trend. Rather than a law of physics, it is an empirical relationship. It is an experience curve law, a type of law quantifying efficiency gains from experience and production. So what does that mean? It's not like the laws of gravity or the laws of physics, but it is just basically an observation that every 2 years or so, technology doubles. approximately ish. And if you're like, well, why hasn't the iPhone doubled? It There's something called um, planned obsolescence, that basically these corporations are slowing things down purposefully. But if left ungoverned, technology every 2 years will essentially double. All right. So what does that mean for us as we move into the 21st century? Well, we have a big date that occurs November 30th, 2022. That is the launch of ChatGPT, which is the first LLM, large language model, available to the public that makes an impact on society. And I can tell you this, Audie, because I was on camera this whole time. I remember I remember it was actually available, I think, in a closed capacity in early November, and I used it in early November, and I was like, this isn't that good. This isn't anything great. It wasn't anything life changing or anything. I remember using it and just being like, but it was still having its kinks worked out. And then when it then it was really around the end of 2022, 2023, I began using it like multiple times a day, like I do. And I remember telling people about it. I hosted a Twitter Spaces back then with this woman from San Diego. She and I would host this overnight show for this cryptocurrency. Long story short, I would tell people, "Do you know about ChatGPT?" And they'd be like, "No, I've never heard of it." And I would be like, "You have to look at." I mean, I was like its biggest salesperson, and I would just be like, "Any question that you have, you can go to this thing." And people would make fun of me for using it. They'd be like, "You think that this thing's going to take over society, or not take over society, but revolutionize society?" And I'm like, "You're absolutely right. It is." I mean, we would use it to create poetry. I would be like, give me 5 topics of just random topics. People would be like, all right, cotton candy, lobsters, dog leashes, uh, cars, and clouds. And it would make the most beautiful poem that we had ever heard. And they'd be like, wow, that's pretty powerful. And we were just using it to look up facts and things like that. And people would come to me because they didn't at that time have a ChatGPT account. Um, all you had to do was register, wasn't it? But it didn't have an open way to use it without an account. They would come to me and ask me questions, and I'd be like, "All right, let's look up the answers." All right, so we have ChatGPT, which is really the first usable AI for the general public, November of 2022. And since then, we've had the different iterations of ChatGPT. So it started with ChatGPT 1. Well, there's really like 0, 1, 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3, 3.5. We're on 4 now, and we'll be moving towards 4.5 and 5 soon. All right, so what does that do? It's just getting better and better because that's LLM, that's large language models. But what we're starting to have it develop is um, image creation with something like one of the models that does this is Midjourney, but there's also Dolly that does it. There are quite a few different ones that do it, and then they're now starting to do video. And if you've seen the developments, like 2023 of how it does video, it's becoming very accurate. And this is what has become known as a lot of people talk about the dead internet theory, where most of the content that people are actually seeing on the internet isn't organic. A lot of it is either AI or bot created and whatever it may be. All right. So that's kind of where we're up to today. Now, where we're moving into the future, and we'll name all the different types of computers and all those things. Um, well, we should talk about quantum computing. So, generally, computers are use a binary system, which are ones and zeros. But with quantum computing, they use what's called qubits, and different from binary. Now, I'm certainly not an expert. Really, I know a lot, but I know a little bit about a lot of things. And there are some things I know a lot more about than others. But essentially, the differences between quantum and binary computing. Quantum computing differs significantly from binary computing in several key aspects. In conventional computing, information is processed using bits, which can either be 0 or 1. Quantum computing, on the other hand, uses qubits, which can represent both 0 and 1 simultaneously due to the principle of superposition. This allows quantum computers to perform computations on multiple states at once, enabling massive parallel processing. Parallel processing is very important. It basically allows simultaneous functions to be completed as opposed to having to wait for each individual function that we have with binary. While binary systems must return one result because bits are replaceable due to their binary nature, quantum computers can process multiple states and perform complex computations in parallel, thanks to the superposition of qubits. The capability makes quantum computers particularly efficient for certain types of problems that involve large numbers of variables and complex relationships. So, one thing about the quantum computer, and there are different countries that say that they have created quantum computers. They're very expensive. There are also companies that have said they've done it. So, Amazon, Google, the United States government are just some who have openly said that they have working Microsoft working quantum computers. But what is it's like a race to be able to have the fastest computer for lots of reasons, but one of them has to do with cryptocurrency. And the reason why is because, and I don't want to get into all kinds of cryptocurrency, but basically, cryptocurrencies have passwords that are generally seen as unbreakable passwords using binary computers because it just takes too long to make all these guesses at different passwords. However, with a quantum computer, it can be done nearly instantaneously. So basically, if you were able to get your hands on a quantum computer, you'd be able to hack all the cryptocurrency that's in the world. So there's a huge push to be able to have faster computers than everybody else. In fact, I was just seeing this yesterday. Do you know what a CAPTCHA is? It's like that thing that you have to do sometimes on Google or other things to prove that you're not a robot.
Yeah.
Okay. So I deal with CAPTCHAs all the time. And I mean, I might do 100 or so a day because of the bots that I use. And just a little backstory on CAPTCHAs. At least when ChatGPT was launched, ChatGPT got very smart very quickly. And what it would do, I don't know if you heard about this story, but basically somebody programmed it to like do account creation. And what it would do is it would, like, let's just say create a Gmail account. Well, it would get to that point where it gets stuck with the CAPTCHA. This is a couple of years ago when it wasn't as advanced as it is now. And so what it did is that it actually hired a contractor on TaskRabbit and fooled the contractor by telling them that they were blind, that the computer was blind. Basically said that it was a person. Yeah, exactly. It's freaky. And so the person did the capture for them, and they were able to make all these accounts. And it's very smart. Now it's getting to the point that it can do captures better than humans can do. In fact, I just saw this yesterday. OpenAI, the company that owns ChatGPT, had to shut down their API, which is basically their internal software, because somebody had used their API to complete like 500,000 captchas and basically be able to hack into all of these different um, services. And this just happened yesterday. And the reason why I'm doing all these captchas is because you need to do them to prove that you're a human. And the reason why I know, I really mean this, I really do. There are people, I've even hired them in other countries to be contractors to do captchas. Basically, they get paid like 1 cent to just do captchas all day long. It's a terribly boring job, but to be able to get around some different types of, are you a human?
1 cent, like an hour.
No, 1 cent per one they do. No, one they get paid 1 cent per captcha they do. Yeah. So, just a quick detour. Um, I've worked in technology, and one of the I launched an app very successfully on the App Store and Google Play, and we had a side project for the angel investor. Welcome. How are you? We had a side project for the angel investor. He was very much into the he was very much into um, the automotive industry. And so, what this man could do, he was very talented at being able to identify what a car was just by sight, just by seeing a part of a car, almost better than like computers. I mean, better than computers. And so, what he would do, and the way that he made a lot of money, is at auto auctions. So he would be able to identify cars faster than most people, and like the wear and tear on them, and he would be able to know good prices to bid on cars. Well, what we did was we built software that would essentially auto bid on cars by using his like basically a database that he had created in his mind. And we did this with the largest auto auction in the world, known as Copart. Well, in order to get in the Copart software, you had to complete captchas, and it just took us too long to do the captchas manually. So we found people in other countries who would do them for 1 cent each. And this guy had lots of money, so paying 1 cent per captcha was no big deal to him. So basically, we could get around it and automate the software. Anyway, um, aside from those people who do captchas manually for a job, I think I do more captchas than any other person who doesn't get paid to do it. Because I mean, like right now, I have one to do. I'm going to do it right now. CAPTCHAs. One is known as CAPTCHA, the other is known as reCAPTCHA, and the third one's known as ARCOS. And um, CAPTCHA, and if you don't know CAPTCHA, not a nice. It should be a nice acronym, but it's not. It's a computer. Uh, CAPTCHA stands for computer completely automated public Turing test to tell computers and humans apart. So it's not like perfectly CAPTCHA, but that's what they call it. And so like basically these things are the things that are preventing bots from taking over basically or were for a long time. But bots are getting so good now that they're able to do CAPTCHA automatically. And um a big development in this happened recently with well, just a couple of days ago, where ChatGPT basically is able to solve these things very quickly. All right. With all that being said, now we move, and with a little bit of understanding of what quantum computing is, where does that take us for the future? Well, there's another thing of which you should be aware, which is known as a neural network. So, the way that I would describe a neural network is like basically being able to communicate with people, basically telepathically, or also get information telepathically without any kind of wires, but have the information stored in your head. Basically, what those brain computer interfaces are doing, but without having the thing in you. Like, you will have to fight me on my God forbid, deathbed before you're going to be able to put an implant in my brain. But I'll take neural network, meaning like I'll be able to download if you're not going to affect me as a human. And I think a lot of people feel the same way. Like they don't want something implanted in their brain. But they would be fine with that information just being wirelessly uploaded if they could get that. And one of the reasons why I don't want something in my brain is because I see how computers work and how updates work and how batteries die and all the other things that could cause issues. And I don't want that type of technology in me. And I perhaps once every single other person on earth has had one and it all works flawlessly, then I might consider it. But not until then. And that's not for many, many years. So we have neural.
Question, with how we're moving forward. Like, do you think that, like, the future of work, like, will it be more automated, or will it be more, like, people will be more
Yeah, no, you're right. Because I think there's a way around the brain computer interface. If brain computer interfaces were the only way to get that information, then I guess I would have to embrace it. But there's something known as a neural network, which allows me to get all that information without having to do that. So I'm still a major transhumanist. It's just, I think, it's like an outside the box way of thinking. So a neural network is a machine learning model inspired by the structure and functions of biological neural networks, which are found in the human brain. These networks consist of interconnected nodes or neurons that process data and learn patterns to enable tasks such as pattern recognition and decision making. Neural networks are organized into two layers, including the input layer, one or more hidden layers, and an output layer. Each neuron in the layer receives inputs, which are multiplied by weights associated with the connections and then processed through an activation function to produce an output. The output of each neuron is passed to the next layer, and this process continues until the final output layer produces the network's prediction. Training a neural network involves adjusting the weights and biases of the connections between neurons to minimize the loss or error in the network's predictions. Now, they have a wide range of applications, including medical diagnoses, but really, what I'm looking at, wireless brain communication. So these are still neural networks. Um, it's just a different kind. So brain optimized deep neural network models of human visual areas for learning. Okay, so what am I talking about? What is a way to download information into the brain like a neural network, but not needing a brain computer interface? It's really mind uploading, but brain data download method. No, that's not what I want. I want to be able to upload. Way to upload information. Like, so it's the opposite of mind up. Well, mind uploading or whole brain emulation is a speculative process that involves scanning and mapping the brain's neural structure to create a digital simulation of the brain's information processing. The process aims to replicate the brain's functions in a computer, allowing for a simulated mind to experience consciousness in the same way as the original brain. Um, One method of mind uploading involves a process called loosely coupled offloading (LCOL), which focuses on data acquisition rather than data maintenance on the brain. This approach may utilize self-reports, life logs, and video recordings that can be analyzed by artificial intelligence to characterize and copy the mental contents of a brain. So basically, there's a wired way to do it, which is a brain-computer interface. Then there's like the wireless way, which is through scanning. And I'm much more of an advocate of the wireless way because I just know so much can go wrong with the brain computer interface. You can get it wet and it can cause issues. It can, you could get hit in the wrong spot and it could cause major issues too. It can get infected. All kinds of things happen when you're actually putting an artificial object into your body that your body can reject it. There's a lot of things that can go wrong with it. When I think that brain uploading and brain downloading, basically scanning this information, is a what does that, what does that do? Well, it really moves into the world of telepathy and telekinesis. So, what are those? So telepathy is the wireless communication, wireless brain-to-brain communication, move things with your brain, and are going to be reality All right. So what does that mean? And do we have any um and do we have any evidence that telepathy actually takes place? Well, if you listen to anybody in however, if you go to some biologists, they will say that telepathy, at least between animals, is something that's done regularly. And we know that it's done between like just I mean it's not telepathy, but it's similar. It's radar between bats. You know, when bats are like flying like in huge groups, and the way that they're able to not hit each other is through sonar, basically like little sounds that they use to bounce off each other, and um, perhaps like the way that birds fly so that they don't hit each other. It's just we can't detect a lot of this information. And you know, if you've ever known anybody who has owned an animal, like a pet owner, which you know you're connected to one, those animals get and you get a really deep relationship where it's almost like they know what you're thinking, even though you can't, or you know what they're thinking, even though you can't communicate it. And I think that there's arguably brain waves that we haven't had the opportunity to study yet that may be having an effect. So I think that telepathy perhaps may already be a thing. Um, Even when you're around other people and you get like a weird feeling of someone, perhaps they're sending you brain waves. Your brain's able um, to pick these things up, or at least give you some type of understanding or some type of information without it being said. Whether that's true or not, there are other cases that we have of abductions at length. It's one of my passions. And if you've ever heard of any of these alien abduction stories, the aliens don't speak English and they don't speak French and they don't speak Portuguese, but they can communicate to people perfectly and seamlessly through telepathy. And these people just basically hear a voice in their head that is from exactly, exactly, and it's seamless. And there are other types of devices. I've actually seen when I was 15 years old. Well, I've seen it on television. Um, they're known as voice of God weapons. So basically, the government developed what are known as voice of God weapons (VOGs). That like if they ever have like a big protest or something, they can make everybody at once hear the same thing without any sound coming. And at the time, you had to put like a thing on your head so that you could hear it, but they've made it so that these things are wireless. They just haven't used them yet. What they have started to do is use what are called like LRADs, things that like have like piercing, really high sound, or perhaps even like things that make your skin feel like they're on fire, but it's just using different wavelengths against you. It's not actually burning you. They used these. I think it was in um, Slovenia or I don't want to say where it was in Europe. There was a protest just recently, and they have video of it like on TikTok. You have this huge group of people and like these huge crowds, and then somebody just like flips a switch, and all these people just scatter, and they all look like they're like in immense pain, and they do everything that they can to get away from these. Basically, what I'm saying is that waves or uh, waves are very important, whether they're brain waves or whether they're communication with sound waves, any kind. They're very important, especially when you get into um, to computing as well. All right, so then what? I mean, like Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi doesn't actually stand for anything. Like people think that like, oh, these things have acronyms like RAM is random access memory and things like that, and CAPTCHA is whatever, computer, uh, whatever it was that I said. Um, but there's um, it's completely automated public Turing test to tell computers and humans apart. But Wi-Fi was just chosen because it it was a play on hi-fi, which was like um, a type of um, audio, and there's like lo-fi and hi-fi, and it was just a play on that to make it easily marketable. But even like Wi-Fi, you may not know it, but Wi-Fi has a huge impact on you. But also, everything that you're doing in your house or wherever you are is being recorded by your Wi-Fi router. So, like, basically, your Wi-Fi router is shooting out different wavelengths, and it can tell where someone is in a house or where they are in a school just by the profile, the signature of a human and the way that the different wavelengths are bouncing off of them. That's why I don't ever get too worried. I mean, like sometimes like a computer will go down or something like that. I don't ever get too worried about it because I know the Wi-Fi router eventually in the future people will be able to get all of that information and all the transmissions that are coming from it. Basically, it's like a it's like a way that we're all being recorded and we just don't necessarily know it because of the way the waves are. But moving into human brain wave functions, um, I am an advocate for mind uploading, and not necessarily. I don't want the brain computer interface. So I kind of want to skip that step. But brain uploading and brain downloading, or mind uploading and downloading, those are much more important. All right, so we have quantum computing, which is really the future of computing now. Do I think we'll ever have quantum computers at a home level? I think it would be closed-minded of me to say no. I don't think we'll ever have quantum computers. Eventually, I think we will. And well, if we should talk about the smart home as well. So there's this movement, of which I'm sure you're aware, of people to fully automate their home. But eventually, in the future, as it's been predicted, you will have like one computer that runs your home. And what will that do? It will ensure that um, it will ensure televisions. You won't have televisions, but screens. Um, but eventually, we'll move away from screens into projection, then eventually from projection to just perhaps within the mind. Um, but all of this is like I can tell you, uh, Bill Gates' house is known as Xanadu 2.0. It's located in um, it doesn't matter, but it's just important to me. Bill Gates' address starts with an M. I just can't remember the city. Medina, Washington. Um, so he's got this house, Xanadu 2.0, and it was there were all kinds of secrets about it from the contractors who built it. One of the things that they had that was just like groundbreaking when he built this house was when you were there, you could wear a pin, a PIN, and when you would go from room to room, the different temperature would adjust based on you wearing this pin, so that it was always a consistent temperature, and that kind of thing will be found in regular home. It is already, but especially moving into the future. All right, then what? Well, this all is moving towards what's known as technological singularity. And what happens at technological singularity? Your guess is as good as mine. But it's basically when all of the technology on Earth is all connected and runs efficiently. There's an argument to be made that's technological singularity. Now, there are people who say, is that God? No, that's not God. Is that aliens? No, that's not aliens. It's just a point in society where we have essentially uh, a single connectivity to everything on it. Now, moving into this even further, we have Skynet. Did you ever see the Terminator movies?
Yes.
Okay, so um, it's been a long time since I've seen them, and I didn't. I'm but nevertheless, one of the things that runs the T2 or whatever that robot is Skynet. Basically, Skynet is the overarching computer system that has taken over the world, and that has already been started. Now we're moving into. I'm sure you've seen drones, but the movement of drone or the advancement of drones, especially in warfare, has been incredibly quick, especially in the Afghanistan conflict and in the Ukrainian conflict, where even handheld drones are being used to kill people. And that type of technology is going to move towards very scary, but regular society. There have been arguments that police in the future, I mean, they won't even have police. Well, I just saw this last week. The city of Denver has launched its first um, dog. It's known as I think it's called Spot, but it's a drone dog. It's from Boston Dynamics, if you're familiar with that company. And there are some different companies of which you should be aware. Tesla is not a car company. Don't ever think that Tesla is a car company. Tesla is a robotics company, and their big robot is known as the Optimus, which is like a robot that that you've seen that walks around and can do flips and things like that. Boston Dynamics is the big one. They have been uh, working on drones, robots, essentially since the 1980s, and then we have um, the Chinese have amazing robots. And then the Japanese were really the precursors to all of this, especially when you look into companies like Honda. Honda in the future likely will not build cars. They will just build robots and things like that because they are um, more profitable, perhaps. Okay, so, but like Mitsubishi and Samsung, they all come out with these robots. And what does that mean for society? Well, um, well, it's going to mean that a lot of people will be put out of jobs. And what will that mean? We'll need something known as a universal basic income, basically a given amount, an amount that you're given every month to be able to sustain yourself. And um, it's just we're in what's known as late stage capitalism, and there's a struggle between the haves and the have-nots. And um, with the advent of the drone, eventually, well, not even eventually, already, um, lawyers are being put out of jobs, doctors are being put out of jobs. There's something known as a Da Vinci, which is a robotic surgeon that does surgery better than any human could ever do it. And not only that, it can do it anywhere in the world. So basically, so long as like you can connect to the system, Da Vinci can perform surgery in Europe or in South America or in Asia. And okay, so those are those are where we're at with the type of technology that we're seeing now. It moves. Oh, I was talking about quantum computing. Do I ever think we'll have quantum computers at home? I think eventually people may. Uh, I think quantum computers may run their homes or at least some kind of sub quantum computer. You wouldn't necessarily need a quantum computer to run your home. That's a little advanced, but perhaps for other things that make people may want someday, I do think that we will be seeing them now. Just like it would, I heard people say, and like really important people, I forget who. I think people were just quoted in like the 1960s and 1970s saying someone will never have a need for more than like 64 kilobytes of RAM. There are like there's just no need for it. Or other people who would say that we'll never have a computer in someone's home. There's just not a need. And then they would be proven wrong within the coming decades. I don't want to be one of those closed-minded thinkers that say I don't think we'll ever have quantum computing at um, like a home quantum. But that's quite an advanced computer that really I don't know what you for what you would need it at this point. I mean, but I'm sure things will come about. that you would. All right, then what? Um, well, we have to talk about the different Gs. So we had 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G. We're moving into what are those? They're just iterations of different wireless signals. 1G was essentially like your original, almost like the Wall Street phone, that big brick phone, that the Pablo Escobar phone. Uh, but those are really satellite phones. Those are a little different. But 2G was like your old Nokia phone. 3G was getting, or even the um, the the Motorola Razr was a 2G. 3G was just the beginning of like the iPhone. And what did 2G get? Or what did 3G? Well, 1G got us like voice communication. 2G began text messaging. 3G allowed for picture sending and like connecting the internet generally faster speed, so the other one's good too. 4G started allowed for um, video communication, but more sending of videos. 5G has now moved into like video um, conferencing and more advanced, faster speeds. But 6G, and I've heard 6G is so powerful. Even I've heard 5G so powerful that if you wanted to, you could move a car with it. There's just like a way to move this type of these wavelengths at a certain in a certain way to be able to like move huge objects if you wanted. And then 6G is going to get into like the neural network and perhaps brain computer interfaces in 7G, 8G, and 9G, and 10G. And when I talk about these in um, that big blog post that I made, I don't want to say I talk about, but I asked ChatGPT like, what kind of technology is 8G? You know, what kind of technology is 9G? Welcome, Mr. Aquarius. How are you? Hello, hello, Mr. Aquarius. Can you hear me?
Didn't know I had on mute. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, how's your hair doing?
It's good. I'm paying curtain to put my bunny on.
All right. Are you ready to do some bowling?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Excellent. You ready, Audie?
Oh. Hi.
Audie, Mr. Aquarius said hello to you. Are you okay, Audie? Audie, are you there? Audie, we just heard you. Can you hear me? All right. That's all right.
Don't worry. Let's play 2 games.
You got it, girl. You should have the invitation right now.
Got it. Okay.
You know, you beat me the two games yesterday. I'm coming back for you today.
Come on.
Oh,
Come back, Brad.
absolutely. It's on. It's on.
Okay, let's go. Now you better strike.
I don't know if I can do that.
Strike, Rabbi. Strike.
Whoa. That's okay. I'll get the spare. I have confidence. There we go. Oh, bull. I mean, it was right on. I would have sent it again just like that. All right, Miss Aquarius. Let's see what you got. Oh, this is a tough split. Get it. Get it. Get it. All right, this one is not fun. It's in the corner. No.
Aww.
No, it's right. Get it. Nice strike, Miss Aquarius. That's a big shot. That's a big, big shot. Get it. Nope. That gave you a huge lead. Get it.
No, come on, everybody.
No, you're up.
No.
Get it.
You got it, Rabbi. Come on now. You gotta strike it.
Get it. All but two.
Almost. You got it. You got it. Yeah. See, you're leading. You're coming up with me. Let's go.
Get it.
Come on.
How did I get that? How did I not get that? All right, it all comes down to this. You win, I win. That's a strike.
That's right.
You'll get this. You'll get this. That's all you got to do. Get it.
Got it. Come on, Rabbi. Come on, get this strike.
Get it. Got it. I got it. I'll take it.
You won. You won.
Woo,
You
woo,
won.
woo,
Yes.
woo. Get it.
You get it. You got it. You got it.
There you go. There you go. I like it too. Excellent. All right. One more. Let's have you get one. Let's have you get one.
Come on. Come on, Verify. You did it.
Yes, ma'am. Ooh, almost.
Yeah.
Oh, good one. Get it.
Come on, Rabbi.
Get it. Get it. No,
Yay.
not what I wanted. Get it. Oh, knock it down. Did you? You're like the bottom of that pin is halfway into the gutter. That was.
Right.
I don't know. I don't. There you go. You got it. I don't know if I agree with the physics of this game on that one. Get it.
You should really stop that. This should have gone in like that.
Get it.
Come on, Rabbi.
Ooh.
Uh-oh, we're tied up.
Get it.
Oh, Lord. Like, nope, nope.
Get it.
Oh, well, you got it. Come on, Rabbi, you better strike this now. Come on, Rabbi, let's go.
Get it. Not what I wanted, Miss Aquarius. You're up 4. Oh, that's good. Nice strike. That's the nail in the coffin.
Thank
Get it. You put the nail in the coffin, Miss Aquarius.
you.
Get it.
Come on. I don't want to strike. Come on, come on.
Get it.
Don't worry. Okay, you got this. Come on, Rabbi.
Bad.
Got them.
Get it. No, I don't. Good win. You win, I win.
Yeah, we're one though.
Yes, I did as well. Beautiful.
Let's go.
Good job. All right, Miss Aquarius. That's all she wrote. Time for you to get your beauty rest.
Alrighty.
Take care. Sweet dreams.
Alright, you too. Sweet dreams.
Take care.
It could have gone anyway, but it went terrible for you. The heart, that's the nature of the beast, the heart of Celtic are priming. There he goes. Chris done, everybody. Brand off two tablets starting now. Bring a combo. It'll knock your stop. Collective pounds for the amount of noise you'll be making. Now arrived and it combines the ingredients of Prince Alice combo. Let me tell you, be ready. Your first chew free. Great stuff. You sign up at one of their providers for prescription with a tablet in the day and directly all done online. His doctor's office, conversation, no way to line up a pharmacy. I'd love to hear more from the Kilkenny residents expert.
Hey, what's up, Tony? I love Blue Chew. Giving the best treatment out there. Chew wants every man is bricked up like a brick house. That is, it says confidence. Your confidence, your
Harder and discover your options. Special deal for our listeners. For your first one, from a $5 shipping. From a Tony. For more details, important information.
Oh my God! Wait a second.
First 100 episodes of Feminist Stacy, one of the famous old band members of Feminist out of Los Angeles, California. How did you become one of the Bucket Hole Girls Feminists?
Rock me, clit rock.
Oh God. No.
And yes, my bitches.
Oh my God. Imagine what that pussy looks like. Your beard is unkempt and it's Stacy.
I'm not taking my extra pills at the moment.
Oh Jesus, you are extra angry tonight. Look at you. You savage beast. It's amazing. All the booze that we've gotten tonight, the place is completely quiet.
brothers are born. God, why do you make these faces? Oh no, don't do that, feminist. Oh no. Oh yes. Queen. But okay.
It smells hard.
He looks terrified walking the former band leader of the show out of Los Angeles, California. Many boards under his belt, playing of course all of those shows. Still, the goddamn comedy band. Really, it's part of the path to kill Tony. All right, Bucketful, make some noise. Oh, I'm sorry. We're keeping one more time for high. Not audibly, but time for high. Well, of Heidi. All right, next Bucketful, good Crowlinger, everyone. 60 seconds uninterrupted. Crowlinger. As someone who works in the field of marine biology, sometimes people ask me about sea level rise. That's a scary thing you hear about. I have to say, I'm not really all that worried about our ocean levels rising. Because for me, I just see that as job growth. You know? Like, I'm just getting more to explore. My sister is growing at an alarming rate of 1/4 inch a year, which, to put that into perspective, that's the same rate that Earth. So if you think like a year from now you can look at the top of my head and then decide if you really want to invest in that oceanfront property. One of my favorite facts about sea turtles is that one of my favorite facts about sea turtles is that their sex is determined by the temperature of their neck. If it's really warm, then they develop as females, and if it's staying cold, it's because even in the world of turtles, males and females cannot agree on what regular the world of sea turtles. Males and females cannot agree on the temperature of the thermostat. That's good. All right. Christ. A very oceanic set. What's the question exactly? I'm curious. What's that? You didn't go over your side. You just talked about working. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I guess. Actually, that was fucking. How long you been doing that? About a year and a half. Like 60% of it. Why? What I did. Why are you exactly about the tea? I don't know. I do what I do for a living. I'm on a curious. I'm in a department on a. I'm not a Greta Thunberg.
You like to have you around something wet.
Aquatic sustainability is basically like a lot of aquatic like aquariums, things like that. So I'm there's nobody giant body of water and really I live in Tennessee. I used to live in Tennessee. Where do you live now? I live in Atlanta. Okay, what's the redeeming item? Is there any related
It is much like an aquarium, right?
I know. Like any fun. Oh my.
Oh, that's never heard of that. At a time. Wait, you do it? Wait, holy shit! Big Rock has 100 more breath of Rock. Little superstar for 3 decades is like, I got
You're wiggling up going to like you life.
wow. Rallinger and some of that aquatic material crush arenas.
No.
Okay. And we're planning on doing that.
Well, getting. Well, I got my very.
Let me ask you this.
My stuff.
You're here right now, you're still here, you're signed up. Well, at least you have a good attitude. Ladies and gentlemen, Crowley
For everybody.
we are running out of little time. Both sides sort of be it might be the back sewing unprecedented amount of folks that are going out. We get to break from bucket for just a moment. This is a very special moment, gentlemen, because this spot was given out first undecided. We knew we were going to Bridgestone. This all-time great deserved a spot here. He from Nashville, one of the all-time great golden ticket winners. Her first time here at Bridgestone Arena makes the noise for the great and powerful.
Kelly. So, I just recently get engaged. Yeah, I really used the hell out of my make-a-wish. Married John Cena. Oh my god. Now my fiance, he is like a good bit older than me. The only like, okay. The only real difference I've noticed there is when I give him credit, I guess all head comes dead. When I give him credit, though, he will turn his hazards on. What the fuck? Safety first. Yeah.
if you're in a band, the name. How much you're efficient?
I know. I can do it.
Is your father gonna roll you down the aisle?
No, just gonna like.
Motorized scooter.
I'm excited to teach him how to use it.
So, father, how that works? Overhead. Kind of.
No, my mom. Yeah.
Are here at Bridgestone Arena, Greenwood Bridgestone has donated a new set of tires for which is incredible. You can go through weather, try to stop, right through it. That's incredible.
Dad's not around?
He's somewhere.
He really missed out on some parking.
Really sorry.
That ever part of your life?
He was. Yeah.
And then we let's see the road.
Kinda.
No, buddy, at the end of
He's somewhere. I heard recently that I stopped speaking famous, but yeah. Let's change.
I like that. Right. Out on you. You hold out on
No, army crawled away from him.
her and ask again. You are remember and absolutely I'm so looking forward to this and did it. How long did it for the race? All right.
That standing ovation was a little offensive.
All right. Do you believe we have a bucket roll in the back? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a one-word name. Make some noise for Maniac. Yeah. Find Maniac. First, so this is Matt Atkins. We're talking for Matt Atkins.
Yes, So I've been doing comedy for about a year and a half, give or take, and people ask you, come up with jokes. What's your writing process? Sorry, I'm out of breath, but I tell them, well, it's pretty simple, man. It's a lot like my ex. After drinks really start hitting, I'm built kind of like Bunny, but I eat more than carrots. I eat ass. Yeah, yes, yeah. I also kind of like, yeah. I don't get it. I get it. Like about all dead 3 days. Whatever. I mean, no problem. They look at come back down here and take these a little bit. Uh, hey, that's it, I guess. The most, Tony.
How long you been
A year and a half.
where at all?
I go to Nashville. I go to Huntsville. I started in Vinny 220 in Alaska where the founded.
Oh wow, very exciting. What do you do for work?
Well, I'm a painter. Not like artistry, but like houses and stuff.
Oh,
Commercial, whatever you got.
okay. What do you do for fun? You have some habits.
I mean, I kind of like to do a lot. Man, I'm a skateboarder. I'll go hiking. I'll fish. I'm like the person, all over the place.
Guys, I really love it. How about drugs? Like you've done every drug except a daily multivitamin.
One time in Indiana, I almost fucking died.
About
So I was like, me and the homies, I won a contest at Hardee's. I worked at Hardee's. Yeah. One of the people there was like, dude, sign up. You might fucking get on. I was like, I ain't no way. But here, you know what? If I do, I'll take you with me. I got on, and he was at the hotel, and he's like, man, it's some weed. I was like, dude, I'll find a spot. I'm walking out, and when he walked out, he had that I'm a dealer walk. And I was like, he's got it. So I went over there, and he's like, man, I can't weed because my dude's out of town, but I got these boxes. I don't know.
what did it?
For about 10 minutes, I felt really good. I was grabbing Tech 9 in the trunk, and the other thing, I was hanging out with this dog named at the hotel, and then
Dog real?
yeah, the dog was real. Some old lady's dog, and then I don't know. We went to Wendy's, and I think that's where it went downhill. I got a frosty, and that made me throw up. And
That's actually how a red band he overdosed on the
shit.
little blood sugar attack. If they I love it. Tell us the crazy thing about your life. Your overdose.
I got my hair ripped out by a drill, which was I thought it was my shirt, but I didn't even know. My headphones, but I don't know. I got struck by lightning, kinda. Oh!
Got struck by lightning?
Yeah, well, it hit the house, and I was hanging on to the back when refrigerators and freezers were separate. I was hanging on in my Spider-Man costume. That's when I found out don't fuck with electro. I swear to God, I was in a Spider-Man costume. I was like, ah! And I swear to God, I flew from here to probably that stair set right there, dude. Up against the. I never felt nothing like that. Power like that before. It was crazy.
Did it change you? Did you notice the difference? Did it give you any special powers?
I feel like I could move quicker after that.
Can we see how you can put the mic in the mic stand and show us the quick movements you can do?
You gotta start a cult. Dude, I've been told that I could be a cult leader. I'm not even playing. Oh yeah, I'm the third person.
Think about the thought of what
Can I get a Right?
Yeah, and he killed.
All right. Matt Atkins, I like your style. Here's a big Nashville joke book, my friend. Third drop joke, Matt. All right, we finally wrangled a one-word name from section 104, Roby, seat 12. What was that? All right, keep throwing plates over
I'm trying to get the crowd, but about it.
boys for the long-awaited Maniac, ladies and gentlemen. Guilty debut of Maniac. Fun fact, I'm not racist. In fact, my ex-wife is married for 8 years. 3 kids together. Because I hate that bitch. Doesn't mean I hate all black people. Case by case. Another fun fact, I used to fuck Mark out. Oh, yeah. When I was a kid, I fucked this shit back out. Problem is, I trained on this guy. And the cushions go straight up and down, like this. That's how I trained. I'd lay on top and punch straight down. When I got my first piece of pussy, my angles were all more of an upshot, right? But this poor girl laying on the bed, I'm just laying on top of her, and I'm just straight down. Just fucking shit out of her. Grease on her back. Now I'm just giving it to her for like 30 seconds. This shot says, hey guys, it's not even in. Nah, I'd already finished. No, wow, Maniac. Oh, that's the energy on this guy. Incredible. Mark Norman, what do you think?
Coach still at the Ray Lawrence Lanigan when you fucked it, or was
Every time, baby, every time.
wow, was it a black punch?
Yeah. Leather. Another one.
All right. Maniac.
Welcome.
You are energy.
How are you?
No, sir, no, sir.
What's good? How'd you find out about me, Balji? Who's talking about me? Oh, okay. That's cool. What do they want? Yeah, dog, I never paid. No, I'm busy doing other things. I don't have time to talk with them right now. Okay. And even if I was, so what? You're allowed to sleep in there. No, wide awake, just watching Kill Tony. What's good in your neck of the woods? Okay, what's good in your area? All right, man. All right, cool, man. Well, I'm watching Kill Tony. Enjoy. Stand-up comedy. It's about stand-up comedy. It's airing live, yeah. Yeah.
We got 18, 14, maybe 13, 12, 11, 6.
Wow.
How's the girl turning out?
She's so fucking awesome.
Wow, she's going to college. No regular college. Wow. Must be so proud.
It's like Elon Musk, but of
Yeah.
money.
Just a bunch of rusty parts in the yard.
Flying bus. Wow. What do you when you animate energy? Not build a house or what do you do with it?
So I pretty much grind 7 days a week. I work for the greatest company. Doesn't even. And then I work myself on weekends. And then I got a lot of hobbies: boxing, comedy, doing shit with my kids. I stay busy. Positive.
Let's see some shadow boxing.
Yeah.
Put that mic in the mic. Let's see. Yeah. Whoa, he's a southpaw, huh? Okay. All right, little tappy. All right. Incredible.
Lloyd, once or twice, yes, I say,
Punching.
big girl.
Incredible.
Coach Woke.
What's the, how do you as a father, because I cannot picture you father to an 18-year-old girl.
It's wild.
Did she ever brought any toys home or anything?
No, yeah, we were out now. Oh, yeah. Got a wonderful girl. I love her to death. Right here. She came to me about 2 or 3 years ago, and she's like, Daddy, I'm gay. I hope this doesn't freak you out. And all I heard was no dicks. And so, wow. Really
Got that on stage?
No, not yet. No.
Yes. It's personal joke. We're at told you that
Absolutely. Love all my kids. And
what's your oldest son?
14.
14. What would you say the 14-year-old boy he was gay?
I'd be freaked out. That's anybody. No, not if he was gay. A 14-year-old's autistic. So that's don't. So if he ever had a connection in that kind of way, we would celebrate it after. Swallowed, maybe, but we would celebrate it. Yeah.
Said she suffers from epilepsy.
I suffer from. Yeah.
I like your style, baby. It's incredible. We got one big good foot for you, buddy. Back to this, ladies and gentlemen. I must warn you, this place is about to get very loud. I'm bringing you another regular, and it's a very special regular indeed. This man has been an icon in history. And soon, I'm sure, we will be able to get him in the United States. For now, here it is.
I was walking home last night. Guys will know this feeling. When you're walking late at night, you're like kind of right, done right, and you're kind of in a rush, but you also don't want to see them. It's really strange, you know, when you notice those are there as well. Body language changes a little bit. They start clutching the back, warming the hands, and that's a really moment. Not like when they finally look. Now you like gotta try really hard to look like a raven. Raven do this. Take an alternate moment. You gotta be like, don't worry, just live so much.
Shows on 1 minute long on our regular. They want. Ari, how the fuck did that feel? Did it again, buddy.
To be honest, I was gonna search, huh?
But
When I started, they started blowing, but dear God, more near the house. Huh? One national second time here for me. Oh my God, what a place.
tell us what do you love about it?
Beautiful women. And you got white girls that got but yeah.
They dude. I love that you noticed.
Just the fuck. And I love it. Take it on your ass. I love it.
It is
Feel those triggers would come.
there is a very real thing that happens. That. There's a belt. The big girl has a belt. I noticed. And when I say everybody I am flat drop. Girls down.
Go on. California, go on.
Ohio. They're all actually Pirates. Where my wife shorts and girls raised. How are we supposed to get on your chair? What? Like your shorts on the fat ass. That's every. No one's beating our little fucking potato pie up there. Oh yeah.
I love it. Love it. The church shirt. See that? There's the no, I was at the second-hand store and I was skeptical. But then I watched the channel and I was like, they can pull it off. I got it. You know what I'm saying? I can't wait to get like a in one day with my face. You know? that shit in so, huh?
Abortion here, but you got the miscarriage. Food.
Yes. But
Barbecues, tacos, barbecue.
It's a hell of a flow here. So, normally you go on the road and your body kind of cleans up a little bit. You tend to retain your out on college. Not in that fried fucking steak and eggs with the center. Favorite breakfast here in Nashville. And right after time today and yesterday, I'm just
got that gumbo.
they got a gumbo.
What? No porn here. On my phone.
Crazy, right?
What the fuck is that? I didn't know what to do, but I bought a gun.
I love it. Great, Maddie, you are a goddamn star. You did it again. The Estonian is sorry, Maddie. We're trying to get his American citizen harder than you think it would be. You could probably make a call, right? We're on no guy. Good. Playing it tonight. Time for football number 8. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Ryan Sharp, everybody. Here we go. You guys still having fun out there? Here he is. Ryan.
How we doing tonight? It's weird. I'm 23 from Pittsburgh. I live with a roommate, and it's weird having with an adult male roommate. Because some nights I'll be at work and I work overnight, so I don't get home till 2 a.m. And we'll text me like, hey, there's a fresh batch of brownies on the counter. Don't forget to clean up after yourself. It feels like living with a wife sometimes. And other times I'll wake up at 1:30 in the morning and I'll open my door and somebody's standing there looking at me like that. Like, is this fucking feel? But it's okay. It's okay to have those type of relationships with your homie where you can look at their fucking dark star and be like, oh man, that looks totally fine.
Yikes. So, Ryan Sharp basically saying that blah, 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 you have a roommate, and your roommate is you could have done that in 5 seconds. 6. Okay. You're 23. How long have you been doing stand-up?
About a year.
Amazing. So, that's your best joke?
Yeah.
Really?
I've never quite been good at this.
I got anything shorter, like joke, something that's like 10 or 20 seconds long, where it's like, how is that possible? You must have one something your roommate showing you. I'm rooting for you here. I'm trying to help you. 23. You must have something, right?
A one-liner or something.
Not so up with a 23-year-old. You fucking works. Shut up. None of you miss your dreams at 22. Stop making fat, okay? You can do the 40-year-olds that have been doing it 8 years, but don't do the 23-year-old is. That's coming from me.
Get go.
We're going to need you short, but right now, just the right question. Like, ready? Gotta answer honestly. 23. Go to school?
No, I dropped out.
Of college?
No, 10th grade.
Okay. but have you been selling drugs?
No.
That made you stop.
I was there for about 3 years.
3 years? Oh my God! Like the Will Wayne of Will. That's incredible. They put you for 3 years.
Yeah.
How old were you? Not with weed in your back.
16.
They get there for 19.
Yeah. Yeah, I got out by 19.
We're like the oldest kids.
No, not really.
Really?
Yeah.
Never even heard of such a thing. 19. Is that? Okay. All right. So you're a shitty drug dealer. What do you do for work now?
I'm a manager at Chipotle.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
How long have you been a manager at Chipotle?
About 6 months.
Or where is Chipotle? Most people that work for you, they white, Mexican?
Mostly black.
Okay. We're getting closer now. We're almost joke. You guys feel it? A lot of black people working for you at a place. And what's that like, Brian?
Feels good to have. No, okay.
Somebody said I'm joking. You did it. It's a joke. Feels good to have black people working for you.
Indeed it does.
When you tell them what to do they always listen to you? Like you kind of bully.
No, they listen to me. I'm a well-rounded manager.
Say you're the well-rounded man.
I need it more way than
Yeah. Sure. But what are the other managers?
Brain dead and retarded.
Wow. Let me be the first to tell you, you're fired. No longer work at Chipotle. That's a wrap.
That'll be the best thing that happened to the state.
Okay.
You free burritos? Yeah. Nice. If you couldn't tell. All I eat is from work.
What do you do for fun, Ryan? You're 23. You're in Pittsburgh. What do you do when you want to get wild?
My buddy's actually a comic that I work with, and I listen to a lot of his stuff. Go out, open my
Sure. Other than comedy, what else do you into? Any other hobby?
music.
You do music.
I produce music.
Yeah.
Not as much anymore, but
Do you sing?
what was that?
Ever
I just make beats.
incredible. Most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to you?
There's this. This has to be up there.
Come on, Ryan.
I can't think of anything. Virgin? No. All right.
Any special interesting things? Have you ever read works for you? Do you have any special things to do to
Are you sure that's called sexual harassment nowadays?
No, not if she consents, Brian. When you're having sex with a woman, do you have any tricks or anything that you do with special maneuvers?
Reasonable. Yeah, I bought a burrito. I take the burrito and get out of her. That's my special.
Right, Brian. You are crazy. Love doing stand-up?
It's a fun hobby. I'm not really good at it, but I do it anyway. It's fun to get on stage, embarrass myself.
There you go. I guess that's about as good as it's gonna fucking get with the styles of Brian Clark, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes.
Any woman willing to fuck him?
Dude that raised, a couple dudes raised their hands.
Nice. Sorry, buddy, I tried.
Can't believe Lori those black chicks work back in the apartment. lackluster because I have something on deck that you're not going to believe. Not only is one of the greatest regulars in the history of the show, he also happens to be one of only 3 living members of the Kill Tony Hall of Fame. This is the very special surprise drop-in Tony legend, greatest regulars in the show, one of the greatest roasters on planet Earth.
I'm sick of this body positivity shit. He tried to make it real popular 2 years ago with the show. And even she was tired of being a fat bitch. She lost weight. They tried to make us start feeling bad for fat people again this year. And I'm a fat person. I don't think the world should accommodate fat motherfuckers, you know? Y'all saw that shit where that fat ass girl tried to sue that she couldn't fit in the car. It's like, bitch, you know you were in the wrong size. You should have ordered a tow truck. You know. You can't let nobody that size get in your car. That bitch get in your car, your fucking oil light come on, man. If she would have tried to get into my car, I would have turned into a Japanese granddad. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no. I love natural women. I feel like if I don't fuck white women, being out in vain. That's why I thought I never looked at the Oh, and then you got on Netflix. Yo, pussy, I'm surprised. I was like, I never had this nigga topless in the first episode.
Oh, yeah. Your sweat is streaming everywhere right now.
You don't know that can't get wet. You don't know. Like,
Kid Rock,
what's up, Kid Rock? What's happening, bro?
Kid Rock, of course, friends with the greatest president of the United States of America. Yes, looking wing, high, and right dress.
What party is my mother, bro? Great.
Night.
You don't think I took his pants off when he was in the King's Rock out. Is it an ass?
Love it. Damn. Peace.
Bro.
How you been? Playing Nashville.
I run Nashville, though, bro. I hang out with Keith Ross. And Roman last night was in that 5 a.m. though.
Yeah.
Keith Rock is the most partying motherfucker, and we found out he only has 2 notes. And he says, all right, nigga, look at it. Keith Rock, you need an eye nigga? You don't look all right, right?
Like David Spade Lane.
Kid Rock looked like the people version of Randy Johnson.
I look
And he looked like one of them things they had as a kid when you gotta drop it in water before he looked crazy. I think it's so. Some of the greatest niggas live Girls that come to Kids Rock house and not get. Don't know that.
Yeah, Mark.
Kid Rock's got a lot of women, but he's the only one good blood.
No, can I tell this though? Can I tell this? Driving up to Kid Rock's house?
Sure.
Alright, if I tell it this out, alright. So I'm the only person in this suburban driving up to Kids Rock, Southern, right? I noticed I was the only person that we had lying around her. I'm like, damn, it ain't no. I can do whatever you want to do right now. Only one brought to the fight. I was like, right now, what?
Yeah. Little change.
Free players, man. That's your bad. That's your
You miss it right now. Great.
Went from Ari.
Like you about to assassinate with the pressure coming out of your ass. I put a 7 out of that ass, boy. Over half a mile away, I know it. Smiling, I'm serious. Drop it.
What a wild.
I thought Kira was a tonight. I was last night.
Oh, well.
Oh, yeah. This nigga heart don't start beating to touch his phone.
Bridge owner reach our merge for
Marks on the front of your drawers, nigga. You look like you had to let other people part of your band. I don't know what it means, but it was funny.
David Patty dinner and hepatitis.
Don't look like a man with a big t-shirt and a big furry.
Really? One victory for you.
Hell yeah, it's like we're on the opposite sides of the car. That's what Bobby.
Come on, call what you want to call them. I'm just joking.
Don't get. You're not the only white person to put the N-word on the album. It says shit. That's how badass he is. No political correct.
Eric Green, First Amendment, it's China.
But that bitch is free, dog. Think like the rest of these ass artists. And like, you're free.
True.
You're free too now.
Like he would have played so. I'm taking for the RuPaul. Yes, sir.
Gentlemen.
Yes, sir. You know what time it is.
Done it again. You are a legend. Favor. Greatest history of the show. Everybody. The myth, the legend. Through it, we're almost there. Let's get another bucket full of takes for Max Tidy, everyone. Max Tidy. The Kill Tony debut of Max. There's
I seen a video of a guy killing a bear with a blow dart gun the other day. Yeah, because that's what pops up when you type in guy blows bear. Nashville, we shave our balls in here. We shave our balls. Yeah. I like to do mine with a straight razor. Act like I'm holding my dick hostage. Staying with you know how I got these scars? I think like circumcision. And you guys probably doesn't imagine. Imagine the Ku Klux Klan and finding out you're not a racist. How embarrassing is that? You gotta get the tattoo covered up. It says JKKK. Hey, solid. Well, I'll take that. Let them know. Spidey, welcome to the show. What? Good. How long are you doing stand-up comedy? 9 years. Where at? Spin. Wow. Is that where you still live? Yeah. What made you stay in South Bend? A child. Okay. A child. That happened. Oh, you need one? Oh. I'm not Kid Rock, bro. The balls look like in the crowd you're running with. MC Tyler? It's a joke. Dude, my family loves Kid Rock, bro. My family loves Kid Rock. You better fucking goddamn respect himself. Get over Kid Rock. Get him here. Come on. You don't need to do. They already love him. But hosting. Okay. Your real name Max Heidi? For work. I work at a. Okay. How old is your kid? 6 years old. You're able to support yourself and stuff. Yeah, we've been doing that. All of it. Indiana, there's people there? I work in. Drive up. Yes. Work there. How long is the drive daily? It's like half an hour. Okay. And where's the property? Gateway occupation. And have you ever thought about mom? No. Okay. Yeah, we have like a schedule set up. How often do you have to get? I get him like for like 2 days a week, and like every other Sunday, then like once a quarter I get. Talking about like my visitation rate. Yeah. Visiting. Yeah. I like the rock. Assuming those are supervised. Dude, my dad loves it, bro. Why do you think that everybody's fucking dad loves Kid Rock? That's a good one. The obvious. That's a good one. Max, most interesting thing about you, this show, before you understand the interview portion? A little bit. I don't know about. I could make them not like me. Okay, do it. That's your. Can I do one more? Can I do one more bit? It's like 30 seconds. 30? Maybe. Let's make it 20. Have you guys heard anybody mad about these fire guns? Everybody mad about fire guns? The R15? Okay. I think they're mad about this fire bar. We're gonna smack everybody. Oh. There you go. This is a special treat for you, ladies. And we're running a little bit ahead of schedule here. Up here. He is not a golden ticket winner. He's not a regular, but he's on the show. Make some noise. The Nashville Arena debut of quit. Summer's coming. You know, thing. I'm great. I'm great at talking. I can turn a Sunday. The rest of the week, okay? That shit to do that, they don't fucking do it, alright? This your station with me. I hit with that horse cock, daddy. Like, first off, it's all you know. Well, you're gonna be lucky, little. Okay, I got 3 more. Goes, hey, are you okay? Do you need anything? I go, no, my mom come to get me. Don't worry about it. My name's not a
Experience and honesty about what he knows. Very real. This is the real guy. Live in the flesh. Who he is. This is what he does. Keeps the harmonica on him at all times. And a pair of outfitter symbols. He is an actual gas station visiting. Rockets the full right at home here in Nashville.
beautiful. Thank you. Like that. Dollar General, I'll take that.
How you been enjoying Nashville?
It's a good time. A lot of country folk. Trying to put the cotton country. You know, and that's what we got about.
How's it been going for you? Any wild nights?
Tony, I've been nowhere now for an officer, but I think I found out the registry. Y'all don't know there's a kid in Austin. 30, like, but the other night, this little girl, I see the nighttime about calls me. I get $3,500 from over here from one of my clients while watching. I said, you know, and I went, I get there, he's wearing like an adult diaper. And I'm thinking when I drive there, I'm probably some old man, you know, just trying to live out of I get 85 miles and nonverbal looked at you. I like it. And I had to fuck my best friend while he watched. Corner the greatest speed, and I didn't know they had a Spotify playlist for cuckolding music, but son of a that's wide open. Windows wide open. 3-foot 9 with a 10-foot dick. You know, talk about those nuts.
All right. Please getting some more.
That's my idol. I know. This is my fucking idol. I know. I'm nervous as shit right now. No, thank you.
Which is incredible. This is like David to perform for the cool. Richter, I love it. You were on the final part of this by step chart here, and you came in, crushed, great stuff. Thank
you, Tony. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Nashville.
I thought I was done with the material guys. The life of one. Gentlemen, your final bucket. Your first female comedian of the night. No, 1 minute uninterrupted. Oh, that's right. Fiona was on. First female comedian.
I realized very quickly they open like night and weekend away people in the city in my car 8 hours to the bridge arena parking lot for the kill food show. That was hard to play. Yes, I think it was a comedy that money, fame, women, pretty ladies. Yeah. No, well, anyway, so speaking of host, not afraid of a microphone, and sometimes I was like, what is it like to be first young kid? I don't know if I'm in a real relationship or the longest date of the
Oh my.
year. That was my fiance. He runs the museum in Northwest Arkansas, so I was there, and I was around Northwest Arkansas.
Okay. All right. What's something interesting about you, other than your fiance?
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing is that my fiance is my black cat.
Okay. Other than your fiance, name something uncontroversially about your life. Okay.
I serve really horrible people that don't want to
That's in northern Arkansas.
in Northwest Arkansas. Yeah. The land of Walmart. Walmart employees don't want to
Okay. Wait. Do you talk about your fiance the whole time when you're food?
It's so horrible. Relationship.
Down the fiance body.
I think he'd be happy to be deported.
Start.
There's a woman
You know, in the land I married at the Lord's house, Rothschild.
Not to the ground.
Yeah.
Well, oh. Joanna Dixon, congratulations. You are the last little winner of the night. All right. You know what, ladies? We've had a lot of fun tonight. I think there's only one thing left to do. Got a moment in the history of the show. If you could have told me at any point in the last 12 years be lucky enough to be doing one sold out arena here in one of my favorite cities in the world, Nashville, Tennessee, I would have told you, holy shit, that's incredible. It's amazing we're doing that. Not only because I love Nashville and because I have so many awesome friends, what feels like family here in Nashville, the great Zany's Comedy Club here in Nashville, one of the best comedy clubs anywhere in the world. The great Dorfman brothers, Brian Dorfman, and so many great people, the great Lucy, so many great spirits here in Nashville, Tennessee. But there is one man who was born and raised in Tennessee. He just so happens to have the record for all-time appearances on the show. The record for all interviews on the Hall of Famer, Memphis, the third place of the monster of the gorilla. Somebody else covered. Thing happened to me today. I flew in on Delta and we did not crash. The girl Jeffrey Epstein gave Prince Andrew to have sex with when she was 16 got hit this week by a school bus going 80 miles per hour. And my only question is, where in the hell did Hillary Clinton find a school bus that goes 80 miles per hour? No, Keanu Reeves was driving the thing. I don't know if anybody realizes this, but 3 out of the 4 coaches in the finals are Jewish. I mean, first it's Hollywood, then the banking system, now the right of in response to the U.S. Canada most large tariffs on dog food and flamethrowers. I'm asking a second shot to pay for this shit. You know I'm eating president mom. On her hands.
gets my pizza at the front desk. You did. Ended up eating the 2 pizzas after the White Castle. So, that's how you're going to make my head up there. That happens. Uber delivery does that sometimes. I know, but oh my gosh, it's so nice to be back. Oh, one of the things I love about no comedian, I believe, is quite as wild crowd. Well, I was a Pi Kappa Alpha at University of Tennessee, and Tony, one of my fondest memories is the first time I put a funnel in my asshole. The first time I punched Tony. That happened up in Knoxville, Tennessee, about 3 hours away. It was really so nice. Whole time. It was like real nasty, but to be back. Wow. Pi Kappa Alpha, huh? Yes. Red band. Pi. Like the Pi. Things that you love about this. You are humble. Run up in an arena. Look at your face up there, all around that band. Up there, William. On this audience, and now I lost my virginity outside of Vanderbilt, Tennessee. But yeah, so that's the memory. We did that. And oh, wow. Really funny. That's what they do. Got a track so you look like you're in a junk. I started doing the row machine a whole bunch. I've done 500. I've done 500,000 meters in Missouri, and I got on the Adidas store. Shout out to Adidas store. You get everything from like half off, 75% off. So I am on eBay recently. Store they night out. My sponsor Tony. Everybody buy a pair of the basketball socks, please, on the Adidas eBay site. I told them I'm going to mention the basketball socks. If there's an influx of the basketball socks, they know it's we'll know it's supposed to be Tony, but incredible. Oh, with the ball, the bird. Wait, why was I not invited last night? Why could I have not gone to the party last night? Flew in late. Oh, yeah, and we invited. Yeah, I sat next to some weirdo on the airplane who was telling me about how he's back in Austin. He has a lady with a family he loves, and they're telling me about Sasquatches, how when Jesus comes down and saves everybody, the people on Earth will still be around, and the Sasquatches are going to come out. And kind of so just waiting for that to happen. Toad, weirdo. William, want to what fires? They want us up by. They're crying. Yeah, Tony. Maybe people in Tennessee can feel me on this. Maybe some lightning bugs. I don't get this motherfucker. The assholes. Okay, that's all I got, Tony. Let's see. Universal. And it's the what are you planning on doing tonight? What are you Nashville? I don't know. I'm gonna be hollering at Redman, hopefully, and he's gonna let me go out with the fucking ass, and then I'm gonna fucking go back for some Papa John's again on purpose for the white. I gorged myself last night. I actually just found out that you said eating the whole for food. I've never done it. I'd always heard about that before. It's an eating disorder, which is very sad, but stuffing myself last night. I was so excited to be here in Nashville, so I can eat some motherfucker.
don't know if that's for you to do.
It's good for my heart. My coach told me it's good for my heart. My rowing coach, seriously.
Wow.
Like it puts a pressure on your heart. I wear my heart rate monitor when I'm doing it. My heart rate goes way up right before I put my finger in my mouth. I get nervous before I fucking make myself throw up, and my heart rate goes to the roof. Who's your coach? I'm sorry, kid. I don't think I understand what that. Oh, because she's a fat.
William White Montgomery. I don't know. I want to see you around for time. I know you're making a joke about your rowing coach. Stop everything.
Oh, well, Tony, that's weird because I don't think I'm ever gonna stop anymore.
Guys, this has been a crazy honor for me. Please do me a favor. Let's see how loud this place can get. Motherfucking Kid Rock. Fucking legend of rock and roll. I'll leave it to Tennessee.
Time for Kid Rock.
The great of today, the great powerful Mark Norman, fresh out of this fucking crushed it. Mark, anything you want to plug or shout out?
I love it. You're having me.
Check out Kid Rock on Broadway, so much fun.
How about one time? Tony.
I know that Soldier, Amanda Jean Rowland, Baker, Chris, Victorious Hutchins, Redmond,
Love you guys.
Bridgestone Arena, here in Nashville, and God bless the United States of America.
fellow Americans, allow me to be the woman president of this country. Now to the moderator, back, big,
The moderators. Tell somebody. Right?
right back, everybody.
Tell very big. Wild out there, right?
We've been back. On and first, I go, look, I'll tell you, I was when I was taking, I used to ride a bike. We also right down there.
Liquid gasoline. You already have a death around you, Mr. President. We're gonna.
Yeah, I can't remember this. Oh, all right. All right.
Over 200 different cans pulled out of this bucket. Well, 200 meat signed up for it. If I pull their hits out, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. And there's something you sound of a kitten. Means they have some generals to bring up the angry customer.
Oh, for 4 more years. Stay with me. 4 more years. 4 more years. 4 more years. 4 more years.
I believe you know how it works, right?
Of course.
It's a lovely.
Oh, yeah. Great lady, I don't. It's hard. Real. A lot of people are saying they're not big. I touched them. And great. Wonderful this. I'm freaking this. Administration. American anymore. 4 years for American. There's no American. No one's stopping. Stopping your dad's evolution, but never. They're great. Everything's great. We're fine now. We're fine now. We're fine. Hey, you're the speaker. I can tell her. First, you're an idiot. Hey, hey, shave my face. There's like a better purple thing of fucking like grimace. Oh yeah.
All right, we're going over his time at a minute 15 seconds. A lot of references there. I feel like that went Matt. Okay, according to you.
It was not. It was. Frankly, it's embarrassing. I would have did. Yeah, we agree on that was dog. Where's your dad right now? You said, where's your dad right now? What?
New York City? Okay.
What a wonderful great city now. Homeless guys ruining it, really. It's a fake dead right now.
What do you mean by that?
You say his dad died, he goes, he's alive. Yeah. There's a lot of fake dead. Red Bay? No.
Okay.
Perfect, Red Bay. Yeah. Boy, Dr. Fauci over here.
Working for
Caroline, New York, before it.
Okay.
All types of small business.
HelloFresh makes something each one affordable and convenient. Everything prepared right for your door. Percent off next code 0. Go at flowfresh.com/50. Oh. Hey everybody, don't me live from the Center Austin, Texas. Saturday, 30th at 7 p.m. On sale. Wrestling tickets are going lightning fast. That's available. It will be the first podcast of Sony ever in arena. 2.5, 3 times big live did with their anniversary. Come an arena. So now it'll be crazy. A lot of surprises, a lot of fun, unbelievable guests. Our version of WrestleMania. Go to Ticketmaster.com. Let's go. Back-to-back night, 30th, 31st. Tony brought the red rose, yellow rose. I promo code percent all law firm. You lawyers and all of us for the local that might have some drinks and like to drive. Security guard service, the best security guards in the world are in Austin. Smokehouse and Butterwith presents the best band in the land, the Kill Tony band, everybody. Michael Gonzalez being in Los Angeles this so we are blessed with the prodigy himself, James Atkins on the drums, everybody. Hey, Paul Deemer on the horns, everyone. Playing on the guitar. And the one on the keypad on the bass guitar, everybody. John Keys, Ford, Arenas, Clark Jr. However, we do have a very special treat for y'all, a return of a legendary band member, one of the funniest comedians in the history of the show. Make some noise for standing in on the horns tonight. Make some noise for the great Jesse Johnson, everybody. Yeah, here she is. So Jackson. Tonight, chiming on both the horns. So much fun. Start tonight's episode here. Amazing sponsors that made it available for you here right now. UFC fans, this is the weekend. It isn't the massive rematch. Makhachev and Charles are up with the draft for an exciting offer. For some kind of use promo code KILLTONY, one word, and bet just $5 on any of the matches will receive $5 in red band.
Stay in on the action. $100 in on DraftKings site parlays for a shot at even bigger pay. Combine multiple bets together for the same fight, including a number of rounds and methods of victory.
You can win, you can play, and you're going to have a lot of fun. Download the DraftKings Sports app now. New customers code KILLTONY and bet just $5 on any wager and get $200 in code all one word, KILLTONY, only at DraftKings. Hey y'all, I have to tell you about the super blend I'm loving called Kachava. It's hands down the best thing I've done to my body, the nutrients it craves. Kachava is an all-in-one plant-based super blend made up of superfoods, greens, plant protein, antioxidants, adaptogens, probiotics. In other words, everything your body feels best. And I know what you're thinking. Something that's good for you can't possibly be delicious. That's where Kachava really earns the thousands of five-star reviews. It's amazing. Creamy and comes in 5 flavors. I'll tell you right now, the vanilla and the acai are my favorite. But it also comes in chocolate, chai, and matcha. Red.
Some folks like to drink it as part of their healthy breakfast or lunch, and others love it as a packed snack before or after a workout. It's perfect for this. It has 25 grams of net protein per serving. Personally, I like to drink Kachava laying around on the couch. It feels great because I don't like eating too much. It's great to just have a nice, real quick that's delicious and gives me all the protein and nutrients I need.
No doubt about it. Kachava is offering our list 10% off for a limited time. Just go to kachava.com/Tony, spelled KACHAVA. 10% off your first order. That's KACHAVA.com/Tony. Hey y'all, for the smoothest cannabis smoking experience, you gotta try a freeze bite. Freeze bite makes it fine and freezable bubbler by hundreds of degrees for icy soaks the throat burn, chest pain, or coughing attacks. They even have freezable devices specifically for cooling joints, lungs, and vape. We use it, we smoke all the time. gonna hand it off.
Yeah, when we were in Ohio, no, in our
I remember that, yeah.
snow hits. Well, now you don't have to do that because of science. The secret is detachable glycerine chambers that come on every pop one of these chambers in the freezer for an hour, and as smoke passes through it, instantly it's chilled by over 300 degrees.
Ooh.
Simply inhale and relax. Breathe pipes, icy glycerin chambers do all the heavy lifting.
And all the heavy lifting. Tony again. Shop the smoothest pipes, bubblers, bungs, and dab rigs at everyday great prices. Using the freezepipe.com and code Tony for 10% off your entire order. Pipe.com and code Tony for 10% off. Again, freezepipe.com. Code Tony, 10% off. Shop today and start fighting fire with ice. Everybody knows that when you get down, it can affect your entire life. Talking with a therapist can help you become your best self, and finding a therapist has never been easier with Talkspace. You know, a lot of people that have used it, a lot of these Canadian friends, you know, there's a lot of seasonal depression happening now that the climate is finally changing here in Texas. We're seeing its results, and luckily Talkspace is helping a lot of people. You can sign up online at Talkspace.com and get a personalized match with a provider typically within 48 hours.
Have virtual sessions with your licensed therapist from the comfort of your home. You can send messages to your therapist. You don't have to wait for your next session. Talkspace is the #1 online therapy platform with licensed therapists in over 40 countries, including anxiety, depression, substance abuse, and more. Talkspace is secure and private. The latest end-to-end bank-grade encryption technology for client information compliant with the latest regulations.
Talkspace is affordable and in-network with major insurers. Tell Tony list $80 off your first Talkspace. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony to match with a licensed therapist today. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony. $80 off your first month and show that. Talkspace.com/Tony. Hey y'all, give yourself a fall adventure with Box of Awesome. 90% of everything that comes in your Box of Awesome is from a small up-and-coming brand. American made. Each box is valued at around $70, but you only pay a fraction of that price. Getting started is so just take an awesome quiz at boxofawesome.com and get your answers. Their team picked the right box for you. We've done this, we do this, we love them. It is absolutely incredible. I like the Weekender. I literally have, when I got my first one, I hit them up and requested because I left one on the road, but I travel so much that when I say a bag is amazing, I mean it. And this bag is durable, strong, convenient, cool, and if anybody finds it at the hotel out there in Missouri, right now,
There are new boxes every single month across a ton of different categories. I just got hot sauces, got a bunch of nice from it. It's like a Christmas present once a month. Whether you're into bartending or camping, Box of Awesome is something you love. And it's totally free to sign up, skip a month, or cancel anytime.
20% off your first monthly box at boxofawesome.com and enter the code KILLTONY. Check out that's boxofawesome.com, code KILLTONY for 20% off your first box. Awesome. Code KILLTONY. You guys ready to start tonight's episode? You know, somehow, some way, during all this last years, I truly believe that we have become one of the biggest, best comedy shows in the world, and we are debuting two first-time guests. Both of these gentlemen, their first time ever being on the panel of this show. One of them is one of the greatest comedians alive today with a brand new special. The other one is the reigning, defending UFC bantamweight champion of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Conor. Holy. And not for every time truly the greatest comedians out there today. Fucking Hornet Renegade style on YouTube. Fucking showing off. He's the man, one of the guys that we've been meaning to get on the show forever, just the right scheduling and cross paths correctly. Here we are. Joe, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I'm excited.
Absolutely. You know, fan of the show and one of the greatest fighters alive today, Sugar Sean O'Malley. Life we live. Sugarsean.com for on merch, the Timbo show. It's been going on for about 5 years. I love it. I watched the episode of you and Theo where you were bullying Theo to talk more about Kill Tony. I love that. Came out during Fight Week. It was hilarious. Sugar Sean, welcome to the show.
Fuck yeah, thank you guys.
He posts about it every week. It's so cool to be a fan of somebody that's a fan of us. So, welcome.
I was more nervous to make this walkout than when I knocked out Aljo. But
we're going to have fun tonight. You guys know how it works. We're 140 signed up for the bucket. We're going to get through some of them. If I put their name out, they get 6 seconds uninterrupted. You know the time up when you have the son of a kitten. That means we have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the Angry West Hollywood Bear, which interrupts them. After their time is up, I interview them. They talk to our esteemed panel, and we find out more about what makes them different. Are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? Well, I'm going to pull the names of these people from the bar next door, which contains the hundreds of sign-ups while the show takes place. And while we get them, we're going to get one of our regulars up here. I think you know who, everybody. He started on the show 2.5 years ago, living in his van. Now he literally sells out all over the world every single weekend. He has been getting challenged for his spots a lot. He's going unchallenged tonight. He is against Golden Boy winner Rick Diaz on the New Year's Eve show, in which one will be a full-time regular and the other will not be allowed to perform on the show anymore. It's what they wanted. It's the fight that was created last week. I can't believe it. Going unchallenged tonight with a brand new 60 seconds. Not easy to write a new minute every week. The kid is autistic. He's a prodigy. You guys know the words to his theme song? Get started. Get started.
I have been applying for a job as a makeup artist on BET because I want to get better at drawing blackface. I love Mexicans. Mexico is such a thin, skinny little country. When Mexicans come to America, they're like, am I going to be an East Coast Mexican or a West Coast Mexican? Then a coyote. Like a Mexican sporting man. Congratulations, you're in House El Paso. I am dating a beautiful white woman, as a lot of you guys know. Thank you. She recently went on a cruise, and I was kind of worried about it, but she showed me this ad that shows exactly where in the ocean she's getting fucked by a Jamaican dude. Thank you.
Wow. Look at on and doing exactly 60 seconds.
Not a second more.
That's right. Saving it. Absolutely. How's it going, Hans?
It's going great. I didn't know that if I lost the challenge, I couldn't perform on Kill Tony.
Wow. Well, that must have been fun to find out seconds before I brought you on stage. That's to me what the challenge felt like to me. I mean, it was originally a challenge for regular shit, but it's like you had nothing to lose. You lost. So it's like a fun thing. Are you more nervous now?
No, I'm pretty confident.
Wow. All right. Guess I would think so.
You know, it's interesting if it's like before then, that person's gonna have to battle Rick Diaz.
What are you?
Like if he gets challenged next week,
sweet. Like if he gets talent, not. Thank you, Red Band. Thank you so much. Get back to the show. So your girl really go on a cruise?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it really to Jamaica?
Yes. She's so far unmolested. I don't think she's had sex.
Back from the cruise, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Just came back. We tried a fun little game that I like to call anal. Combined it with my other favorite game, rape.
And you combine the games that?
Yeah.
Red Band. Alright, there goes the scoreboard for the episode.
Our relationship has been great. You know, we recently went to a strip club with great Sean O'Malley.
Wow. I love it. How was that?
He was mostly in the car.
Left your girlfriend in the car while you went into a strip club with current U.S. champion of the world?
I let the windows roll down. Oh my god.
How long do you think you were in the strip club with the girl?
Probably like an hour.
Wow. And then she came out?
Yeah, I let her, go pee in the bushes.
No, what really happened?
She went in and she drank some water and at the strippers and criticized some of them. And then she went right back in the car.
Incredible. Fun. Now, you're famously cheap. Spend any money at this strip club whatsoever?
I did spend some money, but it was the owner of the Vulcan.
Okay, wow. Look at that. Hell yeah. There it is. Absolutely. How much money spent?
Probably like $50.
Oh, wow. Still cheap, even with other people's money. $50. Unbelievably low amount of money to spend. The red rose?
Yellow rose.
Perfect. Rose preferred by yellow. Let's go back to the anal thing for a second. Brand new. Switch from yellow to brown here. And, what's going on? You've been doing that? Like that? Does she like that?
Doesn't sound like she likes it.
Wow. Pretty much right. What's the sound that doesn't like it?
Hello, stop.
Oh my. Really?
We tell afterwards.
Agreed.
There. Oh my.
For assholes. You guys, on?
I'm a choice comedy, but it's nice of you to snuggle post rape. I think victims that. But I've heard. No, I know you're kidding. I'm kidding. Hans, you're a fantastic comedian. It's great to see you. Thank you for that.
Your shot. I fucking love Hans. Are those glasses?
Yes.
Are they?
I'm really autistic.
Like, put on, they like open up a little bit. Right? Look at that. Oh, how they work? Does that work?
Let's put them in.
Fucking love you. It's like when you took the glasses off, it was like the rom-com where the girl takes the glasses off to become a better looking guy. When you take them off, it's incredible. And if Red Band did the job properly, I would be able to show you exactly. Why don't you try it again? Properly. Completely got it. Incredible. 10 years, 4 months, never gets better.
This song,
Dreamweaver on the internet, everybody. This, I mean, it could not be written, and it must be. Whoa! Oh my God! It was for sure just oh shit!
Looks like Toronto marrying.
Oh my! Wow! It didn't seem Asian. Oh my God!
Like Aljo right now.
Wow! Wow!
Come on out, Aljo.
Incredible. Maybe you could play full rate or something. Oh, you ready? If you pick them up, now, let's go. Here we go. Minutes later, we figured it out. Uh, yeah, I know it's 2 words. That's what happened. The fucking on another exact minute for you. So fun. Way to get the show started every single amazing stuff. Love you. On everybody. We pull the name of the started. I'm gonna pull another one while we get through this one. And here we part of the show where obviously you don't know things get a little bit wild. We've met a lot of these people before, so it could be a crazy person, it could be the people where we on and stars. So it could be one of those, and it could be one of the worst ones ever on the anything can happen. 15 seconds uninterrupted, the opportunity of a lifetime. To Eric Gallagher, everybody, or Gallagher. Eric Gallagher, everyone. Thanks for Eric, everybody.
Oh, holy shit! Fuck yeah, you guys. Dude, did y'all hear about that alien that Mexico tried to reveal a couple days ago? Y'all see this shit? Yeah, nobody gave a fuck about it. Crazy. Especially around here, everybody was just like, yeah, everybody just knows that's what one of those 6th Street crackheads looks like whenever it reaches its final. I mean, everybody's like, no, that's not an alien. That's one of those final bomb crackheads. No, dude, it was crazy because like the guy that they got to reveal it, he apparently he's been accused of revealing fake shit before. Don't know this? Yeah, Bruce has stolen it. No, regular Indiana Jones guy like stole this fake shit. Anyway, I don't know though, man. It's crazy. Apparently they said that they got X-rays of the aliens. One of the had an X-ray. It's like a Mexican scientist though. It'd be like, interesting. Is it? Okay, saying Montana, I'll probably rush that. Jesus Christ.
Wow. Eric Gallagher. Boy, Eric, oh, Eric. Wow. How long
Well, my first,
Eric?
7 months. I started in February.
Wow.
3.
Wow. Bringing sure one can relax. Wow. Where have you been doing stand-up comedy? Like
I'm more I'm called Amarillo. I just
Amarillo.
sure.
Wow, that's where Matthew Billing's from. He never talks.
Yeah, what up, man?
That's where I'm from.
Hell yeah. I like your solo album, bro. That was good.
And wow, look at that. Trying to make up for not being funny. Oh, goodness. Wow. All of our solo stuff, don't you?
Yeah. It's wild, man. I actually came in February to joke.
Oh,
And,
jeez. Yeah.
and kill Tony. Terrible. Yeah, that's cool, man. It's cool.
Wow.
Good time. Very fun.
Eric's been doing 7 months in North Texas for a living. What exactly type of free driving for a living?
For example, I haven't been working since I moved here.
Phones in Amarillo. What country? Now you do nothing? Is that what you're saying?
just been just putting all my stand up. I saved a lot before I came. Trying to live off of that.
Saved a lot. Oh.
Yeah. I've just been trying to live off of it.
I always like to ask, people are different with money, and it's a question, but I like to ask, how much money is that?
I think like $4,500.
$500. You're like, okay, I got this. Not. Okay. So tell us, so that they understand what it's like for a. How old are you again?
29.
29 years old, $4,500. How long did you come to us?
It was like at the very end of January, like.
Wow. How much of the 4,500 you?
Like 3,000.
God, wow. You're like, but it's close.
Very frugal. I'm very frugal.
I would probably spending Nick's money. How have you been only spent $700 in January?
No. That's since I moved. Since I moved.
Oh. Okay, so what's the big situation?
Moving.
Okay.
I live in. The rent's pretty good.
What is rent? Ooh.
But that's my.
500 in the hand job?
Yeah. Active moment.
Incredible. What else?
Play a lot of video. I write a lot of music. So I'm starstruck right now.
You write music?
Yeah. Primarily.
Money and stuff.
Yeah. Fuck.
I think I learned that it's not Hans and Plaza that like are suffering one joke. For Eric,
Like primarily like rock music.
sing or what?
Yeah.
How many do you think we should hear? Eric sing a song. What's like the band you play in?
Can I need to just sing.
What did you think was about to happen?
I thought I was gonna sing one of my songs. My bad.
Okay. Want to sing one of your songs? The band will fall.
Is that cool?
That's what I just said that.
Yeah.
I think
Probably
I
not.
control everything.
Would that be cool, brother?
That's not me.
Stop asking permission for this.
What?
Just sing your fucking 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
That'll be really cool.
Oh. He wants to play guitar. Alright, okay. Now I get that. Here we go. Making a real thing about it.
Just sing, my bad.
Here he is. Ladies and gentlemen, it's built up to JB. The terrible at stand-up. 7 months in the band. What you guys the fucking back and covering up his shit. I lived in Austin to know what the fuck was happening. Anybody could do that. Got up there with a guitar and just literally done exactly that good. That's just a band, a bunch of professional musicians.
It's true.
Filling in. I heard what you said.
man. Come on, man.
Get great. Hold on, Trump's got to put a fucking umbrella. Like,
I don't mind it.
yeah.
Now that we're over 2, do you want to try painting? I'm gonna push back. That's great. That was fun.
The leg. Okay, both. Right. Okay.
Yeah, both.
Here we have a little Tony toast box, made by the great Bung Thai. Congratulations. Welcome to us. Texas.
Oh yeah, hey guys.
There he goes, Eric. Good. This is the one for the show, representing the company dealership. A very here noise for Bobby Brown Jr.
Yeah. Alright, I'll get right to it, man. My name is Bobby Brown Jr. Fucking, I hate sharing names with Twitter. I think it's fucking trash. I'm playing you what last celebrity did, you know? It's like, wow, why you kill with that crack cocaine? I just have to play along with it. Like, obviously I did it because it's my problem. Like, how about that? Wow. No. Sharing names with celebrities fucking sucks. Some of them be fucking expectations up over time. That's why I'm happy that my name is better than my little brother, R. Kelly Jr. I gotta fix my fucking family, man. You know? Black people naming their kids after the worst fucking celebrities, ruining their lives. So I decided if I have kids, put in the whitest names I can find. If I have a son, I'm naming that nigga Osteen Brown. That's the name that'll beat the allegation, you know? And pass that. You can't not hire a nigga who's a J-O-B. Right there on the name, man. Give my nigga a job. Yeah! Oh, yeah! Hell, fucking yeah! Yeah! What's up, buddy? I'm fucking great, man. You know, fucking great. How are you?
Great.
Fucking great.
I'll
Hell yeah. 5 years now?
here's where we're at.
Jacksonville, Florida, man. Duval!
Oh, shit, there it is.
Yeah!
Gang sign is nobody knows it. Incredible. 5 years in Jacksonville, Florida. How long have you been in Austin?
I moved out here like Thursday, so like 12 days. Like 2 weeks ago, man. I'm fucking with it. Yeah.
Fresh. Here in Austin.
Yeah, man.
Everybody's coming here. Everybody's signing up for the show. Incredible. What's around? What for Austin?
Fuck with it. Yeah, hell no. You know what I mean? Like, I got off the plane and I was trying to call Uber, but that shit was like phone. I gotta wait 10 minutes for it to calm down. Man, as fuck, man. Finally got my shit turned back on, but my car declined. So, yeah.
Jacksonville's pretty hot.
Yeah, nah, man. It's cooler than this shit. Yeah. This shit was like 99 degrees last night.
Bobby, what do you do for work? How do you?
I don't right now, man. I quit my. I used to be a server. I quit out here right now. I'm looking around for work.
How much money? Here.
I probably have about negative $32. Yeah. I know a lot of people back in Jacksonville for money, so.
Okay. Alright. Get $30. What else about you? What else do you?
I do. I like smoking weed and yeah, I watch TV.
Okay.
I don't know, fucking.
Didn't watch it.
Yeah. I don't know. I try to escape my problems, man. Yeah.
Probably a negative $30.
Try
Share. I need what Hans described as cavernous hole. What Hans described as cavernous hole. Give any how much was solely based on the fact that they Bobby Brown's tell the truth.
No, I'm pretending to be this twice. I ain't gonna lie. I haven't. It works sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did they ever notice about Bobby Brown's? Did they?
I told him I couldn't pay for the daycare fund, and like,
Hell yeah.
I'm not confident Bobby Brown's a lot of money. That crazy. Well, I mean, he died like 2 years ago.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, last of Bobby Brown Jr. at least right now, man.
Hell yeah.
Weird. I got like people when he died, people thought, you know, I got like 700 followers on Instagram that day, and crazy. I'm not laughing.
Do that in your app. Feels real. Honest. I don't know what really is like.
What? I got Bloody Mo. What about this weird ass fucking name? Bro, I live out here now.
Any of
Hey, Bloody Mo.
By the way, I hear a lot of hearings in the up version, like Redneck turns shit up and clears up now that you hear on the podcast. I still my time came up. I got content like
Yeah.
I have several bro. Several means than one. Bobby, congratulations. Top tier, Cherry.
Yeah.
I'm going to have you on the stickers.
Wow. Red Band. Hell yeah.
Red Band. Here's a welcome to Hey. Dude, he touched me. Hey. Alright, let's do something fun. We have a golden ticket winner that is ready to do a new minute for us, everybody. This guy has made it, started, 4 weeks ago and has killed every week. He has a very defined style that is different than everybody else. Not the most confident guy. He literally seems like he doesn't want to be here, like he's afraid to do stand-up comedy, but his execution is incredible. Make some noise for one of our new favorites, Rick Diaz, everybody.
Alright. This pixel man has big dick energy. I trust the energy though. Oh my god. My love language is nope. Every time I make love, I prefer to turn the lights off. This way I can pretend that I'm with someone. I have an embarrassing story. I have an embarrassing story. Well, she has an embarrassing story. I had sex. When my ex, I know who you are. I mentioned it without telling me who I was. I'll wrap it up there.
character. Joe, your first is
It is. He's like me if my father finger fucked me as a kid. I mean, my friends call me for
yeah. How do you make that? That's incredible. Incredible, Ricky. So Rick, you did it again. Big dick energy. Fucking goddamn size hog.
I'm pretty sure that's about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
The answer is I have no complaints so far.
That's good. Great.
Only because no one's seen it. Later.
Oh shit. Show. Over there.
His little brother.
Yeah. He is from Brussels. You have to go back there next week.
Yes, sir.
What are you looking for? With your end?
My mom. I'm just my job. No, I'm interested in seeing how it will be received by the French adults that have been ignoring me.
Ooh. Rick's gotten out, Rick.
Yeah, and they're gonna suck my nuts when
Whoa! Whoa! He's such a sensitive, like, scaring guy, and then every once in a while, the animal comes out. There it is. There's an example. Big nut energy. Rick has. Let me remind you, the last row, he's come out. He's clearly on Sam. I want to hire everything. I want to take him livelihood. He's saying it, so we finally came to the conclusion last week that we will have a main event fucking showdown in an arena. The HGs are already sold out. Possible to get tickets, and we can make your dreams come true. You're gonna fly back from Brussels. One of you is going for livelihood. How do you feel? It's been a week since you made the challenge and you received what you wanted. How does it feel to get
it feels like I'm doing it for favor.
You're right. I put you into position.
Honestly, like,
ran with.
I'm a little afraid of Korean restaurants at this moment. Yeah, I think Hans has a contract out. Oh no, he blocked me on Instagram today.
Oh my god, he did?
It's okay. At HB Arena, I'm gonna eat Korean barbecue.
Oh my god.
For the longest time, there was Hulk Hogan. One day, there was a music, and a guy came out running, and that was the Ultimate Warrior. The Ultimate Warrior picked up Hulk Hogan and threw him into oblivion. And that's gonna happen on 31st of December.
That literally, like, is what happened. Actually, that's not the history of the.
It is us to remember it.
It's not. You just, like, broke it yourself. That's not what happened.
I like manifesting things, you know.
The Ultimate Warrior is dead and it never happened.
Yeah, and he also got fired from WWE.
Yeah, for saying that he should be paid as Hulk Hogan.
Before going on, I won't do that.
Right.
Potentially.
Sean O'Malley, what do you think about this guy?
Funny fucking dude. I've always been here about my neck, but I. But I'm feeling pretty confident tonight.
But, yeah.
At least I'm not insecure about my hair.
I don't think he's insecure about it.
They're just people.
Yeah.
My dick is pussy.
Does it really, though? Rick, does your dick get you pussy? It's the only thing that gets you pussy. Your dick gets you pussy. Tell us, explain to us how your dick gets you pussy.
I don't need the women though.
Women, make some noise. You want to fuck Rick. Yeah.
It's because they're on a date.
Ah. Some fucking gangster week. We're gonna miss you, and when you're in Brussels, when are we not gonna see you until New Year's Eve?
You're until New Year's Eve unless something happens in the meantime and you want to bring me back. I'm happy to come back. And in the meantime, if nothing happens, Hans Kim will have to dodge me the way that I did John O'Malley or dodge Chino Era for so long.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Why? An innocent little nerdy boy. Come on, you challenge on into the world.
Well, people were asking, aren't you afraid of roasting John O'Malley kill you? And I was like, I want to die. So give the fuck.
Love it.
Now I want to fuck him.
Yeah.
You're the second person on this panel that has said this.
True. Wait, did I say that I wanted to fuck you?
No, King that did that. King Kong that did that last time. Then she did it. But Jonas is gonna fuck me.
Sure. You will be next. The past month has been absolutely incredible. You're different than every other Golden winner regular in the history of the show. Very, very borderline title character there.
These are incredibly kind words if only I gave a fuck.
I mean, okay. Alright, again, you're an asshole for no reason. I like it. Personally, I like it. We're gonna miss you, Rick. Coming over in Europe. Guys, come on, class.
I'm gonna miss you too, guys.
It's the last time, man. You make sense for Rick. Very. Pulled another name out of the bunch. Oh, 60 seconds uninterrupted. The kill team. Drew Santana, everybody. Drew Santana. Have it caught up there, huh? Uninterrupted.
I don't know why people think I'm. No matter what I wear, I could be wearing a woman right now, and some of you out. Dressed like a fucking space cowboy in a big porn or something. I don't know. I'm trying to keep. When I was just a wee lad, my stepfather told me, son, every other woman I had been with before your mother had really big tits. Sacrifices. Compromises for the ones he loves. I've seen a couple of open mic comics square up the fight at open mics, and I gotta say, watching these open mic comics square up the fight, it's like watching women's basketball. Disappointing, and overall,
disappointing and uneventful. Santana. Now, you've been on this show before, right? Kind of right.
My second time.
Second. What is that you're wearing around your shoulder? What the fuck is going on here?
Posture brace I posted back.
What?
It's a posture brace. Yeah, it looks like a gay thing. I got bad posture. I just
The bad posture, so you have to wear that?
you can also hold on to it.
Why don't you put it under your shirt? Like, don't answer questions. Shit. You're like, I hated you personally, right? Yeah, I kinda do now again. Yeah, I remember now. For a minute, like, yeah. Okay. Kill list.
It looks like you work at Home Depot.
Yeah. More like Homo Depot, am I right? Is there anything you wish you could the last time you were on the show?
I didn't take note of a couple of things. Like being on shrooms a little bit. Usually before Kill Tony, I'll take a little before than microdose. And I'm pretty
Did you do that again?
yeah.
Wow. Unbelievable. People are cheering for the drug mushrooms, not for the study everywhere. Yet again, I'd like to make sure nobody leaves with any extra confidence that they do not deserve. And is going, by the way, he just there he goes. Loading pair of sunglasses. Eyes by the side of the room.
Tony, his whole energy is like, well.
Yeah. It's true. WNBA. And all right.
But at least he's standing up straight.
That is true. I would hunch over too if I had everything about you. For a time where you're very confident, stand up straight like a man.
I try. Not really. No.
Oh, you're so annoying.
I don't.
I'm just gonna keep it moving. There he goes again, Drew Santana. Here, take a break from signing up for a while. If you're ready to like talk and like enunciate. Yes.
Felt like his jaw was wired.
Yeah, he was like that last. Too much. No. I forgot to write. Oh. The fuck out of here. You know, doesn't right every week. Regular taking over the show by storm, perhaps one of the strongest forces in the show's history. Ladies and gentlemen, the newest regular on Kill Tony, crushing in theaters all around the world with me. Make some for Cam Patterson, everybody.
I walk down the street, I get dated, and I'm a good person. I want to give up money. Got to push it like real hard. And they give us the money, and look, of course, so I gave her the money. As soon as I gave her the money, she was like, come here, listen, I am a good person. I'm going to say this here. I could not give her the money and run away or push the fuck out. So I decided to give her the money. She would come and give me a hug. So I was like, man, I hugged her, and then she rub her pussy in on my back. And I could smell it. Thank you so much for the money, baby. I really appreciate the money. I wanted to put on the hug, right? Before I did that, and the schizophrenic breakdown, they forgot who I was. So she was like, thank you so much for the, who is you, nigga? And put me on like I was homeless. And that shit turned me on, so I fucked her.
That's how you do it. See? So every week, people run out of a bit when they start. Yeah. True gang violence. Sugar shot. No less. My thoughts exactly.
I love you, though. You're my guy, like you. Oh, brother, I appreciate it.
Nice to meet you. I'm a fan of you.
And shit,
Well, I mean, I saw a couple clips and I was like, that's really funny.
yeah.
I don't want to hear
I get it. Yeah. Understand? Yeah, my nigga.
I feel so.
Cam thinks you're a public defender, by the way. They keep you on his side here. No, he's one of the best stand-up working today. Not for everybody. Right now, that's special. Cam did it again. How fun? What's going on in life?
Oh, shit. Same old shit. Oh, black people. That's cool. That I don't know not, but black people say, no, I really into that shit. That's cool. Man,
It is incredible. There was a accident in Chicago. Did I talk about this last week?
no, I think
But I can't remember the stories. But there was an old black guy in Chicago. We were taking a picture in front of the Chicago Theater marquee. We were across the street, big, giant, iconic marquee. He goes, "Hey, man, fucking rocks guy."
yeah.
And he walked right by me, William, David Lucas, just wanted to say hi to the rock.
That's so crazy. When we was in, then we were like, Kansas City, a dude had seen me, and he was like, "Hey, I don't know who you is, but people know you, nigga. I'm taking a picture for my son. My son might know who you is. I only know that what's his has no idea who I am." And that for the random nigga is so that's pretty hilarious.
Yeah, 100%. I was like, been killing all over town. We're going to where we Philly. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you very much. How did you know that? Oh, it's
Oh,
Jody.
okay, yeah.
And it was an audience member telling me that I'm in Tyson.
That's the stalker. Who the fuck's that?
Exactly. It's like #1 stalker. Jody. I love it. So yeah, Philly and DC. Ever been there before?
Hell no.
No, you've never been to any of
I
these
don't go
places.
nowhere, nigga. I stay home for a little minute, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. There was Bobby Brown Jr., who's from Jacksonville. You ever worked with him before?
I'm living on my couch right now, man.
Oh, he's on your couch.
Yeah, my brother, man. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah, I brought him. I'm bringing everybody, nigga.
Okay.
I'm bringing the whole state, man.
Oh,
Yeah, come on in our follow me, man. Everybody come home.
And it's weird. Like there's a lot of people that are friends with them, but every time you go to Florida, you don't see that comic when you're on the road.
Niggas is hiding. But yeah, everybody I know that I'm telling them they come and they funny. But a lot of niggas coming on their own time here. They garbage. You know what I'm saying?
right. That happened.
Yeah, that happens a lot. Well, I'm in town. I don't know you bitch. Man.
King rocking the official King Patterson t-shirt available at Gilmerch.com. Freshly restocked. You're making a lot of t-shirt money through us right now.
Man,
actually quite incredible.
It's witty when I was selling drugs. So, man, this is kind of beautiful.
Selling a whole different kind of white.
And rocks.
Yeah.
Rocks.
Yeah. Every one of those comes with a free rock. And you can't make it up. They're selling tons a week. It's absolutely incredible. One white tea, and they're getting it from Gilmerch for, I do believe, $35. Do you do rock this week? Special rock?
Yeah, I was rushing out the creek. I got black and miles in my package. Y'all was
Black and mild.
black and miles though?
I don't typically.
Joe, this is gonna be fun. Something kind of crazy. The other night, we were all drinking at midnight, and I walked into the restroom, walking to the urinal, and I hear that I like glanced through the crack, and I just see a bright picture. That's all I saw. And I go, Cam, is that you? And he goes, yeah. And I go, you all right? And he said, yeah, I did fine.
Yeah, when I drink, sometimes I keep my stuff on. I gotta go up my clothes. Gotta get out of the way. But then the black and miles, sometimes it's, you know, I swear that's an accident. Wait,
I hang out with white girls.
really?
Red Bandit never throw up. Holds on to everything that he eats. Like a bear before hibernation. What it is. But anyway, did it again. Another amazing minute. So much fun. There he goes, Cam Patterson, everybody. We're having fun tonight. We're getting through it. It's a fun one. Still more special treats to go. We get one bucket full, and then we have another fun thing happen. But first, 60 seconds uninterrupted to our first email of the night. Make some noise for Helena and Charlotte, everybody. Helena and Charlotte. One more time for Helena, everybody.
Hi. You know the apps that you get on your phone to help you manage your time, get more productive? I downloaded 5 of them and I'm still not doing anything with my life. I don't understand. Because they were free. I've never used it. grown men kind of hurts. Not that I want one, but I would like to be able to complain about it. Always like how am I supposed to I find it a little bit transphobic when they put tampons in the bathroom. It's like a reminder for trans women that they'll never be women.
Incredible. Not a lot like how long have you been doing stand-up?
Like a go
Really? Wow, very good for a month then. Some of that is that's incredible. Then
Audie, how you doing, girl?
what made you start a month?
um
What inspired you?
What happened to you? What'd you say? All right, you fall back to sleep. You like that? I didn't hear you. What did you say? I love you too. I hope you. Oh, okay. Well, I hope you're doing well. You ran away. You didn't play bowling with us. All right. Well, you get some sleep.
and I'm getting old so I can like like maybe there's like one day.
How about it? Maybe start before. Yeah. What is French? How long did you live in France?
All my life. But I don't know 12 years now.
Canada, France, country,
Sorry.
France.
Friends.
You have many friends?
Sure.
I feel like that's what you thought I said, so I'm gonna ask. Uh, for a living, country.
Not much. I do job because on the side I like to buy stuff like things.
What kind of creative things do you make, like baskets and things like that?
Come
Draw comics? Okay. Very cool. You draw your small font.
well,
Hell yeah. Um, is your boyfriend too?
The nerd.
Wow. Okay. Um, think about it.
I thought it was great. I mean, it took a little while, and there was some great jokes. I can't figure out if it's short though. Is it? No, it's not.
Supposed to be funny.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm struggling with. I say.
It's okay.
Where did you get this shirt? Cool. And the person with the shirt, very cool. Says, I can't tell you. Explain why that's made up. Problem.
You know, those people want to tell you where they could.
Right.
I bet that kills in print. Very bleak.
So, yes, your boyfriend, he's French Canadian.
He's from Morocco, but he moved to Montreal when he was like 3 or 4.
Okay. How long have you been together?
Almost 5 years.
How do you keep it spicy in the bedroom? How do you guys know what's the trick for a farm? Yeah. For fun.
We have a lot of friends. We hang out. We drink.
Normal. Is there anything wild about you? Tries to know anything? Alan, is there anything you've done or
Wildly about.
what?
Nothing wild about.
Wild about you?
I box.
Boxing. Put the mic in the mic. Oh, boxing. I know. Here we go. Show a little more. Put the mic in the mic.
I'm not very good at it.
Show us.
Oh,
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, that was terrible.
I was hoping to see her box.
Hey! Yeah, incredible. Full bush for sure on this. My God. No doubt about it. I mean, it looks like. Is that true? No, you don't have to answer that. Red Band, I made a joke. Yeah. We scary.
French Canadian.
There you go. You're just saying words at this point. What would be something before I let you go? What would be something that would surprise us? You seem so shy, so unassuming. But I mean, boxing's one thing, but what else? Must be something. French from Montreal, home of former biggest comedy festival, Montreal Comedy Fest, which is corporate. That's right. Yeah, good. Okie dokie. Nothing better than shy people on Kill Tony. Somehow, for the first time ever, Bill's like a rainbow colored big book, and I feel like you're liberal enough to appreciate that.
no, but thank you.
There you go. Almost have French not good at much. Because Elena, Charlotte, everybody. All right. Well, great. You guys are in for a special treat. The young man that you're about to see, famous, one of the greatest regulars in the history of the show, retired at the 10-year anniversary. Now when we get to treat to show off a brand new minute. One of the greatest roasters in the history of Phil Tony. This is a special appearance. Phil Tony, the great powerful.
sex with any white woman. It's like eating clean Greek yogurt. Like I don't want to eat this fuck. I hate rodents, but I don't believe in aliens. I know niggas never seen aliens don't come to the hood. They know niggas to their spaceship. Yeah. Niggas will be all that. What's
Unbelievable. You see that? It really stands out on this episode. This put on a bit of a clinic time, not many people did tonight. You could did tonight. You wrote almost nobody did tonight. And you had a great don't go to the hood. A four-pronged attack, which rarely um, about Lucas. That was maybe for this year at the 100 Saturday night. He was actually stripped on his toes, which is not even very good. You're holding on by thread. I can imagine what those fucking toes look like. You have a big cars. Hey, what's going on? You're breathing heavy. Oh shit, he's close.
Only look like he was the Heimlich movement for fun.
That is
Sugar Sean, you look like you sell no hump.
roast of the built. We met. So what else is going on?
That's it. I started this fucking medicine cabinet.
What kind of
Don't worry about it.
oh shit. The yeast from eating so much bread?
You know what's crazy for like the last I stopped when I feel that shit like when we was at the marina or something, like oh that medicine.
Oh yeah.
I can't
Oh, you're acting right now.
yeah, no, bro. So look, I'm on antibiotic, fucking medicine, antihistamine. That's fucking. You, I feel like I should tie my hair like this.
Oh my god. You are following this at an incredible rate.
You follow that Andy Dixon stuff.
Oh shit. You laugh, man. I laugh like that. I saw that, you son of a bitch. You just caught him his mouth that I didn't see him laughing. Look at that tough guy over here. God, supposed to be me sick.
Joe List looks like a healthy Nick Diaz.
Oh, Rick.
Oh, Rick Diaz.
Yeah. He looks nothing like a healthy Nick Diaz.
Who is Nick Diaz?
He has the fucking. He has his older brother. Rick Diaz. Yeah.
Why you put that white shit on? You know, y'all look like y'all about to baptize some bags. You look like a Malone therapist, nigga. Y'all.
still have it over here, roasting sugar like you're making s'mores or something like that. Weirdness. I mean, I almost said always shape.
I'm actually 18 pounds down.
18 pounds down. So that's 0.05 of your body weight. Incredible. The roast over there. Incredible. Roast fat people here on this side.
That's funny.
David Lord phone.
Nah, man, I got a text message from the bar. The nigga said you filmed in 5 minutes. They filmed the drag race at Anton's. Whatever that shit.
You're so.
Thank you, dog.
It's the show.
All right, y'all, man. Good time, man.
Get back in good health. Shit.
So come October 12th through the 15th. Tempe, October bringing Cam. Gonzales, Louisiana, October 26th, 7th. Portland, October 29th. I'll see y'all. Love y'all.
Great, powerful thing to look at. They really stand-up comedy. We watch people die all the time. You guys haven't out there? What other name on 60 seconds around 10 everybody million people. Oh no, we can 60 seconds from Ben Williams.
How's everybody doing? Woo! And this I look here and say the name 3 times. Peterson. Yeah, I know I'm ugly. You know. Yeah. Like, I knew I was I know. Like, I knew I was ugly. I was ugly. I went to the house and they thought I worked. Like, they thought what time is your post, man? What are you at? It's 9 o'clock. Man. So, take this stuff, you know. If any women in the audience want to donate me some pussy, I would greatly appreciate it, you know. It's been so long, I don't know what one looks like anymore. Yeah. But I'm bad at one night stands, you know. It always ends bad. You know. The last one night stand I had didn't end well because I ended up catching feelings, ended up catching the STD. Don't worry, that's 2 weeks away. I recently had a loss. My grandma died. So I've been taking it hard. Like, I've really been taking it hard. So now I'm sad and my ass hurts. Yeah, man. Yeah, life's been rough, man.
There you go, Ben Williams doing more. You're a lucky guy. I believe this is the third bucket full in 4 weeks. That's not as nothing to me. But when I pull the name out, you're very, very lucky. Why do you think you're so lucky? Why do you think when I pull the number out, that's calling your do you think it's overcompensating for the face? Roasted with fucking direction the last 4 weeks. It is incredible. It looks like you're wearing Halloween. It seems like it gets a little bit worse every week. Incredible. You really are. You're ugly. I'll tell you. I could not agree more. Seconds on the drums and laughing since you got on stage. Not in anything that you said, but you caught a glimpse of your face.
That's my goal. Just to say everybody laughs like 30 minutes at my face and I get paid and walk out the
Is incredible.
He's gonna go far, so he's got a lot of teeth in the game.
Wild. Are you your parents healed? Incredible. Unbelievable.
don't put my ugly.
Look like it's Tyler Perry made So remind us, your life going on.
I just about stand up. I've been actually doing it for 6 months, guys. And I've been grinding hard doing this, trying to protect my craft. Yeah, I was saying, I was on the bed. I say it's a big thing between Walking Dead, but it's an awesome place. And
What does your dentist do for a living?
it's like, oh, I quit. So you mean like I can't do nothing? Fuck it.
My goodness.
Yeah.
It's really like you moved out here. You're really gonna cut your teeth out here.
So, Liz, what do you think about this?
I actually think his teeth are better than mine, honestly. I guess you guys haven't seen my teeth, but check it out.
No, his teeth are much, much worse than yours.
No, I know. I just, kind of, I felt bad for him.
Really ever, what's your love life really like? Like the last time you were with a girl, what happened?
Oh man, like over a year. It's like that wasn't a bid. Like she's actually 60 years old. Yeah, yeah. I was trying to be nice with my man. I was just walking across the street, and she was like, "Oh, nice. I ain't in a while." And I was like, "Okay." So I walked up to the door. She says it again. She's like, "I ain't had none in a while." I still wasn't gonna do it. And then she's like, "Hey, you drink?" I was like, "I do." "You smoke weed?" "I do." "Are you pop Xanax?" I was like, "Oh, I love this." I was like,
Oh my goodness. Wow. With teeth like that, I'm not surprised you got a good career, you know what I mean? I mean, those are absolutely aggressive. It's incredible. Wait, can you do like tricks? Can you like eat fast? Something like that?
I mean, I don't know. I'll probably fight real hard. I go through the fight.
Yeah. All right. All right. You've been on the show a lot. We've interviewed you a lot. You got up again. Congratulations. You're going to keep moving forward. There he goes, Ben Williams. Everybody.
Appreciate y'all.
Okay. I pulled another name out of the bucket. Before we get to that, we have yet another special treat for you. I have been promising this guy thought and redemption for a while. Been asking for it. The last time we saw him, Hans and Hans bodied him. 15 punchlines, 0. The guy prides himself formerly on being a storyteller that tries to put a story into a minute. But I'm telling you, he's always been much funnier off stage. He doesn't show it a lot on his social media, but the guy is funny in real life. Swears that he's ready to kill for a minute on this show. Many times. Another shot at redemption. It's a brand new minute from Uncle Laser, everybody. Here we go. To underdog it. Uncle Laser.
First off, fuck Christian Mingle. Okay? Alright? It should have spelled like catfish by the cat. Okay? It's a crock of shit. Alright? Right? Them women out there aren't Christian. They're whores. Absolute whores. You know what I'm saying? Look, I get out there to find a nice young lady with some structure, give me a little balance, a little accountability, right? Someone will get mad at me when I'm doing cocaine in the garage at 7:30 in the morning on a Tuesday on the go-kart. You know what I'm saying? But it's that's got 8 kids and 9 baby daddies. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I went to public school. That math don't add up. You know what I'm talking about? And you just had a baby 3 weeks prior to the date. Okay? Government inside a pussy that just gave birth. Incredible. That pussy was baller. Right? It looked like a fucking mud flap on the back. Rolling around. Right? Bubble gum under the part. It ain't quite got the flavor, but it's just nice. You know what I'm talking about? Just nice. I'm gonna be honest with y'all real quick. I'll be honest with you. Tight pussy.
Go ahead, Ben.
Tight pussy makes me claustrophobic.
Uncle Laser, look at that. Wow.
I didn't get the fucking
Toss for it. It's good.
okay.
question is whether you're allowed to reject. And that was, without a doubt, the best thing I've ever had on this show. It is part of your sport. It was incredible. You came out guns blazing early on the show, and you get drunk before the show, and then you started doing vast amounts of cocaine before your sets. Fast, drink more, and then you more cocaine. Your answer to everything
was cocaine.
Cocaine. And now, the people, what's your cocaine situation now?
3 days sober.
Right, 3 days. It's his birthday, everybody. Okay. We still have David Lucas at full as of tonight. Give him a little bump or something.
He needs, yeah, that's fine.
My goodness.
Can I say something real quick?
Oh shit, here we go. A heartfelt moment with the laser.
John O'Malley. Listen, I got to look at a letter. Look at me. I'm saying, but look at you. Look, I fuck. But you fuck on the first day. You fuck on the ride to shit. You know what I'm talking about? I like that kind of shit.
Alright, Uncle Laser wants to fuck for Sean O'Malley. Sugar, what do you want to say about that? I would love to do cocaine with you, brother. Look at that!
Hey!
Happy birthday to you.
Hey, it's a nice
John Laser. Joe List, what do you think about that? I think you should do cocaine together. Wait till off the premise if you could. Yeah. This is the fentanyl strip of this channel here. Uncle Laser's birthday. How old are you?
33 years young, baby.
33 years young. Stand up in your dark regimen. Been working out. Were you able to finally summon a bunch of punchlines in December?
Well, I've been doing the hooked on phonics. So I learned how to write just a tad bit. Turns out writing makes a world of a difference. You just can't come up here and say, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm a beast. That's on me. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I just took a bunch of mushrooms, like a hero does, like 8 grams. Went and talked to Jesus. We had us some time. And really what it was my daddy called me and goes, yo, you fucking up. Little Asian boy buried. You know what I'm saying? He said, you went up on that man's show with that good haircut and you were all drunk, you threw your bag of cocaine on the ground. He said, that's not the boy I raised, so you need to get better. Or you got to go back to them oil fields. And I was like, well, we learn how to read and write, you know what I'm saying? So,
right. You've been practicing, you've actually been headlining your own shows. You're taking a very, very interestingly 2023 approach. You're taking your internet fame to sell tickets.
yeah.
Kind of rushing to headline, but that's learning quick, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, because of that bullshit, I did the open mic stage, which I really wish I would, because instead of bombing in front of 10 people, I'm bombing in front of 200 people at the show, you know what I'm saying? So you kind of have to learn. So it's all adjustments, like, when I'm starting to understand the format and the art and the foundation and structure and shit, and, like, actually getting a laugh instead of being a fucking maniac for them. You know what I'm saying? So, like, and look, I'm nowhere where I want to be. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I'm the best by any means, but I'm starting to learn and starting to have appreciation for the actual of what's going on. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So,
it's very interesting because you have a different path. Everybody has a very different path. Nothing is a straight line, and if it was a straight line, sort of.
I already did. You know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah. Well, my friend, this is a very real fucking story. Joe List, anything else for Uncle Laser? No, that was touching. Even when you're being genuine, it sounds like a wrestling promo, and I appreciate it. Yeah. Love what happened here tonight. I've always thought you were this funny, and every day before this completely disappointed me. And so, for this to happen tonight, it's the fucking start of a new era. You're goddamn, we'll have fun tonight, but after that, get back to fucking what you're doing.
I appreciate you giving me the opportunity. Don't go on one.
It is not easy, and the internet will hate me for it, but I continue to believe that you're going to show these people the hear it. That's like Roseanne said it best when she first saw you. She said that a little boy. No, the opposite. He's a fucking a little country boy underneath all those and the fucking distraction haircut and all the shit that you have, all this charactery stuff. The real guy in there, and you showed it tonight. There you go. Thank you, guys. Birthday, buddy. Here's some civic Uncle Laser. Birthday from Civic. Sit for smoke from still having fun out there, huh? Alright. Meet this person together in perhaps. Here's Zeke, everybody. Come on, one more for Zeke, everyone. Let's go.
I watch a decent amount of anime. Y'all watch anime? Yeah? Yeah. I also grew up in a small white town, so I got called gay a lot for watching. Jokes on them. I got to college. That's the only thing I had in common with my black friends. True. But if you guys didn't know this, anime is like a I write sense tragedy. Panic at the Disco of television. Thoroughly enjoyed by weird white people and black guys. Right? You guys not believe me about the anime thing, but I tested it on my cousin for the song. You know, like I started him off easy, started him off with some Green Day. Like, turn this whack shit off. So I was like, but you don't like Green Day? What's going on? He's like, nah, my girlfriend listens to this shit all the time. I do know one thing. I already had that shit cute. Okay? Like, you ever seen Celebrity Lip Sync Battle? Remember when Snoop Dogg does Don't Stop Believing? All the right lyrics, wrong choreography?
Jesus Christ. Oh boy. Oh. No, too late now.
I know.
Relax. Here we go. We're gonna get into it. Have you been on this show before?
Uh-huh. A month or two ago.
Right. Okay. Go better?
No.
No.
The bit went better. My bit got a decent amount more laugh.
But a different bit though.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
And the interview, the end of it I got going a little bit.
What? What happened?
I went after Dan's uncle. Asked me what the craziest thing that I've ever done is. Wasn't a great story. It took a while.
Is that the better ones?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, decent amount of crazy. Like, I've gotten multiple guns pointed on me on the road because I'm better than everyone in Austin at driving. Because, like, I'm pretty sure that people in Austin forget things when they're on the road. When the next exit is and put a turn signal even is.
Yeah. Talk about it. How long have you been doing stand-up?
Just like a little over a year right now.
A little over a year. What made you want to start that?
Got kicked off the wrestling team.
Got kicked off the wrestling. An adult wrestling.
College.
College?
Yeah.
Okay, why'd they kick you off?
Mexico.
Okay. Right. Wow.
They didn't like it.
Lesson. Question.
Hi.
Sugar Sean. How is this to ask? How are your eyes?
All the most.
It is incredible. Incredible. And you have a smaller forehead. Holy wild. Baby. What are your parents? I'm trying to figure out more about anything.
My dad used to race downhill mountain biking professionally. My mom was that entire time.
Wow, your career is going downhill as well. Bill List. I thought it was fascinating. Why did the chicken cross the road? To get on the worst of all time. Yeah. What I thought was fascinating was you're wearing chickens on your shirt and you also flap your elbows during your stuff. that on purpose.
It is.
And then you laid an egg up.
I used to wrestle, like, keep my elbows bent, and they come out sometimes.
Hey. Right. No, I thought it was good. I thought the crowd sucked. Things go better other times, other places, or do you just love the punishment?
They usually go better.
Okay. So much personality, I don't even know what to do with it all.
About it.
What's your level?
I've been single for about 3 years, so
Last time you kissed a girl?
last time I had sex, like a year ago.
That's a total different question.
I don't remember ever kissing a girl.
I don't remember every time I kissed a girl. But you take a test. A girl.
I'd probably say about 3 or 4 months.
Okay. Where was that? What was that situation?
At a bar.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Any special skills or talents?
I can do a backflip right now.
I know you. No, yeah. So you definitely do not have room to do it. No.
Are you telling me now?
Are you saying that you can do a backflip literally in this? You're the one that knows your ability.
I'm saying I'll do a backflip or I'll fail it and it'll be pretty funny.
No. Rogan keeping hundreds of millions of dollars.
You also said do a minute of stand-up comedy.
Backflip in the alleyway and hit the road, Jack. There we go. Poulet, everybody. There goes. But everybody's at the bar. Everybody's at before maybe no I get make some noise. Gotta be around somewhere. If not, we'll find them. Gotta be here. Make some noise for Dave. Everybody. Tell Tony. Very fucking guy come up here. How many of you like doing comedians do good on this show? Do you like doing on this? Ladies and for experiment violence.
They also they got homeless. These motherfuckers special. You know what I mean? It's like every time you see the homeless people, you see them with a dog. All I can think is, where the fuck they getting all these homeless dogs from? It's like people come from professional homeless person, they assign you a dog or something. Like this Tyler, he is 45 years old. Got a dog, he's 50 years old. It's crazy. Sympathetic person. You know what I mean? Guy has his concept. He sound like screaming hungry. Still. I know you, huh? You ain't at home. You ain't that dog yet. I'm worried about that because my friend.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Richard Pryor, Gene Wilder.
Yeah, you with it?
That shit. Yeah.
What you say, my man? He don't know what the fuck going on. He don't scared of me. He don't know what the fuck. Always had that. What, the gold teeth?
Yeah.
Man, he's right in there.
Hell yeah.
You know what the fuck going on. Yeah. That nigga, what up, man? Buddy. Oh, yeah, that's my partner there, man. That red. Yeah, you feel me? What's up with you, bro? Yeah. What's up, Joe? Hey, it's a dude named Goron, looks just like you. A bomb all the time. He coming from Orlando. No time. Whatever you is. Russian? Russian? Oh, no, my bad. That's Goron like Russian, or he like a Viking or something crazy. You know what I mean? Me? No, Goron. I'm sorry. Oh, I think it's me. No, my bad. I'm sorry. Oh, not offended. Let me relax. My bad.
Good. You're doing just fine.
I had ran all the way from up. Fucking crazy.
Yeah. One of the police officers. Oh.
No, yeah. I was like, what? Oh, yeah. Get somebody yelled out, hey, he's one of the good ones.
Yeah.
So I was like, that I had to have a proof.
Beloved. Shit. Little working out all the time.
Yes, we had.
Yeah.
Motherfucker.
Are you not hired? Oh my god. Oh. Background check there whatsoever.
None.
Oh
None.
god.
I was like, you hear motherfucker? I was like, you got that. I thought it was
Like, okay,
a fucking sign. I'm like, he's psychic. I know what's going on.
they're like, you're a door guy now. Don't let people in that look like you know a picture.
Yeah.
Yeah. Love it.
That is
Incredible. How long have you been working? I cannot picture you working here.
why?
You're the door guy by 20 years.
Well, you about right.
I didn't realize we had a rehabilitation system here at the mothership.
Funny as fucking ass.
He's getting turned it off.
You know you're my brother, man.
Yeah, you're about to lose your job, homie.
Damn, you kidding, man?
I'm kidding. I love you.
God damn, Tony.
I love you being the door guy here. That is absolutely hilarious. What a diversity program.
Yeah. It was my probation officer. Still got to be a motive, so that's why I'm. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
All right.
What's your name, Charlie?
Oh, I live. I ain't gonna tell y'all where I live.
I mean, I wasn't very
Fucking widows. Well, yeah, no, it's just like I got roommates, other cats from Orlando. Like we all rent a room. Way out on the east side with shit. I was like, this shit is far, you know what I mean? But nah, I'm straight to Parker Hill, you know what I mean? Like got a life. Moving and grooving, you feel me, TAC?
Absolutely. Been on up.
Yeah.
Okay. What's your love life? Oh yeah, when we first met, you were talking about how you were getting your dick sucked from behind.
I'm with the same girl.
You're with this same girl?
Yeah. Oh. Hey, but if you single and you white one with good credit, she don't live here, so you know. Yeah, she understand. You know, we gotta eat out here on these streets. You feel me? Yeah.
Absolutely. David Holly. Joe, have you ever seen anyone quite like this before?
No, this is really something I also do. And
Yeah.
you're like magnanimous. It's really
Good.
yeah.
why me and Tony best friends, man.
Yeah. Now you're friends with Joe. I do believe his amount of black friends in front of our eyes.
Not that shit. Not that shit. Yeah. Not that shit.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, you can go to any barbecue now. You just gotta get on that shit. Yeah, they gonna let you.
My goodness.
I put on a vibe of someone that's never met black people, but I swear to God, I never seen black people. How many black friends you got? Several. I lived in Harlem. Here. Yeah. A lot of colors over there. No, so cool.
He's been smoking Grindex here for about 10 minutes.
That's your thought. That's your thought. I go, he's your index finger, David. Let's believe so next bit. Oh, not right. Wide web. Same thing. That's like saying the thumb is index finger. It's the same damn thing. He's too old for this shit. Hey, he's like, I can't believe I did this. I'm just Nick Carson. Gang violence, bitch. Violence. Some fucking boys for Dave. Probably everybody. Do the six choke, and I do the six choke. Of course you can.
There you go. He said it. Sure get some work out of this. Great, David Jolly. Absolutely. We love you, David Jolly. Follow him at Mr. E. Jolly on Instagram and Twitter. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to that hour of the night where there's only one move left to do. Who better to have here than fresh analysts that have never been here for the force of nature that's about to take this stage? Kill Tony Hall of Famer, the only living member of the Kill Tony Hall of Fame, up there with the late and great Michael Laird. A lot of people, the Vanilla Gorilla, the Memphis Strangler, he's a man of many names. This is indeed the big red machine, the one, the only, the great, the powerful, William.
Redman has come before. If you fast, but I think we all already know the answer to that. So, Sean, I think that's just to say much nicer than Richard King when he was on the show. Kind of a deep cut. Okay, let's keep going. If you paid me $500,000 to claim Russell Brand raped me, he'd now be up to 5 accusers. Saying those women were paid off. I'm just saying I could probably figure out a time the two of us were in remotely the same time zone. Russell Brand announced taking time away from comedy. He'll be up here in 2 years as the starting quarterback of the Cleveland Browns. Also, I watched Six on a Plane, so I'd like to say, enough is enough. I've had it with these motherfuckers on this motherfucking plane. That's what I think of.
William Montgomery. Wow. What an iconic moment. This is basically, I mean, you're basically the same. How did you know he was wearing green shorts, by the way? Look at this.
So nice to see you.
Nice, yeah.
Sean, I picked that because I know you're getting very famous now. I was wondering if you needed any body. That's why I came out here. Seriously,
Oh, shit. Here we go. I mean, there is a lot going on. We have so much to talk about right now. William Montgomery, the record holder for appearance on this show. We are literally seeing more of him for those that are just listening to the podcast, let me update you. Is it basically listen almost endless. He has an absolutely inordinate amount of the front. I mean, there is something in there.
If y'all are wondering, this is very cold backstage. Okay. Shut up, bitch. Really?
I think we finally found out why his turns out he doesn't have one. It is incredible. Really around people here. That is wow.
If you're not working, that is it.
Underwear back to working. The loose underwear we're over right now. And then William, let's talk about all that fucking what in the front of your pants. You have something in there? Please tell me there's stock or something.
Dick? To be honest with you, I have 2 dicks and 3 testicles.
Wow. That is incredible.
Got coconut shrimp with fucking bad.
Watering at the thought of a coconut shrimp. Today, a perfect body next to Sugar Sean. You guys look like a before and after for exercise. Incredible. Oh my God! What is that? Get out! Incredible. Wow. My look like turned Sugar Sean into an elite. Absolutely amazing. Your stomach outrageous. Is you
The front work.
Gillis, explain to us what you think is going on.
You look like you've never been to the gym, the ambulance, the car. What?
That was very, very good. Those of you that know Jim Neidhart will laugh very hard at that.
Nobody knows who he is. He was a wrestler 48 years ago.
Yep.
He had a beard.
Wore some glasses, red hair, not quite as misshapen as you. Incredible, William. Explain to us how you like that.
I do 5 sit-ups a day. I do 200 push-ups a day. I'm doing 200 pull-ups a day. I'm doing 5 burpees outside. I mean, it's been so hot. I do a bunch of side straddle hops. I'm doing what else? I'm doing bench press, barbells. What else? I have a stairmaster. I have a what was that? What was the fucking back? I've been working out super hard. That's fun. I mean, if I swear to God, some sort of purity or anything like that, I would do more than things to help. Just maybe
Go. Perhaps put the mic in the mic stand and show us. Try to actually wrestle all that fight.
No, do you want to stand up?
Okay.
Joe?
All right. Don't hurt anybody. The new I was scared because I could see Sean on the other side. But no, your body's not that. It's pretty horrible. Especially because right thing. Well, his mom also kind of likes my body. So the last things on a plane, I saw it for the first time. That's great. At least I want to stand on a motherfucker. Red Machine showing us today exactly why he has that name. After we found out here today that he has 3 testicles. It was a very expensive surgery I did. You have hemorrhoids. How have your hemorrhoids been looking? They're actually better. Some good Samaritans give me a box here filled with preparation H-White. So whoever did that, genuinely appreciate it. I wasn't Mitzi's package arrived. Literally got a giant of preparation. Yeah, I was thinking maybe it was a big box of money or something. Fucking asshole white. But thank you whoever did that. I really appreciate it. Oh wow. It wasn't you. Keeps on fucking doing that, dumbass. What are you gonna do to that person who keeps yelling? I'm gonna fucking meet you outside with Sean and we're gonna start cutting around off. What does that mean? Stick around. What does that mean? But yeah, we'll probably kill you. An absolute monster. He did it again. Another new minute. Repping Sugar Sean O'Malley. Make some noise for the great powerful William Montgomery. Brian is in for Brian J. It's fucking absolutely awesome. Let's check out the local artist Chris Rogers. Oh yes, that's right. It's an homage to our number one loyal audience member, the great Purple, right over here. Comes every single week. Those are his pets. How cool is that? From fucking all the way back at that first club we were at here, to Balkan, to here, one of our favorite people. How about a hand for Chief, everybody? I do believe it's his birthday. My birthday with Uncle Wade's birthday. How loud can this place get for the reigning, defending bantamweight champion of the world? Great, powerful people, let's everyone. Yeah, but now go after this. Shop.com, shop.com, or .co, I'm sorry, sugarshop.co, and check out the Tipo Sugar Show everywhere. Thank you to Joe Blacks, the Red Rose, Yellow Rose, Connect Mobile Health, All Law Firm, also Smoke, 2 for 2, Hell, Damn Chance Burger, Damn Smokehouse, Screwball, Peanut Butter, and how about one more time for the best damn band in the land, the Kill Tony Band. Everything Jetsky Johnson. Make sure you follow her on social media. Legend of the game. That's a great attack. Drums, Paul Deemer on the horns, Steve Baptist on the bass, Matt Fueling on the electric. One more time for Jet Speaker on the horns, Paul Deemer also on the horns. Exclusive for sale on your way out. And don't forget, Nether Hours playing in Balkan. Check out the secret show every single Thursday. The Kill Tony Band twice a month at the Sunstrip.com. Very few tickets remaining for our first ever show in an arena. The newly added to the Sold Out show December 30th. A lot of fun things happening that night as well as the next night, obviously. everybody. We did it. One more time for my guests, Sugar Sean and Jonas. We love you. Thank you, everybody. Hey, everybody. Kill Tony live from the HEB Center in Austin, Saturday, December 30th, 7 p.m. On sale. You have to trust me. Tickets are going lightning fast. It's absolutely unbelievable. It will be the first podcast of Tony ever in an arena 2.5, 3 times as big as the ACL Live 10-year anniversary. Come in arena. So check it out. It's gonna be crazy. A lot of surprises, a lot of fun, unbelievable guests. It's a big production version of WrestleMania. Go to Ticketmaster.com. The Kill Tony is the one tickets available. Going back-to-back nights, 30th and 31st. HEB Live. Night of their lives. And everybody. You're here in a minute. This is indeed the number one live in the world. Kill Tony. Next Global. Get it on. Feel good. I did it today. Fresh off of flying back in from singing down in front of 1,000 people at 1:30 a.m. last Las Vegas. Use the promo code 10% your IV. That shit works. Our newest sponsor, so cool. Bus.com. Big party, giant van-sized super buses, and all type of amazing transportation. NinjaBuses.com, another amazing local company. They're all great Austin-based companies. Double available in stores and Walmarts all around the world. Security guard service, the best security guards in the world happen to be here in Austin. And through all Peter with proudly presents the best damn band in the land. This is the great Daniel on the electric car. Fresh off of touring with Ray Clark Jr. available for you here for free right now. It is me, your dear golden child, and I'm coming through a bunch of crazy shit.com or comedy or available now.com.
Check out DraftKings Parlay. Bring together multiple bets for the same game. Parlay across multiple games for payday even better.
That's right. Well, more fun when you're in on the action. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and code Tony. Plus, there will be $200 in bonus bets. Betting just $5 only on DraftKings Sportsbook with code Tony. The crown. Hey y'all, I have something blend I'm loving called Kachava. It's hands down the best thing I've done to feed my body. Great. Kachava is an all-in-one super blend made up of superfoods, greens, plant proteins, antioxidants, adaptogens, probiotics. In other words, everything your body craves to feel your best. And I know you're thinking something that's good for you possibly tastes delicious. That's where Kachava really earns their thousands of five-star reviews. Creamy and comes in 5 delicious flavors. I'll tell you right now, vanilla and the coconut acai are my favorites, but it also comes in chocolate, chai, and matcha. Red Band?
Like to drink it as part of their healthy breakfast or lunch, and others love it as a protein-packed snack or after a workout. It's perfect for this because it has 25 grams of plant protein per serving. Personally, I like to drink Kachava just laying around on the couch. It feels great. I don't want to eat too much. It's great to just have a nice real quick that's delicious and gives me all the protein and nutrients I need.
No doubt about it. And Kachava is offering our listeners for a limited time. Just go to kachava.com/Tony, spelled Kachava. 10% off your first order. That's kachava.com/Tony. Hey y'all, you don't have to be an athlete to need extra hydration throughout the day. Liquid IV has you covered. With 3 times the electrolytes, strength plus 8 nutrients for everyday wellness. No matter what you're up to, Liquid IV will keep you hydrated. Liquid IV hydrates twice as fast as regular water alone. You use it all the time. I love it. I absolutely need it after hot yoga, after a hot day on the golf course, or normal activity. It makes me feel good. Red Band?
Liquid IV is now available in 3 sugar-free flavors. White tea, my favorite is green grape, and lemon lime, with no artificial sweeteners in it. An amazing flavor without that gross, bitter aftertaste. Free, dairy-free, soy-free, has no GMOs. Liquid IV is anything addition to your hydration routine.
Grab your Liquid IV hydration multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or you can get 20% off if you go to liquidiv.com and you go Tony at checkout. That's 20% off anything you order with better hydration today. You can promo code Tony at liquidiv.com. Hey y'all, with the changing of the season, time to change up the way you cook. Let go of meal planning, shopping, and prep, and let HelloFresh take the reins. They send fresh ingredients recipes right to your door, so cooking is a total breeze. With 40 recipes and over 100 add-on items from each week, there's always something new to love. And right now, you can even snag their fall flavors line and get appetizers like barbecue pulled pork nachos, delicious Red Band.
If you're counting calories or following a specific meal plan, it can be hard to find meals that fit your guidelines, but HelloFresh makes it easy with vegetarian, family-friendly, and fit wholesome options.
Yum. Go to HelloFresh.com/0KT. Code 0KT for 50% off plus free shipping. That's HelloFresh.com/50KT show and use code 50KT show for 50% off and free shipping. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. the 5th generation performance featuring the all-new lawnmower 5.0 Ultra. When you're going for a close shave below the belt, use the best of the best, or else you're going to cut your nuggets. This new trimmer features 2 interchangeable blade heads with 3 length setting cones and waterproofing. You can get any look, anywhere. Perhaps you're into a mohawk or your weenie, or as I call it, a brohawk. Red band?
You know, I used to blow out my pubes, but no more. The performance package 5.0 little features that new Weed Whacker 2.0 ear and nose hair trimmer, revolve deodorant, crop sticker toner, and 2 free gifts.
Let me see there. Beautiful. 20% off plus free shipping with code KILLTONY at Mint. That's 20% off and free shipping with the code KILLTONY at Mint.com. Can I just say, going to concerts is amazing, but buying a grocery, it's expensive. You have to plan so far in advance. Stop the stress. It's the fast and easy way to buy tickets for all the sports, music, gear, and comedy near you. They have killer deals on last-minute tickets and the best price guarantee, so you can stop stressing and start getting excited for all the fun you'll have. I absolutely love it. And with the game time guarantee and all the other fun stuff, I just thought, you'll never believe who. You want to know who I saw? You want to know who? I saw Guns N' Roses.
What?
Red Band.
Game Time will credit you also 110% of the difference if you find a ticket somewhere else in the same row for less. Talk about a good deal.
That is the Game Time guarantee. It's the guesswork out of buying tickets for Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code KILLTONY for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account, redeem code KILLTONY for $20 off. Download Game Time today. The last minute ticket, lowest price, guaranteed. You guys ready to start tonight's episode or what? It's like a crowd. How many of you are real fans? You probably know sometimes, I book every single episode of the show myself, and I try to think, what have we done the week before? What have we done the week before? Where are we going? What have we done? And on top of having some of the most famous, featured Netflix new special features, sometimes I like featuring and showing you guys the style of the future and the present. This is a very special one. You guys are really fans of the show. I think you're going to be tremendously excited. I always know when it's going to be a really funny episode. The one airing tonight, for example, Dr. Phil, played by Adam Ray and Sam Talent. I warned people for weeks that's a episode you're not going to want to miss. I spent 80% of the episode here laughing while trying to host the show at the same time. This is one of those episodes that I think is going to be a thing of legend. I could fucking knows, but I rarely. This is the central core of what I believe is the future of KILLTONY. Their first time ever panel, watching history, what we would call a Jackie Robinson-like moment. As I present to you, your guest is their first time sitting on panel of KILLTONY. Their first time not doing a minute. Instead, sitting here, makes noise for Cam Patterson and David Jones. Tyler Perry presents KILLTONY. This is unbelievable. Red bird on this stage right now. I don't know. This is the first. This is you're right. 5 on 3, and whatever the fuck Paul Deemer is. What are you? Oh, I didn't know that. You're fired. I fucking love it. Welcome, gentlemen. him, you know, back. He's in the dark. They never get the respect you deserve. So, talked about him, came over one of the must Vulcan gas. Love you. And here we are, black and mild, lit, black and mild. I do about to get black and wild.
Fucking shit.
It's definitely gonna be black. Yeah, no, I know. I already have my wallet deep in my pocket.
Get out of this.
Oh yeah, I was reaching for it too. It was I fucking love it. We're gonna have a lot of fun here. You guys are legends in the show. You know how it works. Everybody gets a minute. Over 177 human beings signed up for the chance to perhaps get pulled out of this bucket. We pre-pull the names of our next score with a list of 177 people, and whoever signed up in the room, in addition to you know how it works. Seconds uninterrupted. Somebody found a kid. And then I find out more about them. When else talk about what makes them change.
Oh, I went in the head.
College.
I went to the university. Oh my god, yeah.
And she don't clap, motherfucker. That it was the blacks. A year and a half, that bitch is left in there. They probably that.
For a little while.
What were you?
Hey, whoa.
You know you're fucked up. Everybody laughs at computer science.
I graduated with 3.5. I just
Are you five on what? You're D5? No.
Are you on yeah, I'm smart.
Cam, did you go to college? Oh, no. I wouldn't off to so hell
I'm like, I'm reading right.
right. Well, while they go grab that comedian for the or you have a comedian go on first. Starts every episode. So a legend, you know, ups and downs and highs and lows and headlining all around the country, selling out, crushing, and back for more. Nation right. We not do. Getting started. Song at all? Sing it if you know it.
Well, more like black and child. I think they should introduce a new submission in the UFC where if you hold down your opponent and pretend to have butt sex with them for 10 seconds, not only do you win the fight, but your opponent now has to retire. If you're in a real fight, but still win the fight, no one's gonna remember that you won the fight. They'll remember you won the fight. It's been a pretty hot summer. As an Asian, I hate it when the matches forward. I prefer Mexican. 70 to 72.
useful, and
I appreciate that, my nigga. I was like, yeah, little,
yeah.
a little bit of baseball, but yeah, absolutely. No, I see what you're saying. Yes, challenging him, and he finally got it. You are challenging Rick as in the arena, sold out, center. Will be doing it every single week. Other will be temporarily from the show. Have you been thinking about this at all?
Yeah, I've been saving up and thinking about it and just wondering how I'm gonna crush European with my American mic.
I'm at my face. That was a very good. Very
They were eating pussy.
Next week, you posted one of these housing collections. What? Yeah. Yeah, love it. Summer, the age. Oh, that's good. Those are good jokes. Rock quality. Fun thing. I mean, where does it come from? What is your writing routine? Probably for asking. They're like regimen. Where do you? Are you at a desk? On a toilet? Shower? What is?
I'm usually laying down because I have a neck injury.
Oh, your neck injury.
So this
How did that happen?
a little jujitsu. I'm a bit of a jujitsu era. I'm up to my third strike on my white belt.
Wow. How long did you?
I thought it was ago. Like shoot.
Golly. How did you neck injury off that thing? The whole world in his head. David playing with out after a year and have a computer science that you do a pretty dog in them. Incredible. Any exercise at all now? No jiu-jitsu for 7 years. What's your question? I feel like I've asked you before.
As you can tell, I don't. I have a kettlebell, 35 pounds, but I do kettlebell sessions. I'm usually in hotels, foam rollers, do a little pad so I don't get myself. I have a punching bag. I've punched for Ted Welch, Sean's trainer. He said that's pretty good.
Your punching bag. What's her name again?
My girlfriend.
I know. Another great to get us started again. Anything else you want to talk?
I made my career off of desperate, sad, that tried to take other comedians down. For 31st, I'll do the same.
Pretty sold. I would love you. Friday, like I said, just the hot summer age stores, things like that. Great stuff on him every day. Way to get up started. How it goes. And it's tough. It's still the table
always know that it's good. But then again, everybody up here and everybody else out of this bucket. So, future could be next, or it could be first. Make noise. Next comedian, Eric D. Wong, everybody. Straight out of the bucket, we're going to meet them all together. Eric Wong.
Hey, y'all. Hey, what did you weird compliments? I get like weird compliments all the time. And they like how my voice is weird. Because I feel like I sound like I do an impression of a guy that looks like. Also, someone told me that she likes my butt. Good asshole. And I think she should protein. Also got told I look like a porn star. Cameras. I got this one for a little bit. I got off stage like, hey man, I didn't think you were gonna be funny. Like, you call that? Yeah, I don't even know. I don't even know if I write good jokes. Like, I'm just pretty sure I'm pretty enough to make it a little bit gay. Thank you. That's my time.
Okay, Eric B. Wong. Is this your first show, Eric? Okay, welcome. How long have you been on stand-up?
4 years.
4 years. And how long have you, like, Mario Lopez with Down syndrome? 4 years. All of it here in Austin?
No, I can't read in Nevada.
Okay. Where you've been doing it, huh?
Yeah.
The big city or whatever?
Bullshit like that.
I mean, you would know.
Yeah. That's what they call it. It's like a really comfortable place to drink a yeah.
This where you were born and raised?
Yeah.
Berlin?
I serve sushi out. Yeah, I Gosh, I was like homeless for a couple. Yeah, that was
You moved to Austin
about a month ago. It was 100-degree weather.
Tell us about where you didn't look for a place or anything like that.
And I thought I had a job too. I got out of here. Like I showed up to that I was working at in Reno. It was like corporate. Showed up to the door. We don't have a job for you. I fucked over that way. Bad planning.
Okay. How about the living vibe was?
Yeah. Same deal. Like, didn't communicate with the guys. Like, we rented the place out while you weren't. So I got down here, and that was it.
When you say communicate with
yeah,
place,
that's really what happened. Yeah, I just expected that they remembered me.
okay. Are you on drugs?
Constantly, yeah.
Marijuana.
Just marijuana, yeah.
Right, but love it.
Yeah.
Enough to not communicate with both home and work.
Yeah. I was expecting this. I guess not. Yeah.
So, sounds like you were going to be what? Serving, selling pieces, serving. Now you're serving. How did that happen? Like a lucky upgrade.
Oh. A lot of it, I just used like mine in downtown. Like, they probably jobs at
I know. It every single week, and someone like green. That's what they say. Ollie.
bro, that shit sucks. That was that you no.
Oh, you put up a lot?
Tested that for a little while, yeah.
Well, you tested that at a crack house?
Very popular crack house.
Bad shit, bro. Better.
you'd be happy right now. One of the most boring people in the show's history. Probably one of the people to read. They're probably color.
Oh, I was just the most handsome guy out there, but
Why do you keep on saying that? You're not. You know you're not good looking. You're as good looking as you are funny.
okay.
David Dolan.
Hey, you the most handsome motherfucker with Down syndrome I ever seen in my goddamn life.
Why do you
You
keep
got
saying
bro.
that?
It's true. You have like a clock like you have like cauliflower hair a little bit. The rest of it's do.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a friend on the shit. What kind of belt?
That's a purple one.
Purple. Favorite train. You're making my friend thirsty. That's talking about purple. Interesting thing about you, Eric. Now, drunk anything.
So my ex, her and I broke up to do comedy in different cities. She moved to LA because she's a dumb bitch. And yeah, I moved out to Austin. Texas, I'm racist, gay. But I know, sorry, but my ex.
Here we go. Eric. I mean, I gave you a why. Could it ball ran in any direction? Called a girl a bitch and you called yourself for the whole time.
Yeah.
Fucking,
She actually has your number. Maybe from the comedy store, yeah.
okay.
Yeah. So I guess you know her by name. I didn't know you remember people.
Understand what you're talking about. What do you
I was someone that was talking to me where she what number? All right, yeah.
Are you sure she had my number? Are you positive of this? Right. That sounds more like everything else.
Yeah, she had like she was pretty. Gave her her real number. Like you leave the bathroom and be like, hey, if you don't know what? Yeah.
What'd you leave the bathroom?
Oh, you see her leaving like the bathroom and greet her, like you actually knew her. She's great.
I can't understand what you're saying. Take a breath. You're leaving the bathroom of the comedy store?
Walking out of the bathroom, you with a group of comedians, and
he's a comedian.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Was starting to be.
Right.
Okay.
So
I was a comedian in LA for how long? Right. I was a comedian in LA for 50.
Yeah.
So you say like,
oh, so you tend to remember people, I've noticed.
I don't know her name, and it sounds like you guys broke up. I don't think you should be talking about her.
Right? I thought
everything you've done up here is a massive failure. Am I friends with her?
Oh, it's gonna be and I was wrong.
You've been wrong about a lot here, Eric. Not friends with her, but she thinks that's my number.
Yeah, the whole idea was that you could text or whatever. It's just the same. I would love her. No, the more you ask, the less I know.
Every way. What's gonna happen to her and I'm
oh shit, yeah.
Thanks to Daniel Watson. And that's the third string drummer of Kill Time. Don't put the stick down, man. Roasted by Marva Wilson. What's the name of the chef? It takes her back speaking in church for Daniel. Right. So, Eric E. Wong. I mean, everything was a failure. You tried to get anything out of it whatsoever. It's anger issues, confidence issues, and a bad humor. You make bad decisions in every single way possible. could have done almost anything here. It's incredible how we were. I feel like if we tried to do this 5 to 10 more times, we couldn't even reenact how unfunny you were tonight. It's an absolute anomaly, and I do this every weekend. You've amazed me tonight. You will not walk with any guy's joke book. There he goes, Eric D. Swan. No joke, Oscar. No joke. You won't have a decent minute. You contribute nothing to the you leave with nothing. And millions of people get to watch. Pull another name out of the bucket. Anything happens. It's like a good. Been doing this a long time. I know when it's a good name. Might be funny, might be completely insane, but I know for a fact it's gonna be Eric D's girlfriend. I probably fucked at something. Makes no sense. Those are a lot better than he ever did. Spencer, next meeting, Mr. Mars.
Love this guy.
Well, natural dialogue up, and that's not fun. You know what I mean? Always standing there like, snap out of it, bitch. Understand? Cut the dog shit, clown. I got this extra load. Checker. Casually roast myself in oblivion. Yeah, make myself feel bad. You know what I mean? Hurt my own feelings. I talk shit till I cry. I talk shit in the mirror till I cry. You know what I mean? I'm a fucking bully. Yeah. My internal dialogue is fucked up, but I believe in therapy. Yeah, these soy boys out here getting therapy. What the fuck I look like? Ain't no pussy boy. Oh, soy. I see we got a bunch of fucking. Yeah, I don't know. Never mind. It's all good. Didn't turn my Audi into a fucking upper E doctor. Like, what are we doing here? Man, I don't know. That's a lot of fun. Anyway, I don't have anything against any soy boy pussy boys. I just want to put that out there. Yeah, that's enough. That's enough.
That is ours. Holy shit. Where do I even begin with you? 1,000 times better than the last comedian. And still god awful at the same time. How long have you been stand up for Mars Marshall? If that really is your name.
Mars Marshall, about 6 months straight nonstop. Yeah, that's fun.
Straight stop. I never told you that you look like the floated corpse current White House press secretary. Right. Look like if the weekend never took a weekend off. Whoa, is that the shirt you're wearing? I fucking love that. That's cool. That has nothing to do with it. Can't even get decent enough. This Mars Martian. Where do we begin with this guy, David Jolly?
I don't know what the fuck just happened. That nigga ass up. And I know Mars by Mars, man. I don't know if you can say nigga yet. It's a new breed. It's a cowboy. It's new time. It's not a real thing, nigga. I know this. You can't make a nigga, bro.
Owl. God.
Nigga don't say cow, bro. Come on, nigga turtle.
Can only mean one word and one word only. And word turtle. That's what I. Okay, so let's talk about it. 6 months in the game nonstop or 4 months? Say? 6 months. What do you do for work exactly?
I used to automate data centers.
What does that mean?
automate data centers for a bank, software engineer.
Okay. The blackest thing about you is that I don't understand the word you said. From the data center?
Yeah, I use software automation.
Okay. All right. That's like a 9 to 5 type of job.
Yeah, corporate. Yeah.
Okay. Do you use a pillow at night, or do you just lay your head down on that chair? It seems like it would be soft and nice. Like, I bet you do it. I'm gonna move on. What do you like to do for bars?
Anything creative, make jokes.
Kind of music.
Boys like jazz, kind of death metal shit.
Death metal slam.
Yeah.
A wide range, my friend.
No. I do rap. Yeah.
David Jolly.
I love it. That shit.
Well, I got news for you.
I love it.
So, Mr. Marshall, what do you do? Play it.
Oh, I got pads. I got several guitars, different tunes, all that type of shit. I'd rather not play the bingo and, of course, the sing and dance all of a sudden type of deal. I can't sing.
You made it an and dance thing. Made it an and dance thing. What do you think? Hair size or something like that? Come out.
Like a wrestling. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you'd rather not sing, really name the instruments that aren't on the stage all at once. Get rid of drum pad.
Drum pad, yeah, it's a little different.
Little, not drum. Okay. What are you best at? What's the thing that you're best at in the world, Mr. Marshall?
That's it. I'm quitting. Myself. That's it.
Okay, what's your love life?
I had a very fulfilling 7-year relationship that's over now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did that end?
A couple years ago, about 2 years ago, yeah.
Oh, you're doing it. Killed her and took her hair. So it ended 2 years ago. Have you moved on?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Place right now.
Right now, or myself, like,
No, that's goddamn first of all.
yeah.
Get off. Really, right now. And then
I'm a real life type of person, so I can stay out of the DMs and the swiping and all that stuff, so yeah. It doesn't happen, so yeah.
open mic, you get off, go up to her. What happened?
Oh, I mean,
Did anything really happen? Making this up?
I'm trying to breathe.
I guess. Talk about it because he killed her. I don't know if you saw his from killing. I'm gonna keep you on the spot here. So you're at an open mic, right? There, right? Or was it online? What happened?
So we get a lot of people, we get a lot of transients in and out of town all the time. A lot of people from other states come here. Yeah.
Over here.
Sorry.
Out into strangers' eyes.
No, so it's always a fresh pool of Indians in and out of town.
Okay, so then what happened? Better start answering the fucking question.
Alright, so I mean they were staying in a place that was over. They lured me back to the inn with mushrooms. We did mushrooms. We hung out, we hit a bunch of mics, but then they had to go back to them, so that's where we went type of deal. I mean,
Jolly.
oh, that bitch dead.
Alright, guys.
That bitch is down dead. Yeah, okay. Hey, he's been writing speaking. Well, man. Look at that.
Place to go back to. What's your living?
I live out, myself. I live out by Mansfield, for like 30 minutes.
And that's exactly where. I mean, like, do you have room?
I'm a homeowner also.
How were you able to do that?
Software engineer for 4100.
Okay. Saved up your money, bought real estate.
Yeah.
That's like interesting fun fact about you. That's actually shocking. You're a homeowner. Incredible. What are we talking about? 1 bedroom, 1 bath? What are we got?
I don't know. It's on an acre by the lake. It's kind of cool.
Don't know.
How many bedrooms? Bedrooms. Bedrooms?
What are they serving up at this bar they're keeping everybody at? Oh my god. Fucking wild. Okay, Mr. Mars Martian. Anything else? Any other special skills or talents or anything we should know about you?
I've been in Austin for like 6 years. I'm originally from California.
Oh, okay. Alright. Okay. Hands up. The majority of them being at the table with me. What do you think about the fact that they just finally arrested murder?
So he's the last one of 4 that were, everybody else is dead except for him. It's kind of one of those double jeopardy kind of deals, I guess you could say. Yeah. This is the better one, dog. I don't think I get it.
Mr. Mars Martian, I got good news for you. You're walking out of here with a small Tony joke book. Got it? There you go. Boom. There he goes. Mr. Mars. Fun episode. You didn't find out the strength. Pretty sure any of the people that have been doing this for months, I know crazy. Overthink it. Ladies and gentlemen. Okay. I pulled another name out of the bucket. We're going to keep it moving along. Make some noise for your next and out of the bucket. Definitely entertain. Make some noise for or BSI. Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Hey, I'm Gary. So, this is my first time in Austin, actually. I came from the Seattle, so in here for my cousin's wedding. And I think they're going to be really curious when they know that I'm here instead of writing my vows. But anyways, in unrelated news, I was trying out some yoga this morning. And it's not that I'm bad at it. Whenever I do it, I kind of feel like a poser. But it's all good because I'm a pretty good guy and stuff. Except for I used to be super addicted to showering, but I'm clean now. And also I look at the graph and stuff. So hey Johnny, I think that your jokes are cool and you're real and a phony. And if I was
Incredible. Incredible. The unbelievable performance. Great. Jesse, how long you been on stand-up?
This is my second time ever.
Really? Wow. That is incredible.
Yeah. I'm actually here with the crew, and so we kind of all signed up.
Really? So it's like a bachelor party from Seattle. Your friend's really getting married?
He's really getting married, I hope.
Yeah.
And so we're kind of letting it rip, but
finally somebody saying I'm like, else is cool. They don't realize it first, and then cool second. Everybody's kind of this ain't cool at all. Funny though. I mean, funny, but it's cool. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to, they got to knock out of the way. They got to knock that out. But you don't, right?
I think so.
Right. We're gonna get you checked out. We're gonna get you an ID trip with the great people over at Connect.
I'd be down to get checked out. Also,
Whoa, hell yeah.
do you have kids? I don't have kids.
Like, jokes were really. Did you write them or did you read them? Like Happy or something?
I don't eat coffee, but I didn't write them. I just thought of them. And that's kind of how I did it. Yeah. Because that's not what it does.
Right? An integration input on note. What? Real word. Okay. So, I'm wrong. Like I'm wrong. Very good. Artist comedy. Very simple. Pick all these best fucking. Tell us more about your actual life.
Well, it's like different. I usually be climbing or like making wedding wraps. Or
Like rap about a wedding?
like wedding.
You're really good at finding friends. Where do you think it's from? How do you choose?
Timing. Well, one time my friend told me that I swing my golf club that I have pretty good.
Yes. That's a
I think golfing translates to here.
music. They don't. Wedding rap. Tell them what a wedding rap was like. If it, try and get great. Make sure you get into that microphone. I can hear you.
Right.
Band starts. It gets a little loud. Okay, we want rap. Here we go.
We had to come to the wedding. I hope everyone's ready. Hope you brought your confetti. Cause the party's going on and I'm making up this song cause we're getting married and also taking rips from songs. or crazy silly stuff happens. Like a guy who thinks cancer is rampant. The cool bros and the cool girls and the ones who like cool clothes. Every time I see the rock cool nose, and I think you see that with your cool hoe. Got it? Did you get it?
Yeah. Absolutely. Yes. I mean, can you believe this? Yeah, we got a white rabbit.
Hey, this is the first time they showed him what it has. Look at the killers fucking road. That's bad. Yeah.
Like you was fed as a child.
No cereal box was safe. Or dad jokes.
Mentioning of serial killers on the show has been prolific this episode. If you were going to murder somebody, how would you do it?
I made a video about this already. Okay, so what I would probably do is keep them in a room with a mouse, and then that way they have to fight to see who survives, and whoever I'm killing wouldn't be the type of person that would want to kill a mouse, so it would throw the other way.
I absolutely love your style. I only your
Just tried it once, maybe again, you know. And then, I made it to the big stages.
yeah, you very good. Really for the big help. Given the one you can fight it or whatever you want, you your manifesto in there, anything you want.
Okay. Really like that. Maybe that'll help with my jokes if you last morning.
Don't take bread. Here we're good.
But anyways, maybe being corny is part of my thing. So went with it, and I love your guys' vibes.
Yeah.
Bro, the sounds that you made, like, really stirred up some feelings in me that really make me want to have to fight for that. I hope that other people feel that too.
I fucking like this guy. I think we found the new host of Blues Clues, everybody. We're gonna talk over at Nickelodeon. We're gonna get Betsy a job at Blues Clues. How about one more time for the great Betsy, everybody? A man who will not take leave for an answer. I don't think he's ever going to go. There you go, everybody. Betsy. We'll leave you waiting for it some other place. Are we having fun out now? The radio was up in the middle of the thing around here. In his place, you have a returning golden winner. This guy won his golden ticket a long Pacific. More, smoke less. One more straight here, Phillips, everybody.
I ran got that static for
mean, without somebody know, it means trust that person. So I learned that I trust too many people. I'm just trustworthy. Yeah, I really think I just felt there were piano hands. I don't know how to play piano. However, my hand jobs are ridiculous. It's as this piano. I only play at 4K. Double for peso. Yeah, I live there in Texas. Not a ton. But people say it's dry, you know. But you know what? Nowhere else there is to be the doesn't matter.
Yeah. That's how you. That is the and okay. That was. I must agree with my panel. We are on a run. I was out of the room. Getting back to everybody you try to kill, get away, nigga. They all make it all sense. Martin Phillips driving here in Austin, Texas. Did you? Oh, you don't want some more?
I did it for
Oh, I love it.
She's a goddamn lion.
Martin, you moved here to Austin, right?
Yeah, that's South Austin. Represent.
Really jolly.
Hey, when you swinging your damn arms around, I thought you were the mother. I'm sorry. I will do what you said. Like the pocket. I'm serious, motherfucker. He was just swinging. Going crazy.
I were to put Jolly and Martin Phillips like next to each other and ask you guys which one went to college for computer science. I do. Get it. Unbelievable. Martin Phillips. So, remind us, how do you make a living?
Oh, so,
Wow, okay.
I've been down here. Yeah, I've been a career long teacher, so yeah, so I love it.
They typically are only another teacher can.
Yeah, it's like it's
Art with baby in yourself, or do you use that as like a walker?
both.
Right.
Everyone says that, but it's not 1995. Okay?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
So that has been upgraded. So I guess depends on what district.
Philadelphia does not have any projectors or television right now. Everybody, they're looking for certain. I get them back.
We don't live in Philly.
That's why you got it.
If I was sitting around the high school bar at him, Orchard was on. Hell yeah. broke up.
One time, and a man was to go in there and try to fight Billy Bell. I was so going to play. I like to play pussy. So I got the fight over something. I thought it was so good. But I am.
Hey, I know you want to. Alright with me.
You are a funny motherfucker, Mark Phillips. Great. Misbehave. Have something loaded up today or two to try to read. But, you play those in that class, but like, anything happens. I was like, okay, I will call the number. But I don't want to call the number. Oh my god. I call. I don't want to say behind my back, but my face is all been pretty good. So one time I didn't know this, but it was a special ed class, and is it every class? Yeah, I was okay. Everything. But they actually didn't tell me was, and they don't like they said, it's the have, get a write it up forward. I didn't think about it. I get there, it was a death class. I had no way, I had something I was just talking my head off, and it was just staring at me. I was just like, hey, then they wait for the bell, guys, and I was saying, oh, you probably never heard this. Art, you're a fucking stone cold. You might be, a teacher, a first grade friend. And then, got the text and took yourself. You're exactly right where you belong. And we love you here, of course. You're a legend. Built some neat folklore and so thank you for being you. Make some noise for the great Mark Phillips. Found the bucket road. Believe it, the bucket holes here in Austin, the comedy capital of the world. Meanwhile, found people like that. I another bucket across. So we're gonna meet another one right now. We are on a run, serial killers like never before. Let's see what happens. Noise for Carlos Narrows. Carlos Narrows.
Yo, so I got this friend that spends way too much time on the internet, and he swears that we all got AIDS from the COVID-19 vaccine. Jokes on him because I already got that shit back in 2007, bro. The old-fashioned way. Raw dog and horse. At the morgue. So all I gotta do is just fucking cringe a little bit. If it makes you feel any better, horses were not dead. Some of them may have been underage, though. It only gets worse. It only gets worse. Relax. I don't know if you guys are fact checkers. You can't get AIDS from kidnapping. I don't know. Something. Found that in a small town. did from a small town, something you don't want to try in a small town, make it happen. All of them. Everybody's on there. Everybody you know. My mom, my sister. My time. My name is Carlos. Thank you very much.
Oh my goodness. Carlos Cisneros. Oh my goodness. You're not fooling me, dude. You're not fooling me. You were up earlier. You took your afro and under your bandana.
This is real.
Oh. Incredible. So Carlos, let's talk about it. You really have AIDS? Okay. All right. Cool.
I heard a lot of jokes during the pandemic, and that was the first one that I felt was actually good. Ran with it.
Okay. All right. Cam?
I don't know if you heard, but you please stop.
Sometimes he manages himself. He hates bad comedy more than anybody. Plugs in here, makes a bunch of noises, fucking. Yeah. You're lucky you're blind. You don't want to see what's going on here right now. Ollie.
I can't believe you came out here on national television. Bullshit.
Hey, TV's dead, man.
You ain't got no fucking friends with all them motherfuckers. That shit was terrible. Real bad.
Carlos, let's talk about it. How long you been doing comedy?
I did a few months before the pandemic, and then a few months after. So now it was like 4 months.
Months before, months after. Okay. And what do you do for a living?
I'm a respiratory therapist.
Respiratory therapist.
Sure.
So what exactly does
Breathing machines at a hospital.
Okay, that's your specialty. How long you been doing that for?
6 years.
Right. So respiratory, and I think feeling that's not the only sucking and blowing that you do. Are you gay, Carlos? Really? Whoa! No, you talk like that.
I'm club.
The what?
Tony Club. Not bad. Clear down.
Okay. Cowboy hat there with a bunch of pictures on it. What is that?
And there's I've been traveling to Austin for quite some time even before the whole Rogan over here. And I'm a musician, so I give images to the crowd and whoever.
All right. What kind of music? How do you get? You play guitar? You sing? You sing and you play guitar? And you don't have AIDS?
I'm not gay.
You sure you don't have AIDS? You positive? You're better at music than you are at comedy.
I probably am.
Probably am. Okay. How long have you been playing?
1999.
1999. What do you think? You want to hear what this guy can do? Matt Muelling's willing to fucking let it happen. Let's see what happens here. Carlos. Oh yeah, we got a little bit of a. Hold on, we got a lot of lot going on, huh? A lot of core stage. But the original was around production, but no one communicated with us building, so that was the thing. By a little bit of upper management, not unlimited budget, but you gonna be able to do that? Son of a bitch. Carlos. One of these guys that came up here and show us how tried to pull the trick on me. I apologize, sir. It's funny, your list still happens to be singing.
That's because I'm a little heated right now.
What are you picking it on?
Steiner Bach.
Have you been tipping? It's funny, like I started. You sound great. There's a blatant.
Remember the moment.
Like, so good. I love it. Well, seems like gigs coming up or something like that.
I'm trying to get it all started out there.
I think you would kill on people do. And the day late at night, we could use they could use like music. I love it. You live. Oh, you just got invited to a gig. Matt Mueling invited you to the gallery on Thursday. The gallery at Continental. Every Thursday. What time?
30. Every Thursday with the home.
It's there you go. Thursday. Come up, have a jam with them. How does that sound? I don't know if you know this, but the gallery they're talking about.
What up,
the
Tim?
floor of the world.
Are you still in AFC?
No.
Did you read the book? Dog, I'm not going to stop bothering you until you do. What did you tell me?
I haven't done it on Dark for 5 years, and it's a very interesting game, and I've done it for right now. I told you.
Anybody else, son? That's fine. How's your day going? Okay.
What's that? I've done a little work at the gym.
All right.
No, not really. Well, that no, I went to the gym yesterday.
this chick? Oh, dude, don't get me mad. Yeah.
I like it. Well, I can't say anything about that.
Yeah, no, I get that. But you dated other chicks. Not in love with them.
She's 16 on the bad that time.
Ready to lose at mini golf. That's all about which I give a shit. Big dog.
I didn't, I didn't realize until now how much you, right? I didn't realize, like, looking back, like, one thing I noticed, right? She, when I met her, she was overweight, and then she lost a lot of weight, right? And in that process, like, she didn't talk to me for a few months. But she really happy to talk to me. And looking back, I realized she, she had, she needed that confidence. She needed a little weight so she could have the confidence. And then I wasn't much responsive that I could have been. I didn't realize that until much later. Yes,
This one I'm talking about, dude.
nice from previous.
Doug.
Oh,
Doug. I listened to it thoroughly. Okay? Before you said that, I asked you, are you ready to lose at mini golf? So you didn't even respond to my question. All right? And what did I get? That you're a shallow motherfucker who didn't give a shit about this girl when she was fat. Now that she's lost a little bit of weight, she's piqued your interest. That's exactly correct. Dude, that's exactly correct. 1000%. 1000% correct, dog. 1000%. 1000%. Dude, that was one of the worst shots I've ever seen. Dog, you are so shallow. It's ridiculous.
no.
You even said she was fat and you didn't care about her, but now that she's lost weight, well, I mean, you did
I said we.
right.
I'm around.
All right. But she was really excited to tell you she lost all this weight. How'd she lose all the weight?
Yeah, funny.
Okay. Not Ozempic?
Sorry?
Not Ozempic?
Funny.
Okay. Did you know that you're down? Okay. Did you know that you're down one hole? Were you aware that you're down one hole to none? Zoo, you're down one hole to none. Oh, you got fortunate with that shot. That was a 10 out of 10. Get there. You have to make this. You're going to be down two holes. Right off the bat, dog. You're down two holes in a row. That was a good shot. That was a 9 out of 10. One of the greatest shots we've ever had the opportunity to see. Maybe, maybe not. That was bad, actually. Sucked. Thanks for the help. Look at this shot. Zoot. Just absolutely gorgeous shot. You have a big shot on your plate. Are you satisfied with that shot? Dog, I'm always nice.
Not very nice.
What do you mean? When have I been mean to any of your friends?
No, you're making me shallow.
Well, that's because you are shallow.
No.
Dude, you know that you didn't really care about this chick that much.
I didn't.
Smoking hot, or is she just attractive? Hot, or is she just attractive? Did this girl get smoking hot? Did she get smoking hot? Smoking hot? 10 out of 10?
I don't.
Margot Robbie hot? Oh, good job, man. You know this is my best hole. You know you've like never beaten me on this hole? I mean, I always remind you that I'm superior to you on this hole. That was an amazing shot.
I'm sure that you have that over where you kind of forgotten about them and back into your life. You know, you can.
No, dog, if I like something, I get it. Just like winning. Dude, that's one game in a row.
Have you ever been lost?
Just with myself.
You ever lost someone?
Oh, I've crushed, but I've had a lot of people crush on me as well. And sometimes it happens at the same time. Sometimes it happens at different times. But I definitely have not like been fully in love. And oh, dude, you just had an amazing shot. Um, but I haven't probably had a crush in 15 years. I mean, like a long time. And it's just,
So I'm trying to work that out.
I mean, I had crushes when I was like growing up, but then I just figured out what I wanted. I got better with girls, and then I didn't have to crush anymore. They would just like me when I liked them. But I didn't always have it figured out. Just like in this game, you need to make this putt, and if you don't, you're going to be down a hole. I, on the other hand, am already up a hole. So, like, you have the crush on me, at least on my score. All right, here we go, big dog. Are you proud of that shot? Zoot, you're down 2 holes to none. It's like you're not even focused. You have to realize, dog, this is Squid Game. Your entire life and the life of your child